East Sea Windmill Village. Hiss. It hurts. My head hurts. Luo Feng opened his eyes feeling as if his skull was about to split. Just moments ago, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, letting him understand his current situation. He had transmigrated. He had arrived in a manga he once read, The World of One Piece. Due to transmigration, you have awakened extraordinary insight. Henceforth your mind is clear and inspiration unlimited. A thought echoed from the depths of his mind. In an instant, Luo Feng felt as if his soul had sublimated, a sudden clarity and inspiration flooding in. Is this a cheat? Awesome. Luo Feng was excited. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood how dangerous the world of One Piece could be. World-destroying powerhouses, sea monsters that could swallow islands, and terrifying ancient weapons. If an ordinary person wanted to survive in this world, they could only rely on their luck. Based on Luo Feng's memories, this body had no special talents. No unique bloodline like the protagonist's crew, nor a powerful background. To become a strong fighter through training alone seemed hopeless in this lifetime. But now with this cheat, a surge of ambition rose in Luo Feng's heart. The world is vast, the stage is grand. How can there be no place for me, Luo Feng? When I read the manga before, there were many regrets. Now I will make up for them all. Clang. Just then Luo Feng felt someone tap his head. He saw a green-haired woman, still charming, holding a spoon and looking at him. Luo Feng stopped daydreaming and served the customers. Oh, okay, boss Makino. Luo Feng replied. The original body was an orphan boy from Windmill Village. Thanks to the kind-hearted bar owner, he had a job here and a meal to eat. A few days ago, a group of pirates arrived in the village and often came to the bar to eat and drink. Business was booming, so the kitchen was very busy. However, although they were pirates, they did not burn or loot the village. Instead, they paid for drinks and bought various supplies, bringing prosperity to the village. Luo Feng walked out of the kitchen and into the bar, where a wave of laughter and noise washed over him. Lucky you really can eat. You devoured that huge piece of meat in 2 bites. At this rate, you'll eat up all the money in our pirate crew. Yasop, I heard you have a son back in the East Blue. Should we go see him next? Captain, I think this bar owner is pretty nice. Why don't you marry her and bring her aboard? Ha ha ha. Luo Feng carried a tray and shouted toward the counter. Here, Shanks, your fried rice is ready. That's right, these pirates were the future red-haired pirates who would become one of the 4 emperors. Ah, indeed, Luo Feng, your cooking is even more delicious. Red Hair took the fried rice and began eating eagerly with a spoon. But after a few bites, he choked because he was eating too fast. His face turned purple, he pounded his chest desperately and threw a pleading look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked speechless. The great red-haired emperor nearly choked to death on fried rice. Who would believe that? He quickly poured a glass of wheat juice and saved Red Hair. I almost died, Luo Feng, you saved my life. Red Hair looked like he had escaped death. Just then, from Red Hair's body, a wisp of imperial-level pressure inadvertently leaked out. It must be known that Red Hair's haki could physically shatter wood. Even just a wisp was enough to make an ordinary weak-willed person faint on the spot. Luo Feng's face immediately turned pale. He felt as if his soul was like a newborn baby, naked and exposed to a frozen wasteland. The biting wind cut through his spirit like a knife. But at this very moment, Luo Feng subtly began to understand what this world's so-called haki really was. And in this extreme pain, he clearly felt that deep in his soul, there seemed to be some kind of power sealed. Stimulated by Red Hair's haki, that power began to stir. You observed the leaked pressure of Red Hair and unexpectedly awakened Conqueror's haki. At that moment outside, Red Hair, who was drinking wheat juice, was startled and quickly put down his glass. He realized he might have made a mistake. He had just been careless and inadvertently released a wisp of pressure, which actually hurt Luo Feng. Are you okay, Luo Feng? He looked over with concern, quickly suppressing his haki full of regret. He knew that for adults the damage of haki might not be serious, because their spirits had already been numbed by the hardships of life. At worst, they would just sleep it off and be fine, leaving no aftereffects. But for a young boy, his body was not fully grown yet. He was still very tender. His spirit was sensitive. He had almost no resistance to haki. Seeing Luo Feng's face pale and eyes tightly shut, Red Hair began to panic. At this moment in the bar, the other pirates drinking and playing noticed the situation. They all stopped and gathered around with concern. What happened? Captain, how did your haki leak out? It should be because the captain recently broke through in strength, so his Conqueror's haki has improved. After all, Conqueror's haki cannot be improved through training, it only grows stronger with greater strength. Damn it, could the kid's spirit be damaged and he become an idiot? They surrounded Luo Feng, observing his condition with concern. In the kitchen, Makino, who was cooking for everyone, heard the sudden silence outside and sensed something was wrong. She quickly came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. What's wrong? What happened? Red Hair said somewhat ashamedly. Makino, Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Ben Beckman immediately said. Soon the ship's doctor squeezed in. After learning the situation, he shook his head. Alas, this is a spiritual injury. Ordinary medicine cannot cure it. Now we can only pray that Luo Feng's spiritual power is naturally extraordinary and his will is strong. That way he might keep his sanity, but his body will likely become very weak in the future. However, at that moment, Luo Feng, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Just now, using that wisp of red hair's haki and his extraordinary insight, he had successfully comprehended the essence of haki. The so-called haki actually exists in everyone. It is buried deep within the spiritual world. Some have it buried deeper, some shallower. The three types of haki are buried at different depths in different people, greatly affecting their personalities. Some are born with the qualities of a king. It is because their conqueror's haki has manifested deeply, influencing their character, creating a charisma that affects those around them. Originally, in this body of Luo Feng, all three types of haki were buried very deep. Without any accident, they might never awaken in his lifetime. But now with this wisp of red hair's haki, he had broken through the barrier in one go, instantly awakening conqueror's haki. The moment he opened his eyes, a haki belonging solely to him burst forth. A purple aura instantly enveloped the entire bar, penetrating the walls and surging outward, engulfing Windmill Village and the surrounding areas. At that moment, every villager of Windmill Village felt an overwhelming sovereign presence. Each person sensed they were facing a king, an untouchable deity. In an instant, the villagers' bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, their knees weakening until they fell to the ground with a thud. It was as if subjects were prostrating before an emperor. Not only humans, but also animals in the village, even birds in the sky, fell crashing to the earth. They convulsed before the special purple conqueror's haki, awakened by Luo Feng, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. On the red hair pirate's ship, HM, a lookout on duty, sensed something amiss. He suddenly sprang up, staring incredulously at the scene before him. What a huge range! A purple conqueror's haki field directly covered the entire village, including outer areas and even the sea. I've only seen such a vast haki from our captain, and the lookout's forehead dripped with cold sweat. And this haki feels even more astonishing than the captain's. It makes me want to kneel and worship. Inside the bar, with Luo Feng's sudden release of haki, the red hair pirates were stunned. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't understand how a young boy could awaken conqueror's haki. Among them, red hair was the most astonished. This aura, red hair muttered in shock. Even Captain Roger back then didn't have such astonishing purity. Indeed, red hair sensed a unique quality in Luo Feng's haki. Everyone's conqueror's haki is different. Luo Feng's conqueror's haki exuded a regal aura. To put it metaphorically, it was the king among kings. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than Roger's. At that moment, Luo Feng had withdrawn his aura and returned to normal, looking no different from an ordinary boy next door. Yet moments ago, when he had unleashed his haki, he was completely different, like an emperor overlooking his subjects. Majestic, disdainful, inviolable. It truly startled everyone present. Hey kid, that move just now, was it haki? Luo Feng looked at the astonished faces around him and nodded slightly. You must be kidding. Upon confirmation, the red hair pirates erupted in uproar. They looked at Luo Feng as if he were a humanoid sea king. Even I don't have conqueror's haki, and a brat like you has awakened it. How old are you? Arg. Damn it. I'm so jealous, envy is disfiguring me. Conqueror's haki is the talent of those who aspire to become king. Kid, do you also want to rule? Are you trying to be the man who rules Windmill Village? At that moment, observant Beckman noticed something amiss. Hey, Miss Makino, you didn't faint. This statement made everyone's expression change. They all looked toward the counter. There stood the bartender, looking innocently at everyone. Oh, what's the matter? She was completely unharmed, clearly not affected by the haki. What's going on? Everyone was baffled. Could Miss Makino be a hidden powerhouse? That's nonsense. Among them, red hair had the deepest understanding of haki. He immediately thought of the only possibility, and that very possibility made him shudder. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Red hair muttered, his pupils contracting. Beckman, seeing his captain so flustered, was also surprised. Then he too thought of that possibility. He abruptly turned to Luo Feng, eyes blazing. Kid, was it you who controlled the haki and didn't hurt Miss Makino? Controllable haki. Normal people, when first awakening conqueror's haki, can barely control it, let alone release it again. It takes a long time of comprehension and training. Yet Luo Feng, having just awakened, could already control his haki precisely enough not to harm those around him. Such talent. Everyone present gasped at the realization. Bang. Just then, the bar door was suddenly kicked open. A man rushed in. Captain, there's an Ian. The lookout hurried in, only to find a room full of people staring at him wide-eyed. There was no sign of the so-called enemy. Soon, when the lookout learned that Luo Feng was the source of the haki, his eyes went wide. As a member of an emperor's crew, he naturally understood the weight of this. A boy awakening conqueror's haki and mastering its control instantly, even down to not harming those nearby. Such talent. It's not just surpassing anyone, it's unprecedented and utterly unmatched. At that moment, he recalled something and hurriedly described what he saw from the lookout. When the crowd heard that Luo Feng's conqueror's haki had enveloped the entire Windmill Village, including the surrounding sea and wilderness, everyone was stunned once again. That big of a range. Red hair showed an incredulous expression. He looked at Luo Feng as if looking at a little monster. Not only exceptional talent, but also astonishing aptitude. And that aura, its purity surpasses mine, the captain's, and even Rayleigh's. This kid Luo Feng is truly astonishing. Could he be the one I'm looking for? Red Hair's mind was in turmoil. A boy whose hockey talent and aptitude surpassed his own had crossed his path. Of course, with his magnanimity, he would not envy Luo Feng. What he was pondering now was whether Luo Feng was the Nika he was searching for. Everyone in the room stared at Luo Feng as if he were a monster. As for Luo Feng himself, he sat at the counter pouring himself a glass of barley juice and drinking it calmly. In his mind, he was pondering his recent insights. When Red Hair's hockey brushed against him, he experienced one kind of enlightenment. When he released his own hockey, it was another. These dual insights now nourished his soul and spirit like nectar, giving birth to endless inspiration. So that's what hockey is. Luo Feng with unfocused eyes sipped his barley juice one mouthful after another. Various insights collided in his mind, as if about to birth some earth-shattering result. Inside the bar, Luo Feng held a glass of wheat juice, drinking it sip by sip. His eyes were vacant, yet his mind was racing at lightning speed. At this moment, Luo Feng was recalling the various experiences he had endured. What is hockey? It is nothing more than a form of spiritual energy within the human body. The people of the One Piece world lacked even the most basic body tempering techniques, relying purely on reckless training to attain monstrous physiques. Without the meat of sea kings and the enhancement of various rare fruits and treasures, they would have long since crippled themselves. As for the development of mental energy, it had been simplistically categorized into hockey. In truth, Luo Feng, with his heaven-defying comprehension, had already deciphered the principles behind hockey. If hockey is spiritual energy, then Conqueror's hockey infusion is essentially wrapping that spiritual energy around one's body surface. Theoretically feasible. And Roger's divine avoidance is actually firing spiritual energy like a bullet. Luo Feng's eyes now seemed to shimmer with a radiant glow as various inspirations and ideas collided within him. Simultaneously, he strove to experiment, attempting to manipulate the hockey he had only just awakened. Combining your understanding and vast experience, you have an epiphany and comprehend divine avoidance. A sudden clarity struck Luo Feng, and as if guided by fate, he effortlessly grasped the essence of hockey. Divine avoidance. Let me try. Luo Feng's heart stirred as he attempted to channel his hockey outward. Look at this kid acting all grown up, as if lost in deep thought. At that moment, the members of the Red Hair Pirates were staring at Luo Feng as if he were a humanoid sea king. Simply from the hockey, Shanks had inadvertently released Luo Feng had awakened Conqueror's hockey. And it didn't end there. He had only just awakened, yet he could already control his hockey with ease. A feat that took others years, even decades, to achieve. He had accomplished it in an instant. Captain, how does this kid's hockey talent compare? Has he reached half your level yet? A pirate spoke up. Clearly he knew little about hockey, or he wouldn't have uttered such words. The other pirates began to chime in as well. In their minds, Shanks was undeniably the strongest in hockey. There was no doubt about it. Beckman was one of the few who remained clear-headed. He looked at Shanks, curious to see what he was thinking. Instead, he found Shanks staring blankly into space. Before Shanks' eyes, a scene from decades past when Roger was still alive seemed to unfold, a conversation between them. Hey Captain, what's this move called? Divine avoidance. Why that name? It sounds so awkward. A young Shanks watched as Roger, a broad smile on his face, swung his sword in practice, perfecting divine avoidance. A streak of black hockey laced with red lightning shot out like a slashing wave. In an instant, it cleaved through everything before it. Anything, whether an ancient tree over 1,000 years old or a boulder the size of a small mountain, was as fragile as tofu before that single strike. Roger then turned back, his expression brimming with pride, and said, Shanks, because even if a god stood before me facing this move, they would have to dodge. Bang! The scene shifted again. Now an adult Shanks stood on an island, panting, heavily drenched in sweat. He could barely grip his sword, his fingers trembling. Yet on his face, an uncontrollable excitement was unmistakable. I did it. I finally mastered it. Divine avoidance. He tilted his head back, gazing at the sky as if looking into heaven. Captain, I've mastered it. A technique you spent most of your life perfecting. I've achieved it more than a decade earlier. Tears streamed down Shanks' face. At that moment, Shanks snapped back from his memories, feeling a sense of disorientation. In his ears, it seemed as if Captain Roger's words still echoed. Hey Rayleigh, look at this kid. So young, yet he's already mastered Conqueror's hockey. Haha, it seems this young man will surpass us one day. Then and there, just like here and now, Shanks was visibly moved. This young man before him had given him an incredible surprise. A young man who would surpass him, even surpass Captain Roger and Mr. Rayleigh in their prime. Could it be that you truly are Nika? Shanks looked at Luo Feng, suddenly sensing something amiss. Luo Feng had set down his glass of wheat juice and was now toying with a streak of black substance on his fingertip. What was that? A toy? No. Shanks' eyes bulged wide like two eggs. His mouth dropped open, hanging comically low. WH. At it. Luo Feng had a tiny swirl of Conqueror's Haki, what they called divine avoidance, spinning in his hand. He turned back with a troubled look and said to everyone, "Sai, my Haki is too weak. I can only condense this much." Silence descended upon the bar. Everyone present except the landlady recognized divine avoidance. So when Luo Feng attempted to gather his internal Haki into his hand, every one of them sensed it. It was the same condensed substance of Conqueror's Haki, almost identical to the divine avoidance Shanks used. But how could this be it? Even their vice-captain Beckman hadn't mastered this move of Shanks. And yet Luo Feng, a mere youth who had only just awakened Conqueror's Haki, how could he suddenly grasp the highest level application of Conqueror's Haki? No. No way. Lucky Rue's roasted meat slipped from his hand and thudded to the floor, shock written all over his face. Yasop's eyes were equally wide with astonishment as he stared at the wisp of Haki on Luo Feng's fingertip. Beckman's lips trembled and the cigarette he was holding dropped straight down. "Kid, how did you do it?" Shanks swallowed hard and asked, voicing the doubt that plagued his mind. It was the same question burning in every pirate present. They were on the verge of losing their minds. A boy from the East Blue had mastered a top-tier Haki technique that only emperors could wield. This was utterly absurd. It made them all look foolish. It's simple. First you do this, then that. Luo Feng showed no intention of hiding the secret. Instead, he sincerely shared his insights and experiences with everyone there. However, after they all listened, they were still completely baffled. No, to be precise, they were even more confused. Luo Feng's words were based on his heaven-defying comprehension, but to these listeners, they sounded like a foreign language. They simply couldn't understand. To draw an analogy, it was like asking a grade schooler to attend an advanced calculus lecture. Every word was familiar, but strung together they made no sense. At this point, Shanks felt a bit crushed. Was that even what he had asked? He just wanted to know how a mere youth like Luo Feng, who had only just awakened Haki, could immediately master divine avoidance. Could this kid possibly be Captain Roger reincarnated? No. That night, Red Hair got drunk. The next day, he set sail and left the East Blue. Originally, he had intended to entrust his straw hat and the recently acquired gum fruit to Luo Feng. Yet Luo Feng refused. First, the straw hat. To him, it was indeed an item of considerable sentimental value. After all, it had once been worn by the Pirate King, making it a valuable collector's item. However, he had no desire to bear any so-called destiny. Then there was the gum fruit. Luo Feng carefully observed Red Hair's demeanor and confirmed that this man absolutely knew the gum fruit was the Nika fruit. And he had no intention of becoming Nika, so he resolutely refused. Besides, compared to a paramecia or the Nika fruit, he would rather eat a logia or a special paramecia fruit. But as of now, he had yet to encounter such a fruit. It was worth mentioning that perhaps the gum fruit's own will had awakened. Just before Red Hair departed by a twist of fate, the gum fruit was once again devoured by Luffy. The ocean roared with rolling waves. On the beach, a black-haired, black-eyed youth was running bare-chested. His skin had been tanned to a wheat color by the sun. Though he lacked bulky muscles, his physique was well-proportioned. Huh. After running over 10 kilometers, Luo Feng stopped. He rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Beads of sweat dripped onto the dry, sandy soil, leaving dark spots. Indeed, this body is still too immature. It doesn't have the monstrous bloodline of Kaido or Big Mom that lets them tear Sea Kings apart with their bare hands. Even though I've been eating Sea King meat for months and can feel my body growing warmer, the rate of improvement in my physique is still too slow. Luo Feng muttered as he walked toward the sea. With a splash, he plunged into the azure waters, his ears instantly filled with a muffled roar. Opening his eyes and adjusting slightly, he beheld the wondrous sights of the seabed. Swimming a bit farther out, the water deepened and massive fish began to appear. Suddenly, from the dark waters, an enormous monstrous fish emerged. Its body was larger than a house, and its two colossal eyes bulged like millstones. Its gaping maw could swallow Luo Feng in one bite, and its rows of teeth were gleaming white and sharp like deadly daggers. A Sea King, a terrifying creature unique to the world of pirates dwelling in the ocean, varying in size. The one before him was likely the smallest of its kind, but it could still easily kill an ordinary human like Luo Feng. The monstrous fish spotted Luo Feng and swam over without hesitation, lunging to bite him. Suddenly a peculiar aura emanated from Luo Feng's body. The previously ferocious giant fish instantly broke into a cold sweat. Its fish face showed an expression of terror incredibly human-like, as if it were gazing upon a horrifying monster. Slap. Splash. Soon after, Luo Feng rode the giant monstrous fish to the shore. Intimidated by Luo Feng's might, this pitiful Sea King had no choice but to become his mount. With a casual flick of his hand, a finger-thin mini-divine departure pierced the monstrous fish's head, churning its brains to a pulp. Soon a fire was lit, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Luo Feng tore into it greedily. Even without any seasoning, the Sea King's own delicious flesh was enough to make one's mouth water. As he ate, Luo Feng pondered. Since I've come to this world, I naturally want to fully experience its customs, cultures, and cuisines. But to navigate this world safely, the most important thing is formidable strength. Now that I have Conqueror's Haki, the most terrifying beings in the Sea Kings, are no longer a threat to me. Thinking this, Luo Feng glanced at the Sea King's corpse. He smiled slightly. They're not just a non-threat, they can become my allies. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten a devil fruit yet, so he could swim. Even in the worst-case scenario, if his ship capsized, he could ride a Sea King across the ocean to find a nearby island. But besides Sea Kings, the powerful pirates of this world are also a threat. Although I have Conqueror's Haki, it's best to train my body as well. Luo Feng, having thought it through, made a decision. He would find a way to develop a body-tempering method suited for him to toughen up his frail physique. Soon Luo Feng was full. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and looked at the Sea King's corpse. This big fish is too much for me alone. I should call the neighbors from the village to help drag it back. Luo Feng thought to himself as he walked toward Windmill Village. Meanwhile, inside the village's bar. Ah, I've missed this, Makino. The food you cook. A silver-haired, burly old man was devouring his meal heartily at the counter. Makino looked at this kind old man, her face full of smiles. Garpson, eat slowly. There's more if you want. Then turning her gentle gaze to Luffy, who looked like a yellow monkey, she said, Here, Luffy, drink your juice. Arigato, Aunt Makino. By the way, I heard that our Windmill Village has produced a little prodigy. Halfway through his meal, Garp suddenly stopped and asked. Indeed, his return to the East Blue this time was partly to take this good-for-nothing grandson of his to Navy headquarters for personal training. On the other hand, he had heard that a talented individual had emerged from his hometown. Someone who had awakened Conqueror's Haki, knocking out the entire village. He knew that those who could awaken Conqueror's Haki were geniuses. They were destined to become great powers, and Garp naturally wouldn't let such talent go to waste. Since a talent was born in his hometown, he naturally wanted to recruit them into the Marines. At the very least, he couldn't let them become a pirate. Well, yes. Before Makino could speak, the village chief piped up. Holding his glass of wheat juice, he said with great gravity, That day a purple blast of Haki shot into the sky, and everyone in the village felt as if they were in the presence of an emperor. Everyone instantly lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth. When they woke up, it was already night. The chief rambled on, his eyebrows dancing and spittle flying. And then some bandit named Higuma showed up claiming to have killed dozens of people. But the moment he tried to cause trouble, one look from Luo Feng made him wet himself. He was handed over to the Marines for a bounty of 8 million berries. Luo Feng treated the whole village to a banquet to apologize for the Haki incident. Oh, isn't that Luo Feng? He's here. You can ask him yourself. Garp set down his spoon directly. Originally, upon hearing that a prodigy had emerged from his hometown, he merely assumed the boy had accidentally awakened Conqueror's Haki. Yet as he listened to the village chief and several villagers recount the events piece by piece, he roughly reconstructed what had transpired. Instantly, he could no longer remain seated. He awakened Conqueror's Haki, yet didn't harm Makino. What does that imply, eh? Garp's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. It means this kid, upon just awakening Conqueror's Haki, has already mastered the ability to control it freely. This is an absolute true genius. With that thought, Garp suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Red hair, oh red hair, and you claim to have sailed with Roger. You let a genius like this slip away. At this moment, Garp was beside himself with joy. Clearly, he believed Red Hair had utterly failed to recognize Luo Feng's extraordinary nature. And such a tremendous windfall, a genius like Luo Feng, had been discovered and claimed by him. It was like manna from heaven. At that moment, Garp, brimming with smugness, planted his hands on his hips and laughed uproariously at the sky. Beside him, Luffy pouted. Grandpa, what are you laughing at? And let me make this clear. I don't want to be a Marine, I want to be a pirate. As he spoke, he struck a pose he thought was incredibly cool, brimming with swagger. Thus the outcome was obvious. He immediately received a lesson from Garp's iron-fisted love. He'll teach you to be a pirate. To be a pirate. What's so great about being a pirate? And look at him. He's about your age, yet he's already awakened Conqueror's Haki. While you, my worthless grandson, you haven't even mastered the 6 powers I taught you. This time I've come specifically to take you back to headquarters. I've already found you a teacher to properly instruct you in the 6 powers. Once you've learned them, you'll move on to armament Haki. Garp flexed his wrists. 2 plumes of white smoke billowed from his nostrils, leaving Luffy behind, his head covered in lumps, crying helplessly. Come out, let me see what this little prodigy looks like. Luo Feng had already informed the villagers of the location where he hunted the Sea Kings. Several strong men had already taken tools and a cart to cut and transport the meat. Such an abundance of meat would sustain the village for many days. It would also allow the people to enjoy some delicacies and replenish their nutrition. Though he hadn't been in this village long, he had already developed deep bonds. The villagers were simple and kind to him. Naturally, he wanted to repay them. When did the Marines arrive? At that moment, Luo Feng noticed that a Marine warship had appeared at the distant dock. Some Marine soldiers were even patrolling the village. Clearly, the arrival was no mere low-ranking Marine, but a figure of importance. Otherwise, no one would have arranged patrols to maintain order. Wait, could it be that because I captured a mountain bandit, a high-ranking Marine wants to see me? No, a mere bandit. Though his bounty is 8 million, it's only due to excessive killing, not his strength. Luo Feng racked his brain, but could not fathom the reason. He shook his head helplessly. He headed toward the bar. Outside the bar, 2 Marine soldiers stood guard at the entrance to prevent any miscreants from entering. On the open ground by the door, however, stood a peculiar Marine. He wore a sword at his waist, sported a mohawk hairstyle, and bore a stern expression. Vice Admiral Manga. Luo Feng recognized him instantly by his hairstyle and demeanor. One of the Marine Vice Admirals, a disciple of Black Arm Zephyr. His most renowned feat was in the presence of the pirate Empress Beauty, stabbing his own palm with a knife to stay lucid through the pain. Truly a man of iron will. At that moment, Vice Admiral Manga was demonstrating one of the 6 powers through to several Marine rookies, clearly his disciples. Whoosh. He took a few quick steps on the spot, and his body appeared in the distance, as if by teleportation. Did you understand? His disciples all looked utterly bewildered. Sorry, teacher, your movements were too fast. We couldn't see clearly before. One disciple scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, your movements were so swift, all we saw was a blur. Another disciple chimed in agreement. Hearing this, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Mamanga's face, but he quickly masked it. Oh well, not everyone can master the 6 powers at a young age like Rob Lucci. He sighed. Geniuses were after all rare in this world, and most people were ultimately mediocre. Even he in his youth had only average talent. His rise to Vice Admiral was solely due to his relentless training. He'll demonstrate once more. Watch closely, you'll slow down this time. Again, Vice Admiral Manga barked softly. He demonstrated Zoro once more. His disciples stared wide-eyed, fixated on every detail. Tisk. Suddenly Luo Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, showed a look of epiphany. I get it. Ordinarily, with his eyesight, he couldn't have followed Mamanga's movements. But fortunately, Manga had deliberately slowed his pace to teach his disciples. This gave Luo Feng an opportunity. So that's it. This is Zoro. In the past, when Luo Feng read the manga, he only saw characters moving with afterimages. He didn't understand the mechanics. But now, witnessing the 6 powers firsthand, he observed far more details. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension and past insights, he instantly grasped the essence. You observe Vice Admiral Mamanga's demonstration, feel a stirring in your heart, experience successive epiphanies, and comprehend one of the 6 powers Zoro. Combining your prior understanding and various inspirations, you experience successive epiphanies and intuitively comprehend one of the 6 powers, Jeppo. Integrating your newly learned Zoro and Jeppo, you experience successive epiphanies and intuitively comprehend the advanced technique, Rankyaku. Drawing on your understanding of leg techniques within the 6 powers, you intuitively comprehend one of the 6 powers, Rankyaku. In an instant, all of Luo Feng's past thoughts and inspirations seemed to merge seamlessly. Zoro, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and the advanced technique. They're fundamentally the same, all stemming from the development of leg strength. So that's it. I understand. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with brilliance, and the joy in his heart was impossible to conceal. In an instant, he had directly grasped 3 of the 6 techniques. Moreover, he had even comprehended the shave in the process. As expected of heaven-defying insight, truly heaven-defying. Luo Feng mused to himself. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the bar, Garp and Luffy. That person is. Luo Feng had not noticed Garp's presence. Garp, however, despite seeing Luo Feng for the first time, sensed an indescribable and unique aura emanating from him. Conqueror's Haki. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Feng from head to toe. With Garp's vast life experience and knowledge, he naturally understood that those who possessed Conqueror's Haki carried a special aura. It was this very aura that compelled others to willingly follow them. One could even call this charisma. In short, Garp recognized Luo Feng at a single glance as the so-called genius from his hometown. However, just as he was about to step forward and speak to Luo Feng, he saw the young man's face contort in deep thought, immersed in some kind of trance. At this moment, Vice Admiral Momosaji also noticed Luo Feng's anomaly. He signaled his disciples with a glance. Instantly, several pairs of eyes converged on Luo Feng. Shaved. Luo Feng paid no heed to the onlookers. He was eager to test the ability he had just comprehended. He rapidly stamped the ground several times. In a flash, he executed the technique successfully. Whoosh. Luo Feng felt as if he were moving at lightning speed. The scenery on both sides blurred into streaks, receding rapidly. When he came to his senses, he found himself over 10 meters away. So fast, his heart pounded wildly and his legs felt weak. Yet excitement surged within him. Success. The shave, one of the 6 powers. Once mastered, it granted a speed as astonishing as teleportation. If he were to unleash this move suddenly and battle his enemy would never anticipate it, and it would surely decide the outcome in a single strike. It's the shaved. He actually mastered the shave. Several voices abruptly interrupted Luo Feng's thoughts. He turned in surprise to see the disciples of Vice Admiral Momosaji, who had been learning the 6 powers moments ago, now staring at him in astonishment. I was so focused that I forgot I was still on the street. Luo Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the distance, Garp, who had just stepped out of the bar, was stunned. The shave? Isn't that one of the Navy's 6 powers? This young man isn't a Marine, yet is he a... Yet the 6 powers are secret arts only learned by senior Navy soldiers. How did this youth learn them? Could it be? Just as Garp was forming conjectures and about to approach and inquire, Vice Admiral Momosaji stepped forward and demanded sternly, "Who are you? How do you know a Navy technique?" Instantly, without any order, the surrounding Navy soldiers encircled Luo Feng, raising their flintlock rifles and aiming at him warily. At the slightest suspicious move, they would fire. However, Luo Feng showed no sign of panic. Facing the dark muzzles, he remained remarkably calm. He merely glanced dismissively at Momosaji. This shouldn't be a secret, should it? Techniques like the 6 powers, others can figure them out on their own. Even an enemy can learn them on the spot after seeing your moves. At these words, Vice Admiral Momosaji fell silent. Indeed, the 6 powers were not exclusive to the Navy. The Navy simply had the largest number of practitioners and a systematic training regimen. Thus, people assumed they were the Navy's 6 powers. In reality, anyone with a modicum of insight, even pirates, could master the shave or even moonwalk through years of combat. Lower your weapons. Vice Admiral Momosaji waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to stand down. His expression softened. From whom did you learn to shave? One of the 6 powers? Could there be a retired Navy veteran in Fusha village? As he spoke, Momosaji himself froze. A Navy veteran. That's right. Mr. Garp. Mr. Garp hailed from this very village. It was entirely possible that Mr. Garp, during his vacation, had taught his signature techniques to someone he favored. At that moment, Momosaji felt like slapping his own forehead. How had he not thought of such a simple logical connection before? Unexpectedly, Luo Feng said, "No one taught me. I just saw you practicing and wanted to try it myself. I didn't expect it to work." Silence fell. Garp, who had been about to step forward and mediate, was also stunned. What? He comprehended the shave on the spot. In an instant, 2 sharp beams of light shot from Garp's eyes. Vice Admiral Momosaji, after a brief moment of shock, narrowed his eyes sharply. A genius. This youth was undoubtedly a genius. There were indeed those who could quickly learn the shave. Such individuals were considered to possess extraordinary combat talent. Clearly, the youth before them was of that caliber. Even Rob Lucci, a once-in-a-century genius, couldn't do that. Yet you. Vice Admiral Momosaji murmured, his mind racing. Simultaneously, he recalled the words Vice Admiral Garp had spoken before their journey. Garp had said he was returning to his hometown to find a genius. Could it be? This youth was the one Vice Admiral Garp sought. At this moment, Garp, standing at the rear, could barely suppress the grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. He was indeed a genuine genius. He had mastered the shave simply by watching someone demonstrate it once. Such talent was no longer once in a century, it was once in 500 years. It seems I found the right person. He's the one. The genius youth who awakened conquerors' hockey. Garp took a deep breath, calming the excitement in his heart. Then he glanced at his grandson beside him. Humph. His fists were itching again. Look at this young man. At such a tender age, he had not only awakened conquerors' hockey, but had also instantly mastered the shave, one of the 6 powers. Truly, you don't know a thing's value until you compare it. TSK. Garp shook his head inwardly. He had already decided that upon his return, he would give his beloved grandson a proper education. How could his own bloodline, Garp's lineage, lose to someone else? Through hellish training, he would forge this little rascal into a worthy Marine. Incredible. This young man has instantly grasped the shave technique. At that moment, Vice Admiral Momanga's disciples looked as if they had witnessed a celestial being. Before such absolute genius, they felt neither jealousy nor shame, only admiration and reverence. Then they saw Luo Feng wave his hand at them. Could you make some room? I'd like to try again. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. While having just mastered shave, practice is indeed necessary to solidify it. Manga nodded inwardly, affirming Luo Feng's grounded mindset. This lad not only possesses astonishing talent, but also a pragmatic spirit, knowing to stay grounded without arrogance or impatience. That is truly rare. Garp, watching from afar, nodded repeatedly. This kid is indeed fine material for a Marine. I can already envision the day he dons the coat of justice and ascends to the position of Admiral. Garp imagined the glory when he grew old and Luo Feng, as his disciple, became a Marine Admiral. How illustrious that would be. Well, having tested shave, let me try moonwalk now. With that thought, Luo Feng suddenly took a step forward. Just as the surrounding Marines expected him to use shave, they noticed his movements were much slower. Wait. This is... Bang. As Luo Feng stepped onto the air, his body rose miraculously, as if climbing stairs. Then, amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, Luo Feng stepped step by step through the air, ascending toward the sky. Moonwalk. What a... Impossible. How? How did he master it? Vice Admiral Momanga's disciples stood with mouths agape, eyes bulging, and noses running, utterly flabbergasted. Even the composed Vice Admiral Momanga's face stiffened. Garp's mouth hung open wide enough to hold a goose egg. Bang. As Luo Feng landed, he gasped heavily. Indeed, it's still a strain. I must quickly develop a body forging method. Murmuring softly, he turned around and saw the shocked faces. What happened? Luo Feng looked bewildered. He had merely demonstrated moonwalk, a technique nearly every Marine high-ranking officer knew. Why did they all look as if they'd never seen the world? Wait a moment. Vice Admiral Manga regained his composure, stepped forward and grabbed Luo Feng's arm. With an agitated expression, he said, I recall I only demonstrated shave, not moonwalk, correct? That's right. At that moment, the other Marines, including his disciples, all realized it. They had witnessed everything. Vice Admiral Manga had only shown shave. As for moonwalk, he hadn't demonstrated it at all. Yet Luo Feng had already mastered moonwalk. What was this? It defied all logic. Vice Admiral Manga stared at Luo Feng, sneering inwardly. You have no excuse now. Indeed, you were lying earlier. How could a mere youth from an ordinary East Blue village comprehend shave with just a single glance? The more Manga thought, the more confident he became. He believed Luo Feng had deceived him, or perhaps collaborated with Garp to stage this act. He didn't know their purpose, but now he understood Luo Feng was no genius. His shave and moonwalk must have been learned long ago. Well, mastering shave and moonwalk at this age is still talented. I recall at his age I hadn't even mastered one. Manga mused to himself. Luo Feng felt confused. Looking at Manga, he said, it's just moonwalk similar to shave. Basically, anyone who masters shave can immediately grasp moonwalk. Moreover, he freed himself from Manga's grip. Stretching his body, he suddenly leaped up. Then in midair, he forcibly executed shave. Bang! A sharp crack rang out. His body teleported in midair, appearing over 10 meters away. So fast, the Marine soldiers were awestruck. A person executing shave in midair. This was nothing short of miraculous. Swish! The moment Luo Feng landed, he didn't stop. Instead, he swiftly kicked toward an empty space. Rankyaku. Swish! A visible blue blade shot out instantly, cleaving a tree trunk as thick as a man's embrace in two. Crash, bang, as the tree thundered to the ground. Utter silence fell over the scene. Luo Feng panted heavily, his legs trembling. Indeed, this body is still too frail. He smiled wryly. With a physique only slightly above average, he had forced his terrifying talent and insight to enhance his understanding of the six powers, executing these techniques with minimal effort and cost. In his view, instantly comprehending these four forms in such a short time was not difficult. The challenge was fully executing these four techniques with his frail body without collapsing. Yet these were not matters for outsiders. And he believed that even if he told them, no one would believe him. Indeed, at that moment, all Marines, including Vice Admiral Manga, looked at Luo Feng as if he were a humanoid sea king. How is this possible? Vice Admiral Manga roared inwardly. Shave moonwalk, Rankyaku, and even shave blade. How could he know shave blade? That's a top-tier technique combining shave and moonwalk. Even I, after over a decade of relentless training, barely managed to master it. Yet how old is this kid? At his age, mastering shave alone is a sign of talent, and mastering two of shave moonwalk and Rankyaku marks a prodigy. Mastering all three is a genius. And further grasping the advanced shave blade is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Hiss. Exhale. Vice Admiral Manga took a deep breath, steadying his agitated emotions. Then he turned his head and cast a slightly reproachful gaze at Vice Admiral Garp. Garpson, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Garp. What's going on? Why did Mamanga's stare make him feel so uneasy? Clatter, clatter. Vice Admiral Manga approached Garp. He slapped Garp's shoulder heavily. Garpson, is this the disciple you've been secretly training? Huh. Disciple? Impossible. I didn't even know this kid before, Garp said. However, he was quite astonished by Luo Feng's performance. Though he didn't know how Luo Feng had mastered the six powers, he speculated that someone must have secretly taught the boy. Then, relying on his astonishing talent, he had mastered the six powers. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. How could a boy from a small village in the East Blue, so young, have learned so many extraordinary skills? Stop pretending. This young man is definitely your disciple, right? And his six powers, those moves must have been taught by you, Garpson, Vice Admiral Manga said with a smile. Then he sized up Luo Feng with an admiring gaze. Garp. Luo Feng was somewhat surprised, looking Garp up and down. Indeed, he looked remarkably similar to his original counterpart. Since Garp in his normal state seemed unimpressive, Luo Feng had previously mistaken him for just a passing middle-aged man. Young man, can you reveal who your master is? At that moment, Garp and Vice Admiral Manga approached together and asked. Master. Luo Feng looked utterly puzzled. Of course, the one who taught you the six powers. I can see you handle the six powers so skillfully, it must be the result of constant practice. Vice Admiral Manga and Garp took turns, sparing no praise. Both were veterans of the Marines. They were eager for promising new Marine recruits. Naturally, they hoped to recruit Luo Feng, a highly talented young man, into the Marines. At that moment, Vice Admiral Manga glanced at Garp, sneering inwardly. Vice Admiral Garp, do you think I don't know your little scheme? Aren't you trying to build up your secretly trained disciple as a genius, paving the way for him to become an admiral in the future? However, he was also pleased with this. The Marines hadn't seen such talented fresh blood in a long time, and the three admirals were growing older by the day. One day the Marines would face the embarrassing situation of lacking worthy successors. Luo Feng's existence would undoubtedly alleviate this dilemma significantly. Faced with Momonga's strange look, Garp was utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? This Momonga is off. Very off. Wait. Could this old geezer have some peculiar hobby? Thinking this, Garp shuddered. But soon his attention shifted back to Luo Feng. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and praise. This was a fine seedling. At such a young age, he had already awakened Conqueror's Haki and could control it freely. Moreover, he had mastered Sorujepo and Rankyaku among the 6 powers, and even the advanced technique Suruken. Even in his youth, Garp had spent considerable effort to master that move. That meant Luo Feng's talent surpassed his own. Thinking this, the more Garp looked at Luo Feng, the more he liked him. He must be recruited into the Marines. With careful training, he will surely become an admiral. No, perhaps admiral isn't his limit. Garp's eyes gleamed as if he had found a treasure. But at that moment, Luo Feng finally came to his senses. What the hell, a master? How could he suddenly have a master out of nowhere? Manga noticed something amiss from Luo Feng's expression. Wait, isn't your master Vice Admiral Garp? Manga said, glancing at Garp beside him. However, Garp was nonchalantly picking his nose. Impossible, I've never taken on such a student. Huh. Both suddenly screamed in unison. So that means no one taught you the 6 powers, eh? Mamanga's eyes bulged completely, losing his composure. You figured it out on your own. Garp's jaw dropped to the ground, his eyes popping out, mucus dripping as he yelled without any dignity. Now it was Luo Feng's turn to pick his nose. It's just the 6 powers, oh why would I need a separate master to teach me? That would be too troublesome. Everyone, they really wanted to hit him. Was there no justice? Was there no law? Someone here was cheating. What are the Navy's 6 powers? Are they impressive? I don't think they're as powerful as my rubber bullets. At that moment, a very untimely voice came from behind the group. Luffy was also picking his nose without any dignity, clearly unaware of what was happening. So, soon he received a loving education from Garp. Bang, bang, bang. Garp, pained and frustrated, said, look at him, and then look at yourself. No, once we're back, I don't need anyone else to teach you. I'll do it myself. I might as well throw you into the new world. Nearby, Luo Feng watched Garp beat up Luffy. Suddenly he thought, he noticed that Luffy had eaten the Goma Goma no Mi. Well, it seems the Goma Goma no Mi, or rather the Nika fruit, indeed has its own will. Even though the timeline has shifted because of me, the Goma Goma no Mi still found its way to Luffy on its own. Luo Feng gained some insight. His understanding of devil fruits deepened. The most advanced research on devil fruits in this world is done by Vegapunk. If I get the chance in the future, I must visit his lab and discuss the future technology of this world with him. Even with my incredible comprehension, it might not be impossible to uncover the essence and principles of devil fruits. At that moment, Luo Feng noticed another detail. Luffy the Rubber Man was being hit by Garp with ordinary fists until lumps formed all over his head. This was abnormal. The Goma Gomu no Mi, though not Logia, was a paramecia. In theory, no blunt attack could truly harm him. Only sharp weapons could. Yet Garp could make Luffy's head swell without using any haki. It must be armament haki. And Garp's mastery of armament haki must be extraordinary, unconsciously radiating it even when not actively using it. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He discovered a blind spot in this detail that no one else noticed. You observe Garp beating Straw Hat Luffy, gaining insights, and successfully awaken armament haki. Due to your comprehension of the essence of haki, you gain epiphanies and understand the secrets of Ryuo. The 3 types of haki are inherently similar. As the saying goes, mastering one leads to mastery of all. Luo Feng had already begun to comprehend armament haki through his understanding of Conqueror's haki. He merely lacked a catalyst. Now, witnessing Garp, a supreme wielder of armament haki, demonstrate it right before his eyes, it was as if a live lesson unfolded. Thus he achieved enlightenment as naturally as water flows. He finally broke through that thin barrier that should have been shattered long ago. So this is how armament haki is used. I should have thought of it sooner. Luo Feng felt an indescribable elation, a joy beyond words. As for Ryuo, it's merely an advanced application of armament haki, yet I've already grasped the technique of divine avoidance, which is far more intricate to control. Naturally, comprehending Ryuo was a logical progression for Luo Feng. It posed no difficulty at all. The key issue remains how to enhance armament haki. My newly awakened armament haki is still extremely weak. Luo Feng soon fell into deep contemplation. A wealth of inspiration lingered in his mind. He felt as if he was on the verge of grasping something crucial. He refused to let this golden opportunity slip away. In this world, armament haki can be honed unlike Conqueror's haki. For people in this world, Conqueror's haki only grows with an increase in overall strength. But armament haki can be forcibly elevated through training or battles with formidable opponents. A seed seemed to have been planted in Luo Feng's heart during his enlightenment of Conqueror's Haki. Now nourished by a downpour of inspiration, it began to take root and sprout. It burst through the soil. Combining your experience and understanding of Haki, you experience successive epiphanies and create the Armament Refining Method. Armament Refining Method enhances the purity and upper limit of Armament Haki through numerous minuscule collisions within one's own Armament Haki. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. At the moment of enlightenment, Luo Feng's eyes blazed with sharp light, elevating his understanding of Haki to another level. At that moment, he felt a surge of hot blood within his chest, yearning to roar aloud and share his insights and understanding with everyone in the world. It was like a master chef who had just created a delicacy, eager for others to taste it, or a scholar who had solved a difficult problem, desperate to convey his reasoning to others. Thus instinctively he sought to release this surging passion. A hum resonated, a powerful wave of energy. Acting on pure instinct, Luo Feng released his newly awakened Armament Haki, coating his right arm. In an instant, his entire arm seemed covered in a layer of black, glistening oil. It appeared as if forged from black iron, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Luo Feng gazed at his right arm with joy, flexing his fingers as the Armament Haki adhered flawlessly to every inch of his skin, moving in perfect synchrony. It was both protection and offense. So this is Armament Haki. This is what it feels like to be shielded by it. Luo Feng murmured to himself. "Oh, forgive me, Mr. Garp. I merely caught a glimpse of the Armament Haki you exuded and had an epiphany, accidentally awakening my own. I hope this isn't considered stealing your technique." This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Several ordinary Marine soldiers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Vice Admiral Manga was petrified on the spot. Even Garp, who had been reprimanding his grandson, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing this. What in the world? He comprehended Armament Haki just by watching someone else use it. Is this even human? Several Marine soldiers were moved to tears on the spot. Look at him. He grasped Armament Haki just by paying a little attention. And here we are following Vice Admiral Garp day in and day out, watching him use Haki and all sorts of techniques, yet we've comprehended nothing. Such envy. That kind of talent. Could he spare me just a fraction, even a tenth part? I've got it. Got what? I've realized that this world is not a stage for ordinary mortals like us, but for true geniuses. Manga swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yet the astonishment in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He had comprehended Armament Haki just by watching Garp scold his grandson. Although Manga himself realized that even in his normal state Garp's fists carried a hint of Haki. But he had comprehended nothing. Yet Luo Feng had discerned something from it. What kind of monstrous insight was this? Did the three admirals possess such talent? No, absolutely not. The so-called three admirals in their youth learned Haki step by step, bit by bit. Even after awakening Armament Haki, they couldn't wield it proficiently and required a period of training to master it fully. But Luo Feng, he had just awakened, yet he could control Haki with such ease as if it were an extension of his will. His relaxed demeanor suggested he had mastered it long ago. If someone claimed he had been proficient for 5 or 6 years, Manga would have believed it. I never believed that such geniuses truly existed in this world. But to suggest that Luo Feng had already mastered Haki long ago would be even more absurd. Because at his age, the only way he could control Haki so freely is if he had awakened Armament Haki when he was just learning to walk. That's even more impossible. It's pure fantasy. Even more outrageous. Sigh. This means this young man truly possesses such astonishing insight, able to grasp the essence of a technique and master it the instant he sees it. At this thought, Manga felt a profound sense of awe. It was neither envy nor jealousy. Rather, it was a feeling of looking up at an insurmountable peak. It was the reverence and admiration of a mortal before a mountain with no thought of reaching its summit or surpassing it. Nearby, Garp stared at Luo Feng as if he were a sea king in human form. He was a man of vast experience, having seen legends like Rock's Roger Shiki and Whitebeard in his youth. He admitted they were all extraordinary figures, all geniuses. But that was only because he had yet to encounter Luo Feng. Only by seeing Luo Feng and only by witnessing his terrifying, mind-numbing talent could he believe. What was Roger? What was Whitebeard? They were but mortals. There is only one person in this world who deserves to be called a genius. That person is Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng was oblivious to the changes in others' gazes, his focus entirely fixed on his right arm. In his mind, only the self-created Armament Haki training method he had just devised occupied his thoughts. In this world, there is only one universal and fastest path to strengthen Armament Haki. That is to clash head-in with those whose Haki surpasses your own. Only thus can one elevate and transcend one's own Haki. I, however, have used this principle to create my own method. By tempering and condensing one's own Haki, this approach is far more sophisticated than that crude method of collision. In truth, Luo Feng was being modest. His method was not merely somewhat superior, it was leagues and heavens above the original technique. One was akin to the brutish training of primitive savages, while the other resembled a crystalline achievement honed by countless generations of sages. In terms of efficiency and every other aspect, it far surpassed the collision method. With a mere thought from Luo Feng, the armament hockey in his hand moved as if it were an extension of his own body, perfectly controlled. Upon its surface emerged countless minuscule ripples invisible to the naked eye. A faint, imperceptible hum echoed through the surroundings, a sound beyond human hearing. Luo Feng's armament hockey was visibly purified and refined. Elevated. In mere breaths, his armament hockey had more than doubled in strength, and its purity had increased by several tenths. If measured by the progress of strengthening through clashes with powerful foes, reaching this level would require over 10 life-or-death battles. In terms of time, it would demand relentless training day and night for over 3 months. Yet with his self-created method, Luo Feng achieved it in less than 3 breaths. 3 breaths to advance 3 months' worth of progress. Spoken aloud, no one would believe it. Sigh. But my hockey needs time to recover, so I can only train once a day. Luo Feng exhaled, a turbid breath, weariness flickering in his eyes. Within a single day, he had comprehended 3 of the 6 styles, and their advanced form, the razor. He had personally experimented and consolidated them, then awakened armament hockey Raiwo, and even devised his own method for refining and purifying armament hockey. Anyone else would have collapsed from exhaustion. But Luo Feng, with his astonishing insight, used every ounce of energy and stamina precisely where it was needed, conserving his strength to the utmost. At this point, Garp had come to his senses. Grasping Luo Feng's shoulders as if holding a treasure, he stared intently and declared, "Join the Marines, young man. I can personally be your teacher. No, that might sound arrogant, but until you grow strong, I believe I can offer you some guidance." Vice Admiral Manga stepped in, adding fuel to the fire. "If you agree to join the Marines, I swear on my honor to recommend you directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for the rank of captain." His eyes were earnest and fervent, clearly a decision made with great resolve. The surrounding Marines were astounded, having never seen Vice Admirals Garp and Manga so fervently pursue a single individual. What, directly a captain? That's just a step away from Vice Admiral. This is too outrageous. Such a high rank makes it seem like they're expecting him to be Admiral level. And Garpson said he'd offer some guidance. How modest. With his credentials, he could easily be a master to a Vice Admiral. Faced with the sincere invitations of these 2 seasoned Marines, Luo Feng hesitated. "If I become a Marine, can I control my own time and go wherever I please?" This was his wish, to be an adventurer, to witness the world's diverse cultures and landscapes. He had no desire to be confined to one place, wasting a lifetime. Having arrived in this world, how could he squander such a precious opportunity? Well, that's a bit tricky. The 2 exchanged hesitant glances. Finally, Garp said, "If you ever gain credentials like mine, you might be able to go anywhere. But until then, you'll need to capture enough pirates." Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. "I'd rather be a free man than a Marine. I must decline." Nearby, Luffy seemed moved by Luo Feng's spirit. He jumped up, his swollen pig-like face radiating earnestness. "I want to be a free adventurer too. I want to be a pirate. I'm going to be the Pirate King." "Manga, Garp." Garp slapped his own face in exasperation. "Apologies, I may lose my composure. Please bear with me." He then unleashed his fist of love education, a spectacle that was truly breathtaking. "Impressive. Those fists don't seem to use any hockey, yet they possess haki-like power," Luo Feng commented. "You don't understand. Vice Admiral Garp's armament hockey is incredibly strong. Even in his normal state, it unconsciously emanates in traces. In other words, his fists are always wrapped in a bit of hockey." Vice Admiral Manga added, then turned to Luo Feng. "This is Garp's unique skill. No one else can replicate it." But Luo Feng did not reply. His eyes, clear and bright, were fixed intently on Garp's fists. In his mind, he recalled certain world settings. In the world of One Piece, there's a concept called black blades. An ordinary sword, after being nurtured with armament hockey over a long period, can be seasoned, turned into a black blade. Garp's fists, constantly imbued with hockey, likely follow a similar principle. This also reminds me of another person, Big Mom. Her body is called an iron balloon. In her normal state, without any hockey, she can withstand attacks from blades and clubs, and even the sharpest weapons can't pierce her skin. Even ordinary armament hockey attacks don't cause her pain. But after seeing the photograph of Mother Carmel smashed, she lost her mind, and the iron balloon constitution vanished. She even scraped her knee just kneeling on the ground. Luo Feng pondered the connection between these phenomena. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. You observed Garp's fist of love lesson till Luffy gained insights and combined them with past reflections. In a moment of epiphany, you comprehended the ability hockey armor. Armament hockey armor. Luo Feng's heart jolted violently. He clenched his fists in excitement. There was no reason for him not to be thrilled. After all, this ability was something that only beings of the caliber of Garp and Big Mom could master. It was just as rare a technique as Roger and Shank's Divine Departure, and in some ways it was even more versatile than Divine Departure. Armament Haki armor was a method he had hastily devised based on Garp's Iron Fist and Big Mom's Steel Balloon, combining the strengths of both. It allowed him to maintain a layer of invisible armament Haki on the surface of his body 247 under normal conditions. And, most importantly, it wasn't just armament Haki. It also contained a trace of Conqueror's Haki. Yes, that's right, Conqueror's Haki. Luo Feng's understanding of Haki had reached its peak. Among the living in this world, if he claimed second, no one dared to claim first. Using Conqueror's Haki as armor, such a feat was likely unparalleled throughout history, unprecedented. The most exquisite aspect of this armament Haki armor is that it not only boasts defensive capabilities far surpassing Steel Balloon, but it can also counterattack. At that moment, Luo Feng's eyes blazed with a sharp light, unable to conceal his excitement. As soon as someone attacks me, the Conqueror's Haki imbued within the armament Haki armor will be instantly activated, and black lightning will strike the attacker in that very moment. That's equivalent to being hit head-on by a Conqueror's Haki-infused attack. The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, marveling at the ingenuity of this technique. But it still needs to be tested in actual combat. With this thought, Luo Feng looked at the several Marines before him, his gaze sweeping over each of them. Finally, he chose one. Vice Admiral Manga, may I ask if you could assist me in testing the results of my Haki training? Luo Feng said with neither humility nor arrogance, making a very polite gesture of invitation. These words left the Marines somewhat stunned. What's going on? Is he actually challenging Vice Admiral Manga to a duel? A Marine soldier murmured. This kid is getting a bit carried away, isn't he? Does he think that just because he's awakened some Haki and learned the 6 powers he can take on a Vice Admiral? Another soldier expressed displeasure. What exactly was a Marine Vice Admiral? They were the strongest combatants below the Admirals. They could also be called the backbone of the Marines. And Vice Admiral Manga was a seasoned veteran. Both in strength and experience, he ranked among the elite of the Marines. How could a mere brat be worthy of challenging him? Unexpectedly. All right, Manga agreed without hesitation. Vice Admiral Manga, how could you? Isn't it inappropriate for a Vice Admiral to spar with an unknown youngster? Let me handle it instead, Vice Admiral. Several Marine soldiers were taken aback, never expecting Manga to agree to such an unreasonable request. What a passionate young man. Already looking to challenge Vice Admiral-level combat power. Garp, watching from the side, burst into laughter. He didn't see Luo Feng's invitation as a provocation. Instead, he found the young man quite impressive. Daring to challenge those stronger than oneself. That in itself was a mark of a true warrior. Watch closely, Luffy. Challenging the strong is the only path to becoming the strongest. Garp took the opportunity to impart wisdom to his grandson. Luffy watched with serious attention, eager to see just how strong this peer of his really was. Soon Luo Feng and Manga arrived at an open field outside the village. Young man, you've already mastered Conqueror's Haki armament Haki and the 6 powers. Then I'll have to get serious and fight using Haki. Don't say I'm bullying a junior. Vice Admiral Manga stated. Luo Feng nodded in response. I won't use Conqueror's Haki either. You can use that, it's your natural talent and one of your strengths. Vice Admiral Manga said. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a group of Marines gathered to watch. Hearing their exchange, the soldiers were astonished. Conqueror's Haki armament Haki and even the 6 powers. This kid has already mastered so many abilities. That's right. We underestimated him earlier. Just mastering Haki alone puts him far above us. Exactly. His strength is more than enough to take on all of us. As they spoke, the soldiers secretly wiped cold sweat from their brows. Earlier, they had been arrogantly claiming they could fight Luo Feng. Those remarks now seemed utterly absurd. No matter how young Luo Feng was, just his mastery of Haki alone was enough to crush them all. Even using just one type of Haki, Conqueror's or armament, would be sufficient. Under a large tree, Garp sat with Luffy beside him. Watch closely, Luffy. Open your eyes wide. Garp's face turned serious. This young man, though your age, I can tell you this, he is without a doubt the strongest in the world among his generation. No exceptions. Even you in your entire life will find it hard to surpass him. Luffy nodded earnestly from the side. Garp continued, but you can learn a lot from him. This is a rare opportunity. Watch how he faces his opponent, and his Haki mastery is also remarkable. If you can grasp even a fraction of it, it will greatly benefit your future. At that moment, in the center of the field, Luo Feng's eyes sharpened. In making my move, to be honest, this was the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving in this world. He had encountered bandits and sea kings before. But with just a glare of his Conqueror's Haki, he could make them wet themselves in fear. Yet this opponent was different. A Marine Vice Admiral, and a renowned one at that, Vice Admiral Manga. He was known for resisting the petrifying beauty of the Empress Boa Hancock by piercing his own palm with a knife to stay conscious. That alone earned Luo Feng's respect for him. Clang. The blade sang, iron gleamed cold. Manga drew his sword and assumed a stance. Whoosh. Suddenly Luo Feng vanished from his spot. He appeared instantly before Vice Admiral Manga. Zoro. Luo Feng let out a low shout as his right fist shot forward. It aimed straight for Momonga's face. His fist was coated in haki accompanied by black lightning. At that moment Momonga's pupils constricted. Garp also noticed this detail instantly. Conqueror's haki infusion. Conqueror's haki infusion. Indeed, it was Conqueror's coating. With Luo Feng's understanding and control of haki, he could even infuse Conqueror's haki into his armament haki armor for defense. He had even mastered the divine evasion technique. A mere Conqueror's coating was naturally no challenge for him. However, others did not see it that way. Ordinary marine soldiers did not recognize this technique, but Momosaji and Garp knew its worth. They instantly identified it as the supreme application of Conqueror's haki, wrapping it around one's fist to fight, just like armament haki. However, its destructive power far surpassed that of ordinary armament haki. To master this technique, one must first awaken Conqueror's haki, then possess formidable strength and insight. Generally, only those at the Admiral or Yonko level could achieve it. Thus, only the world's top powerhouses were qualified to use it. Luo Feng's fist crashed down. Though slightly distracted, Momosaji instinctively coated his blade with armament haki and raised it to block. Yet his heart was filled with shock. Garp was equally astonished. He did not know the extent of Luo Feng's mastery over Conqueror's haki. His understanding was still limited to Luo Feng merely awakening Conqueror's haki and using it for simple intimidation. Moreover, who could have imagined such a supreme technique as Conqueror's coating? A skill only the Yonko could wield with ease, yet mastered by an obscure youth from a remote village in the East Blue. If this were told, no one would believe it. Bang! The next instant, a terrifying wave of energy collision erupted. A dazzling light burst from Luo Feng's fist like a comet rising from the ground, soaring into the sky. So blinding. I can't see a thing. So powerful. Can a youth really unleash such energy? The surrounding Marines felt as if a gale were blowing their clothes, flapping loudly. One by one they shielded their eyes with their hands, yet couldn't resist peeking through their fingers to witness the battle. Suddenly a soldier's eyes widened. He cried out in disbelief. It didn't touch. What he referred to Momosaji saw, and Garp saw as well. Luo Feng's fist was separated from Momosaji's blade by a gap. The space between seemed a vacuum. That's only natural. This is Conqueror's coating. Garp roared, for the clash was too loud for ordinary speech to be heard. No. Momosaji initially thought the same, but soon sensed something amiss. As the closest to Luo Feng and bearing the brunt of his attack, he had the most authority to speak. This is Ryuo. Momosaji's voice trembled with a hint of shock. Not fear, but awe. Ryuo. Impossible. Garp was stunned. He stared intently at Luo Feng's fist. Suddenly his body jolted. Ryuo. It truly is Ryuo. Conqueror's coating plus Ryuo. This was the terrifying strike used by Admirals and Yonko in full combat. Any opponent before it was like clay or a dog, utterly fragile and helpless. This was why Admirals and Yonko exuded a dominant, overwhelming pressure. Invincibility. The combination of these two techniques was the symbol of invincibility. Yet, at this very moment both techniques appeared simultaneously in such a young youth. How could this be? How did he achieve it? Was such talent even human? Garp felt at a loss for words, losing control of his expression. As expected of a vice admiral. Truly formidable. At that moment Luo Feng felt a pressure. The pressure of absolute power. Despite employing the advanced techniques of Conqueror's coating and Ryuo in the face of absolute strength, any flashy skill was futile. After all, his physical condition was still inferior to Luffy's when he first set sail. The gap between his physical techniques and Momosaji's was astronomical. He was entirely reliant on his formidable haki and his pinnacle understanding of it to bridge the gap. Truly astonishing. At your age, possessing such talent is unprecedented. Sweat beaded on Vice Admiral Momosaji's forehead. His gaze toward Luo Feng now held a trace of fear. However, it's a pity. You're still a bit lacking. In the end, you are too young. There remains a gap in years of accumulated experience between you and true masters. But don't worry. With more training, you will surpass me one day. Yet that day is not today. Momosaji had his own pride. As a vice admiral, he could not tolerate defeat by a youth. Moreover, he wished to teach this young prodigy a lesson. Let him taste the bitterness of defeat, lest future mishaps occur. It seems the vice admiral still holds the upper hand. Yes, exactly. I was scared thinking the vice admiral might lose. A youth is youth. How could he possibly defeat a vice admiral? In the distance, the watching Marines breathed a collective sigh of relief. They relaxed, anticipating the defeat of the prodigy Luo Feng. Though they couldn't beat him, they were happy to see him lose. It would also temper his arrogance. Wait, look. Why is the sky splitting? Just then a Marine noticed something unusual. The dark oppressive clouds above seemed cleaved by a sword. A rift appeared. The rolling sea of clouds formed an inverted abyss. At that moment Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. He gazed at Vice Admiral Momosaji and spoke slowly. Defeat. I think it's still too early for that. In that instant a crimson glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Vice Admiral Momosaji's blade began to splinter with cracks. This? How is this possible? Momosaji exclaimed in disbelief. His sword was protected by haki, unless Luo Feng's haki far surpassed his own. But that was utterly impossible. Bang! The next moment the blade shattered. A black fist halted abruptly before his face. Boom! A gale slammed into Vice Admiral Momosaji's face, distorting his features. Phew! Luo Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. He withdrew his fist and flexed his wrist. I concede. Silence. A deathly silence. All eyes were frozen on the two figures as if they had turned into stone statues. Only one person, Garp, had sweat trickling down his face. His mouth slightly agape, he stared incredulously at the sky, at the split clouds. No way. Such a spectacle only occurs from the clash of Conqueror's haki. But Momosaji doesn't possess Conqueror's haki, meaning only one side has it. How did Luo Feng achieve this? At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. On the grass lay scattered fragments of a broken blade. In the hands of Vice Admiral Momosaji, only a hilt remained. His face was now a mottled shade of purple and blue, stiff with disbelief. He had lost, defeated by a man from the East Blue, a youth from a remote village. What made him feel the most shame and utter humiliation was that in the final moment Luo Feng had not struck him. Instead, he had halted his fist right before his face. What remarkable magnanimity. A mere youth, yet wise enough to spare his dignity. This made Momosaji concede his defeat to Luo Feng from the depths of his heart. He was convinced both in words and in spirit. With a thud, Vice Admiral Momosaji's body slumped weakly to its knees, as if his very soul had been drained away. The surrounding marine soldiers at this moment finally snapped out of their stupor. One by one they swallowed hard with difficulty. Yet their throats were parched. He actually lost. Vice Admiral Momosaji defeated by a youth. This can't be. Have my eyes gone blind? So strong. He actually broke Momosaji-sama's blade. This youth, is he even human? Could he be a sea king in disguise? How ridiculous. I actually dared to think of fighting such a monster. Such arrogance and ignorance. Until just moments ago, these men had believed Momosaji's victory was certain. They never imagined that Luo Feng, an unknown figure, could be so powerful. It was only natural. Who could have guessed that a youth from a village in the East Blue could awaken Conqueror's haki armament haki and master the six powers? Damn it. Under a distant tree, Luffy, drenched in cold sweat, cried out in shock. Though he understood little, the battle he had just witnessed was thrilling even for those who couldn't grasp its intricacies. Just now Luo Feng's fist didn't even touch the blade. It scared me to death. I thought he had lost his mind and was willingly cutting off his own hand. Beside him, Garp's throat went dry as he forced a bitter smile. He had lost all desire to educate Luffy. In truth, even he now felt a sense of awe when facing Luo Feng. It was because this youth defied all logic. That he could defeat Momosaji was no surprise to Garp. What he truly wanted to know was how Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki differed from that of others. This kid's Conqueror's haki is absolutely different. It's a realm I've never seen before, one that even Roger never attained. Garp's gaze was fixed intently on Luo Feng. Phew. I only meant to give it a try, but I never thought it would actually work. At that moment, Luo Feng let out a long breath. He wiped the sweat from his temples. Just moments ago, he too had thought he couldn't win. His opponent was a veteran vice admiral, and the gap in their absolute strength was far too vast. It was like a baby fighting a giant weighing hundreds of pounds. Victory seemed utterly impossible, but it seems my method really did work. What's with this sky? It split open. It must be related to what I just did. Luo Feng now noticed the change in the clouds above. The sky was torn apart. This was a phenomenon normally born only from the clash of Conqueror's haki. But Vice Admiral Momosaji couldn't possibly possess Conqueror's haki. In theory, this couldn't happen when only one person was using Conqueror's haki. The truth was, before this, when Luo Feng's fist shattered Vice Admiral Momosaji's sword. At that time, with his level of haki purity and limits, Luo Feng couldn't have broken through Momosaji's haki. Yet relying on his astonishing insight and supreme understanding of haki, he forcibly wrapped a portion of his Conqueror's haki around Momosaji's blade, using his own haki to combat his own haki. The collision of Conqueror's haki against Conqueror's haki instantly generated terrifying energy that shattered Momosaji's haki and at the same time shattered his blade. I just want to know, how exactly did you do it? At this moment, Momosaji had risen from the ground. He addressed Luo Feng with the deference of a junior seeking wisdom from a senior. Garp also hurried over. Drawing close, he asked Luo Feng how he had managed it. What exactly did you just do, eh? Their eyes blazed with curiosity. Desperate for an answer, Luo Feng had no choice but to briefly recount what he had done. Momosaji was speechless. Garp was speechless. The two exchanged bewildered glances, looking at each other in confusion. Holy shit. Holy shit. They both cursed simultaneously. Was this a move a human could even conceive of? Was such an operation even possible? It was simply divine. Vice Admiral Momosaji's eyes widened as he gazed at Luo Feng as if venerating a deity. Garp, on the other hand, looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He desperately wanted to ask if armament haki could be used in a similar manner. If so, in future battles, he could simply wrap armament haki around his opponent and detonate it. Wouldn't that make him invincible? However, Garp thought again and realized that this was essentially Ryu. His face fell entirely. Ahem. Sorry about breaking your sword. Luo Foam glanced at the shattered blade on the ground and coughed dryly. This was Vice Admiral Momosagi's sword. It certainly wasn't a cheap item. Moreover, if Momosagi had been tempering it with armament haki for years, then his transgression would be grave. It's nothing, just a piece of ordinary iron. Seeing your stunning strike today has already brought me great satisfaction. Vice Admiral Momosagi waved his hand repeatedly. In the New World, this was the territory of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard. The Moby Dick, an ancient wooden sailing ship shaped like a laughing whale. On the deck, tap tap tap, red-haired walked from the stern, dragging a bottle of sake. Along the way, gazes of disdain, surprise, solemnity, indifference, and hostility were cast upon him from both sides. Yet red-haired ignored everything, his eyes fixed solely on the imposing figure seated at the bow. The Four Emperors, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Kurorora. Red-haired, when I saw you back, then you were still a little squirt. I was fighting Roger, and you were a cabin boy on his ship. Who would have thought that now you've risen to such heights? It's truly surprising. Kurorora. At this moment, Whitebeard, still without an drip, was gulping down sake as he watched red-haired approach, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. Beside him, the 1st Division Commander, Phoenix, Marco drawled lazily. Hey, red-haired, with your strength, you should already be counted among the Four Emperors. You're not after the old man's head. Are you trying to take his place? I came here today to talk to you about a certain person. Red-haired ignored Marco, fixing his gaze on Whitebeard. A youth from the East Blue. Oh, the East Blue. Whitebeard raised his gourd of sake, taking a hearty gulp before letting out a satisfied belch. Isn't that the weakest sea? Even if it did produce Roger, that has already drained all of the East Blue's fortune. It's impossible for any more talents to emerge. Shanks glanced around. Regarding this person, I wish to speak with you alone. His meaning was clear. He did not want the rest of the Whitebeard pirates to know. Very well, since it's you. Whitebeard snorted in mild displeasure, yet he understood that Shanks had his reasons. Pops, will there be any trouble? Marco asked, casting a questioning look at Whitebeard. Kurorora, do you think your old man would be killed by a mere brat? Don't forget I am Whitebeard. A sharp glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. These words were both for Marco and a silent warning to Shanks. He, Whitebeard, feared no one. Soon only the two remained on the ship. Shanks spoke slowly. I believe this young man may very well be the hope of the new era. At these words, a solemn expression crossed Whitebeard's face. As Shanks recounted the tale, Whitebeard's expression shifted several times. Wait, what did you say? Finally, Whitebeard could no longer listen. A mere youth has mastered divine avoidance. He felt as if he were being mocked. Divine avoidance, was that not Roger's technique? He had witnessed it himself and experienced its terror firsthand. It could be said that even the current emperors were mere children before that technique, and now a youth had mastered it. Was that possible? Yet as he looked at the earnest expression on Shanks' face, Whitebeard's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It can't be. That brat Shanks wouldn't play such a joke, especially coming all the way to my ship just to mock an old man like me. Only Buggy would do something like that, never Shanks. Only then did Whitebeard truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Why would Shanks come alone to the ship of another emperor? Why would he, a future emperor himself, discuss a youth from the distant East Blue with another emperor? Because this youth was extraordinary. Just from a trace of your unleashed haki, he awakened Conqueror's haki. That alone is not unusual. Whitebeard mused after hearing Shanks' account. But to control it perfectly at the very moment of awakening without harming those around him. I couldn't do that myself. When I awakened my Conqueror's haki, it took me a long time to achieve such control. By now, Whitebeard had shed his nonchalance, setting down his sake gourd and sitting upright. But are you certain that the youth truly used divine avoidance? He stared intently into Shanks' eyes, seeking confirmation. Divine avoidance, a fitting name. Even gods must evade it. Its power was terrifying and immense. Roger had painstakingly developed it, investing vast time and effort. Moreover, mastering this technique required a profound understanding and mastery of haki. Even the other emperors like Big Mom or Kaido could not learn it. Yet a youth who had just awakened his haki had comprehended it on his own. If this were true, what terrifying talent and insight he must possess. Just the thought sent a chill down Whitebeard's spine. I am 100% certain that the technique in that youth's hands was divine avoidance. Shanks locked eyes with Whitebeard, speaking each word deliberately. Silence fell. On the deck of the Moby Dick, only the sound of the sea breeze remained. Whitebeard's face was hidden in the shadow of the sunlight, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse and raspy. If that's the case, then this youth's talent surpasses even ours. His future will surely exceed mine and Roger's, making him a legend of a new generation. He paused. He truly is, as you said, the hope of the new era. What is this youth's name? I cannot say. Shanks refused to reveal any more information about Luo Feng. Everything about this youth must be kept secret. Not a word to even your closest companions. Otherwise, if someone with ill intent discovers him and snuffs out his potential, it would be a tremendous loss. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Kurora. In that case, I look forward to the day he arrives in the new world. East Blue Windmill Village. Dawn sunlight bathed the land. Early rising villagers began their day's work. At the dock, the marine battleship had not yet departed. Crew members were cleaning the deck. Oz expected of the Marines up even earlier than us. Look at their physiques. Each one could take on 3 of us. A villager remarked as he observed the scene. By the way, where's Garp? The village chief suddenly asked. Oh, someone saw him drag that brat Luffy off to the training grounds early this morning before even having breakfast. TSK. Probably spurred on by Luo Feng. He wants to give the kid some serious training, huh? Luo Feng got up even earlier and went for a run. Tisk, already a genius, yet still so hardworking. Puts us all to shame. At a training ground, Garp was exercising bare-chested. Beside him, Luffy was mimicking his grandfather, working on his own small physique. Vice Admiral Manga, also spurred by Luo Feng, had joined them at dawn bare-chested and pushing his own limits. In the distance, a figure gradually grew larger. As it drew near, it was revealed to be Luo Feng out for his morning run. As he passed the training ground where Garp and Luffy were, he instinctively slowed down. His gaze swept repeatedly over Garp and Vice Admiral Manga. You have been referencing Garp's body forging techniques, gaining insights and epiphanies, and have independently created the fistbone body forging method. You have observed Vice Admiral Mamanga's training process, gaining insights and epiphanies, and have comprehended one of the 6 powers iron body. You have observed Vice Admiral Mamanga's training process, gaining insights and epiphanies, and have comprehended one of the 6 powers paper art. You have observed Vice Admiral Mamanga's training process, gaining insights and epiphanies, and have comprehended one of the 6 powers finger gun. Luo Feng's heart stirred. He too began his own training. Tekai, he muttered under his breath, yet his feet were already moving. He slammed violently into a massive tree. Boom. In an instant, the tree snapped cleanly in half with a sharp crack. Excellent. In the distance, a marine soldier on guard duty couldn't help but clap. Boom. Luo Feng continued, using Tekai, charging into a boulder. Zoro. Tekai. Speed combined with impact. It equated to devastating destructive force. Bang. A thunderous roar echoed. A boulder the size of a house shattered into a heap of rubble on the spot. Such terrifying power. So formidable, he shattered a boulder that even bullets couldn't break with his bare body. This is a moving block of iron. Did he just master this as well? The gap is immense. I spent over 3 months just practicing Tekai and haven't even grasped the basics, let alone a moving Tekai. His talent and comprehension are astonishing. Every time we see him, he leaves us in awe. The Marine soldiers let out a chorus of admiration. Even though they had witnessed Luo Feng's terrifying talent yesterday, they couldn't help but be amazed again. The commotion Luo Feng stirred soon drew the attention of Garp and the others. They all paused their own training, turning to look with curiosity on their faces. This brat is truly monstrous. What are my students who can't even learn the 6 powers supposed to think? Vice Admiral Mamanga's face stiffened, almost numb from shock. My Tekai, mastered so easily by him. Garp too lost his composure, frozen on the spot. Back in the day, he had racked his brain just to move while using Tekai. Yet Luo Feng, with no one to guide him, relying solely on his own insight, had directly comprehended an advanced application on top of the basic Tekai. It was simply enough to drive one mad with jealousy. Next, Luo Feng practiced Kami and Shurgan. There wasn't much to say about these 2 techniques. One focused on evasion, the other on finger strikes. But since Luo Feng had already mastered armament Haki armor, Tekai and Kami were practically useless to him now. At best, they served as a reference. As for Shurgan, compared to it, he still preferred the long-range attack of Rankyaku. In the distance, Kami and Shurgan. This kid has learned all 6 powers. Vice Admiral Manga suddenly felt a pang of crisis. All his advantages as a Vice Admiral had vanished before Luo Feng. Besides the 6 powers and Haki, what did he have left? Could it be that I, an old veteran, am truly going to be surpassed by a junior today? A deep sense of defeat welled up in Mamanga's heart. Along with a feeling of powerlessness, Luo Feng's talent was simply too terrifying, too astonishing. Garp, standing by, remarked, the 6 powers integrate offense, defense, and mobility into one comprehensive system. Now that Luo Feng has mastered them all, he has become an all-round warrior. At least in the East Blue, no pirate or marine can match him. Manga laughed bitterly. The East Blue. With his strength, he could probably stir up quite a storm even in the Grand Line. Even the so-called Warlords. What are they before this kid? Indeed. Aside from a few powerhouses like Mihawk, none of the Warlords are a match for him. Garp mused thoughtfully. Huff. Luo Feng let out a long, turbid breath. Having finished practicing the 6 powers, his focus shifted to the fist-bone body tempering method. This method was inspired by Garp's training regimen, but was distinct from it. To be blunt, Luo Feng found Garp's training method inefficient. It was also extremely brutal. It caused too much damage to the body, easily leaving hidden injuries. While these might not show in one's youth, they would gradually surface in old age. Luo Feng's movements started slowly, very similar to Tai Chi, a balance of hardness and softness. Once his body was warm, the warm-up was complete. Then his movements became fierce and domineering. He practiced each stance, methodically coordinating them with a special breathing technique, his body temperature rapidly rising. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Feng's heartbeat accelerated. Steadily and powerfully, it pumped blood to every part of his body, expanding capillaries and tempering his internal organs. Huff, huff, huff. Hiss. Luo Feng breathed in a peculiar rhythm, his movements growing faster and more powerful. 1 unit of power. 2 units of power. Luo Feng's Duriki was skyrocketing. Duriki, the unique measurement for physical prowess in the world of One Piece. An ordinary person's physique barely reached 10 Duriki. Members of CP9, however, boasted hundreds or even thousands. To commoners, they were already superhumans. But the speed at which Luo Feng's physique was improving was simply terrifying. In just a few minutes, his physical condition had already doubled, and it was still increasing. This is much faster than my daily runs back in the day, Luo Feng thought to himself. At this rate, it wouldn't take months to surpass the lifelong training achievements of those CP9 agents. While this body of mine has no special lineage or talent, otherwise it would be even faster. With that thought, he glanced at Luffy in the distance. If his physical talent were as strong as Luffy's, he could probably surpass CP9 in just a few days. Time passed swiftly, fleeting like a white horse passing a gap. On the coast, a young man with bronze skin carrying a travel backpack walked toward the sandy beach. His frame was robust and well-proportioned, his muscle lines forming a perfect streamlined shape that hinted at explosive power. Behind him, a group of villagers from Windmill Village watched the young man depart. Luo Feng, if it's too tough, don't go to sea. Stay here. Yes, the young man was the grown-up Luo Feng. Several years had passed since he had transmigrated into this world. He had lain low in Windmill Village, relentlessly honing his physique and haki. Only after confirming that his current strength was sufficient did he gain the confidence to set sail. Everyone, no need to see me off, Luo Feng said, waving his hand. Hey, you're going to sea too? A voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Luo Feng looked over and saw Luffy, also grown up, wearing a straw hat, standing on the other side. He was pushing a small boat clearly stocked with ample provisions. He was also about to set sail. Hey, Luffy, you brat, didn't you promise your grandpa you'd become a marine? And now you still want to go to sea and become a pirate? The village chief, now somewhat aged, followed behind, shouting with a sense of frustration. He brandished his cane as if to give Luffy a beating. And for pirate, a real pirate doesn't have such a naive face. They're like Blackbeard. This guy Luffy is at best an adventurer. Luo Feng mused as he continued walking toward the sea. His gaze swept around, searching for an abandoned boat. For him, now even swimming to the next island was possible. But his clothes and luggage would get wet, which he found very annoying. Hey Luo Feng, come aboard my ship. Luffy approached enthusiastically, a carefree grin spreading across his face. You're really strong, you know. If you become my crewmate, you'll definitely help me become the Pirate King. I refuse. I just want to be an ordinary adventurer. Luo Feng replied. Oh, an adventurer. My ship needs a cook and navigator and an adventurer. Damn it, did you even listen to me, eh? Luo Feng was speechless. Still, since he wanted to travel the world, Luffy's ship was indeed reliable. He would also get to see the familiar faces from the original story. More importantly, there was Namis and Robinson. Ahem. Alright, I'll hitch a ride on your ship to travel the world. But let me make one thing clear, I'm not a pirate, I'm an adventurer. Luo Feng corrected him. And so the two of them on a small boat set off from an island in the East Blue. Luo Feng corrected him. And so the two of them on a small boat set off from an island in the East Blue. Rain. Torrential rain. Luo Feng had never imagined that the vast ocean, so clear under the blazing sun moments ago, would be engulfed by a storm in the blink of an eye. The moment Luffy was touched by the rain, he lost all his strength. With no other choice, Luo Feng caught a sea king, tied the ship to it, and sailed to a nearby island. Whether it was fate or the butterfly effect caused by Luo Feng's transmigration remained uncertain. Thus, Luffy's first encounter upon setting sail was missed entirely. Iron Mace Alvida passed by Luffy's barrel, and the deserter Kobe would remain on her ship for the rest of his life. In any case, after the rain cleared, Luo Feng and Luffy arrived at a small town. Hurry up and see. The pirate hunter is about to be executed. The island's residents rushed toward a certain spot, as if to watch a spectacle. Luo Feng casually grabbed a passerby, asked a few questions, and immediately understood. Come on, let's check it out too. Luo Feng smirked. As luck would have it, they had directly arrived at the island where the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro was held. Meanwhile, inside the marine base, Morgan, who in the original story had sneak attacked Garp and wounded him with an axe, earning the nickname Axe Emperor, was now shackled. Kneeling in the hall, the seat that should have been his as the base commander was occupied by 5 imposing high-ranking Marines. Below, a group of Marine soldiers sat on pins and needles, trembling as they awaited orders. I can't believe a Marine Vice Admiral showed up at this remote East Blue base. Outside the hall, soldiers buzzed with excitement. Yeah, it's so rare. Someone of that caliber would never normally come to a place like this. And there are 5 of them, just like in a Buster Call. Huh, this is going to be interesting. That old bastard Morgan has been lording it over us, treating the base like his own home. Inside the hall, the 5 Vice Admirals were deeply frustrated. We were ordered by the Fleet Admiral to come to the East Blue and pick up Vice Admiral Garp's grandson and also find a boy named Luo Fong. We haven't found a single clue. Exactly. It's a complete waste of time. The villagers said we're too late. Those 2 kids already set sail. The East Blue is huge. Are we supposed to search every single island? Fleet Admiral Sengoku is overthinking this. They're just 2 young men. Even if one is Garp's grandson, it doesn't warrant dispatching 5 Vice Admirals. It's overkill. Just then a soldier entered. Report. The execution grounds are ready. The pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro is to be executed by firing squad. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing this, the 5 Vice Admirals paused. Pirate hunter. That name. Sounds familiar. Yes, apparently quite famous in the East Blue. He's someone skilled at catching pirates. Should we go ahead with the execution? I don't know. Let's go take a look first. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to the execution grounds. Meanwhile, at the grounds, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Hey, aren't those 2 afraid of death? They're actually trying to rescue him. Someone exclaimed in surprise. On the execution platform, Luo Fong and Luffy had already untied Zoro. They had also retrieved his 3 swords. The pair completely ignored where they were and the crowd behind them. In Luo Fong's view, the strongest person here was just Axe-Emperor Morgan. Even Luffy and Zoro could solo this dungeon. He was merely here as a tourist. Now Luo Fong observed Zoro, who looked quite similar to his manga counterpart. Green short hair, a green sash, and a green bandana. Hey, you 2, I never said I wanted you to save me, Zoro said somewhat ungratefully. I'm the man who's going to become the Pirate King, and he's the man who's going to travel the world as an adventurer. We're officially inviting you to join our crew. How about it? Luffy invited him with unabashed familiarity. Huh, Pirate King, adventurer. Zoro was bewildered. Just then a group of marine soldiers surrounded them, muskets raised. Don't move, or we'll shoot. Whatever. I've gotten tired of this place anyway. Might as well make a run for it. Zoro chuckled, picked up 2 swords, and held a third in his mouth. He slashed wildly with the flat of the blades, knocking all the soldiers to the ground. Wow, Sugoi. Is that the 3-sword style? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Luo Fong, however, watched closely. I see. The 3-sword style uses arm strength for 2 swords and neck strength for the one in the mouth. When Head read the manga before, he found it absurd. How much power could a sword in the mouth have? But now, with his extraordinary insight, he instantly grasped the principle. He recalled Killer Bee from Naruto, who used an even more outlandish 8-sword style, fully utilizing every muscle in the body, unleashing terrifying explosive power in an instant. But in the world of One Piece, there's sword aura, so close combat opportunities are rare. I also need to consider ranged attacks. Luo Fong's mind raced. Countless inspirations sparked and shattered. Various ideas were continuously rejected, yet useful fragments remained which he assembled together. Thinking this way, the 1-sword style, 2-sword style, and 3-sword style each have their pros and cons. Which style to use depends entirely on one's personality. The 1-sword style is an extreme, like Hawkeye pursuing the pinnacle of the sword. The 2-sword style balances offense and defense, suiting a more steady personality. The 3-sword style. Luo Fong murmured, his mind brimming with ideas. His understanding of swordsmanship continuously deepened. At this moment, every second of his progress was equivalent to months or even years of comprehension for an ordinary swordsman. Your comprehension of the 3-sword style leads to breakthrough after breakthrough, elevating your 1-sword style to the Grandmaster realm. Your comprehension of the 3-sword style leads to breakthrough after breakthrough, elevating your 2-sword style to the Grandmaster realm. Your comprehension of the 3-sword style leads to breakthrough after breakthrough, elevating your 3-sword style to the Grandmaster realm. In no time, Luo Fong's understanding of the 3-sword styles reached their peak. As for techniques, at this level, he was no longer bound by them. Just like the Rankyaku, a casual kick was a technique. It was creating a technique. And now a casual swing of his sword was a technique capable of birthing an entirely new sword style. Oh my, who do we have here? Someone who dares to barge into our marine base. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly arrived. Unlike the previous rabble, these 5 either had their hands in their pockets or arms crossed over their chests. Their eyes were filled with nothing but contempt and disdain. They completely disregarded Luo Fong and his companions before them. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful. More enemies? Zoro snorted coldly, gripping his sword as he charged forward. However, he had underestimated them. This time the enemies were clearly no mere cannon fodder. In fact, across the entire East Blue, the strength of these 5 present was utterly dominant. In an instant, one of the Vice Admirals made his move. Casually extending a hand with overwhelming speed and power, he sent Zoro flying with a single punch. Zoro collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain. So strong. The onlookers were stunned. Just moments ago, Zoro had displayed the combat prowess of 100 men. They had thought that was the pinnacle of human strength. But they never imagined that this suddenly appearing marine could defeat the formidable pirate hunter with just one punch. Zoro, Luffy roared and charged forward as well. The result was unsurprising. His current strength was on par with Zoro's, so he was naturally no match for the Vice Admiral. This Vice Admiral directly employed armament haki, a technique that was a dimensionally crushing move for Luffy. With one punch, Luffy tasted the flavor of the fist of love his grandfather had once given him. So strong, as expected of a Vice Admiral. Truly formidable. Behind them a group of Marine soldiers grew excited at the sight. Born in the East Blue, where had they ever seen such power? Witnessing a Vice Admiral in action was already a lifetime honor. There's still one left, Vice Admiral. Don't let him escape. At that moment someone noticed Luo Feng's presence. Naturally, the Vice Admiral who had acted walked calmly toward Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng picked up an ordinary sword dropped by a common soldier. It was just a regular blade, but in Luo Feng's hands it became a divine weapon. Just then the Vice Admiral drew near. Luo Feng only slightly raised his head. In an instant the Vice Admiral felt like a kitten encountering a tiger. Every hair on his body stood on end. What was happening? The Vice Admiral himself couldn't explain it, but an inexplicable bone-deep sense of terror and dread surged within him. He didn't know that Luo Feng's conqueror's haki had been honed to a height he couldn't even begin to fathom. His body perpetually exuded a unique aura of dominance. No, this must be my imagination. He's just some nobody from the East Blue. There's nothing to fear. After a brief moment of fear, the Vice Admiral grew angry. To be intimidated by a mere small fry from the East Blue was utterly shameful. Immediately, he decided to finish off this brat before him. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he attacked. But, clang! Luo Feng was faster. Among all present, no one could clearly see his movements. It seemed as if he merely walked past the Vice Admiral. Yet streaks of blood instantly appeared all over the Vice Admiral's body. Blood gushed forth. So this is how swordsmanship is used. Luo Feng's gaze never once fell upon the Vice Admiral. Instead, it lingered on his own blade. In the distance, Zoro, convulsing in agony, forced himself to look over. When he saw the result of Luo Feng's strike, his pupils constricted slightly. How is that possible? His speed is incredible. I couldn't even see his movements. Equally shocked and stunned were the surrounding onlookers. What just happened? How did that great man suddenly get injured? At that moment, behind them the four remaining Vice Admirals' previously calm expressions froze instantly. What just happened? They hadn't even seen it. I haven't had my fill yet, and you're already down. Luo Feng was still oblivious to the change in atmosphere. He merely glanced with slight regret at the fallen Vice Admiral. He hadn't killed him. The man would only lose some blood. There was no danger to his life. However, he had also lost a punching bag for practice. This man is a master. Let's attack together. Among the remaining four Vice Admirals, one spoke with a face drenched in cold sweat and a grim expression. Agreed. With that, the four Marine Vice Admirals struck simultaneously. It was an unprecedented scene. In the weak East Blue, someone had forced four Vice Admirals to act in unison. Such a sight was unheard of even in the Grand Line. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four Vice Admirals simultaneously used Zoro. In an instant, they attacked Luo Feng from four different directions. Finger pistol, tempest kick, iron fist blade. Each unleashed their deadliest techniques. At this moment, Luo Feng not only showed no caution, but actually closed his eyes. All four attacking at once, huh? Fine, since you're holding nothing back, I'll make your injuries a bit more severe. In Luo Feng's mind, every detail of the surrounding environment appeared. Every move of each person was within his perception. Observation haki. This haki wasn't something he learned by observing others. He had stumbled upon it while studying the other two types of haki. It was an unexpected gain. Facing our attacks and closing your eyes. What incredible arrogance. Don't hold back. Cripple him directly. That kid looks familiar. He's probably a pirate. Pirate or not, since he's attacked us, we must capture him. The four Vice Admirals closed in on Luo Feng. Just as their attacks were about to land, a terrifying wave of haki surged through all four bodies. At that moment, they realized with horror that the sense of complete control over their surroundings which they had enjoyed since awakening observation haki had vanished. Their observation haki had failed. It was as if a person had suddenly gone blind. Observation kill. Observation kill. Observation kill. Some were stunned, others terrified or shocked. This situation resembled a certain legendary phenomenon. That is, when your opponent possesses top-tier conqueror's haki, they can use their haki to suppress your observation haki, rendering it temporarily ineffective. But this young man before them, who looked to be in his teens, how could he possibly possess top-tier conqueror's haki? However, time was not on their side for further thought, for the blade had arrived. Clang! After a dazzling display of sword light, a rain of blood bloomed. On the Grand Line at Marineford, the Navy headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, wearing small round glasses and a seagull hat, was competing with Garp and eating rice crackers. 996, 997, 998, 999. Garp, with a round belly and bulging cheeks, was laboriously stuffing rice crackers into his mouth. On the opposite sofa, Sengoku was also eating in a disheveled manner. Don't get cocky, I'm about to surpass you. He noticed Garp had eaten one more than him. This irritated him slightly. BRR BRR BRR. BRR BRR BRR. Just then the din din mushi on the table rang. Their competition abruptly halted. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku answered the call, still eyeing Garp, intending to resume the contest as soon as he hung up. Garp too was watching Sengoku, his hand still holding a rice cracker mid-motion toward his mouth. Yet, the din din mushi suddenly appeared gravely injured. And the voice from it was extremely weak. Reporting to the fleet admiral, we've been attacked. All 5 vice admirals sent to the East Blue are severely injured. Bang. Before the sentence ended, Sengoku shot to his feet. What did you say? His eyes bulged, and he instantly forgot about the contest. He didn't even notice spraying cracker crumbs all over Garp's face. After all, those were 5 headquarters vice admirals. Their combined strength was equivalent to a buster call. Yet in the East Blue, they were all beaten into critical condition. What happened? Could it be that one of the 4 emperors went to the East Blue? Meanwhile, Garp across the room could no longer sit still. He hastily wiped the cracker crumbs off his face and stared grimly at the din din mushi. The opponent is a young man. The vice admiral on the other end continued. A young man. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. A young man from the East Blue had injured 5 vice admirals. It wasn't one of the 4 emperors. Could it be Hawkeye? But Hawkeye wasn't young either. At that moment, a vague sense of foreboding stirred in Garp's heart. Then the next words from the din din mushi made Garp's mind go completely blank. That young man looks exactly like the picture you gave us, Mr. Garp. And beside him is your grandson. Click. The call ended. The room fell silent. Or rather, dead silent. Sengoku and Garp stared at each other with a strange look. After a long moment, Garp, as if his soul had been drained, slumped back onto the sofa. A bitter expression spread across his face. Sengoku was utterly bewildered. Garp, what happened? You seem to know something. Sensing something amiss, he couldn't help asking. Garp finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Sengoku, I actually told you about this before. That genius from the East Blue. With Garp's hint, something clicked in Sengoku's mind. I remember. You did mention it, but I thought you were joking. Sengoku's mind roared. Back then, Garp had gone to the East Blue. When he returned, he talked about a genius there. One who had awakened conquerors' haki and armament haki and could master the 6 powers just by seeing them. He thought Garp was joking. Who the hell knew it was actually true? Heh, I should have known. That kid didn't join the Marines because he yearned for a free life. But I never thought I'd end up with that brat Luffy. Garp knew that Luffy talked about becoming a pirate, but that kid didn't truly understand what being a pirate meant. It was just playing pirate for him. Yet he might have unexpectedly clicked with Luo Fong. Both wanted adventure to see the world. He never imagined they'd actually team up and set sail. That was something Garp hadn't anticipated. No, in truth, he had foreseen it. That's why he specifically sent 5 vice admirals to the East Blue. But fate had other plans, and they missed them. Heh. No, with those 2's personalities, even if the vice admirals had found them, they wouldn't have obediently returned to become Marines. Thinking this, Garp let out a long sigh. This was all his failure. If he had instilled the Marine ideology in them earlier, today's events might never have happened. So much time has passed. With his talent, I can't even imagine how far he's grown. At this thought, a sliver of unknown fear crept into Garp's heart. When Luo Fong was young, his terrifying talent was too dazzling. And that young man with such fearsome talent had lain low on a remote island in the East Blue, training quietly for years. It was hard to fathom what level he had reached now. Even Garp felt a sense of dread. Garp, this Luo Fong attacked Marine vice admirals. That's an act of piracy. Regardless, I must issue a wanted poster for him. Sengoku suddenly declared. Garp's face stiffened. He wanted to say they should investigate the matter thoroughly. That child Luo Fong wouldn't lightly attack the Marines. But since those vice admirals were all severely injured, there was nothing more to be said. A wanted poster was necessary. But his bounty. In the East Blue, it might become a monster level 1. Sengoku's glasses reflected a white light obscuring his eyes. Soon Luo Fong's wanted poster was printed. It was distributed worldwide along with the newspapers. The New World. On a certain island, Yasop was reading the newspaper when a wanted poster fell out. He picked it up and his pupils contracted sharply. Captain, boss, something terrible has happened. Shanks, who was drinking and playing cards, was puzzled. What's wrong? Did Kaido attack? Or did that old hag Big Mom go crazy and want to onion on with me? It can't be that old man Whitebeard, right? With his condition. Before Shanks could finish, Yasop interrupted him. Yasop slammed the wanted poster onto Shanks' table, his hand thumping down on it. In the picture, a handsome face with black hair and black eyes, a calm expression and sharp chiseled features gazed into the distance as if lost in thought. Below it were several lines of text. Adventurer Luo Fong. Bounty 100 berries. At that very moment in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were gathered. Old man, take a look at this wanted poster. It seems a new phase has emerged on the seas. Phoenix. Marco approached Whitebeard with the day's newspaper. Oh, let me see. Whitebeard, now within 4 drip attached, but never far from his drink, took the newspaper and gave it a casual glance. Here, Ace, teach, these are for you. Marco handed a few more newspapers to those nearby. Uffed. Ace, who had been eating, took the newspaper from Marco. When he saw the image of Luo Feng on the wanted poster, he suddenly spat out his food. Ace, you bastard, that's such a waste of food. Yeah, even if the food's bad, you don't have to spit it out. But Ace paid no attention to their words. His eyes were fixed on Luo Feng's wanted poster. Luo Feng. He naturally recognized him. In their childhood, while playing with Luffy, he would occasionally encounter this man. He had sparred with Luo Feng before, but each time Luo Feng defeated him with effortless ease. Though he refused to admit it, he had to acknowledge that in terms of strength, Luo Feng far surpassed him. So when he saw the news that Luo Feng had set sail and was even wanted by the world government, he could no longer contain himself. Zahaha. 1 billion berries. To achieve such a height on his very first bounty, and from the east, see no less how rare. Nearby Blackbeard was also reading the newspaper, speaking as he did. He didn't forget to glance at Ace, and continued, but a rookie who just set sail has a bounty higher than yours. No wonder you spat out your food, Ace. Zahaha. Ace ignored Blackbeard's taunts. He forcibly suppressed the shock within him, carelessly wiping the food scraps from his mouth. If that formidable guy has set sail, the entire sea will be in turmoil. Moi. When Whitebeard heard that the newcomer was from the east, his heart stirred. For some reason, he recalled the words that red-haired brat had spoken to him in secret years ago, before he became an emperor. A genius, a prodigy from the East Sea. Is there any connection between him and this newly wanted Luo Feng? Whitebeard mused. Before his eyes, the words that Shanks had said to him that year seemed to reappear. Shanks' face was full of excitement then. That man will be the hope of a new era. One day he will turn the entire sea upside down. Whitebeard picked up Luo Feng's wanted poster again and carefully put it away. Luo Feng, is it? I look forward to the day you come to the new world. Whole Cake Island. Mama. The newcomers these days are truly astonishing. His first bounty is a terrifying 1 billion berries. Cracker, one of the 4 sweet commanders, held a newspaper and approached Big Mom. Mama. 1 billion, is it? Big Mom took the newspaper, glanced at it casually, then tossed it to the ground in disappointment. Cracker, how many times must I tell you? The bounty doesn't determine a person's strength. If you could kill 100,000 people, your bounty might surpass mine. That's true. Hearing this, the shock on Cracker's face faded. He looked at Luo Feng's wanted poster on the ground and became dismissive. Such a young brat must have done something heinous to warrant such a high bounty, right? Nearby, one of Big Mom's younger children arrogantly stepped on Luo Feng's wanted poster. Laughing, he said, Brother Cracker, you could beat 10,000 of his kind with one hand. Is that so? Cracker also laughed. Then this Luo Feng had better not come to the new world. If he does, I'll capture him myself and torture and humiliate him with every cruelty he. Wano Country. The Beast Pirates. Gururara. A rookie with a 1 billion bounty. Kaido reeked of alcohol, but still held his gourd, pouring himself a drink. Before him was a wanted poster of Luo Feng held by King. His bounty is on par with Jack's now. Anything to say, Jack? Kaido glanced at Jack with a teasing look. TCH. Just a rookie who just set sail, and from the weakest East Sea. I really don't know how his bounty got so high. Jack was annoyed. King, however, analyzed rationally. He must have done something outrageous, but the newspaper didn't report the details. After all, the bounty isn't tied to one's strength. It doesn't represent a person's true power. But Jack was still displeased. Don't let me run into him in the new world, or he'll flay him alive. Maybe he won't even make it to the new world. He might die on the way. Ha ha ha. That's right. The Grand Line. Altaigo. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Dragon, look. The latest newspaper. A new criminal has emerged from the East Sea. A Revolutionary Army member knocked on Dragon's door, newspaper in hand. Oh, the East Sea. Monkey D. Dragon looked at the newspaper with surprise, realizing it was his homeland. However, he had never heard of this Luo Feng. 1 billion berries. The East Sea rarely produces such a big shot. A nearby cadre remarked while eating bread. Indeed, the member delivering the newspaper agreed. Mr. Dragon, what do you think of this matter? Dragon placed the wanted poster on the table, but made no comment. He pushed open the door, stepped outside, and gazed at the distant sea, thinking of Luffy. That boy Luffy should have set sail by now. Should I go back and see him? The East Sea Marine Branch. This was the overall headquarters of the Marines in the entire East Sea. It was equivalent to Marine headquarters in the Grand Line. At that moment, all the high-ranking Marines of the East Sea Branch were gathered here. A meeting was in session. This criminal named Luo Feng single-handedly severely wounded 5 vice admirals from headquarters. His strength cannot be underestimated. But don't treat the opponent as invincible. A vice admiral-level East Sea high-ranking officer was briefing hundreds of officers. On the blackboard beside him was Luo Feng's wanted poster. He is also human, and humans have weaknesses. Sink his ship in the middle of the sea. No matter how strong he is, he will die. So, from now on, all personnel from every base are to mobilize and take action. Pursue Luo Feng and capture him in the East Sea. Do not let him remain at large. East Sea. Luo Feng, Zoro, and Luffy sat pitifully in a small boat sailing the seas. Who would have thought that the great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion would be living such a miserable life? Shut up, Luffy. These are the last few apples on the ship. Oh, we need to ration them. After all, if we don't eat fruits and vegetables for a long time, we might get scurvy, and it could be fatal. Luo Feng held the bag of apples looking at Luffy with a defensive expression. Luo Feng, am really starving. Just let me eat one, please, just one. I absolutely won't eat more. Slurp. Luffy's mouth watered as his stomach growled. His eyes sparkled with hunger. This is really frustrating why I ended up with such a gluttonous captain. Zoro, sitting nearby and polishing his swords, chimed in sarcastically, stop whining. If we can't get enough to eat, what's the difference between us and salted fish? Luffy shouted at Zoro, all right, let's quickly find the next island, and then we'll have something to eat. Luo Feng hurriedly tried to reassure him. He then picked up the telescope and scanned the surroundings. Whoa, there really is an island. Zoro, were saved. What? Let me see. Luo Feng and Zoro were two souls in the same boat. With such an unreliable Luffy, any matters on the ship could only be discussed between the two of them. Soon after the small boat reached the shore, the group hurriedly rushed up looking for food. This island. Could it be? Luo Feng felt increasingly uneasy as he walked further. He felt as though this place seemed familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Whoosh. A thought crossed his mind, and he jumped up on the spot. Stepping lightly in the air, he quickly understood where he had arrived. The territory of the clown buggy. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Feng stepped lightly, as if strolling in a garden, moving towards Buggy's territory. On the way, he encountered Buggy's subordinates. Luo Feng swiftly kicked out a few swift strikes, taking them down effortlessly. Finally, he reached Buggy's tent. At this moment, Buggy was almost a lone commander. Yet he was completely unaware, still fast asleep in the tent. Oh, who are you? How did you come down from the sky? A girl with orange hair and a slender figure screamed, clearly frightened by Luo Feng. Having grown up, she had never seen someone walking in the sky. You can call me Luo Feng, he replied with gentlemanly grace. Wait, I remember now. The girl's voice suddenly trembled as she looked at Luo Feng's face, as if seeing a demon. She took out a crumpled wanted poster comparing Luo Feng's face to it, and her pupils instantly constricted. Adventurer Luo Feng bounty. 1 billion berries. Luo Feng smiled slightly at the orange-haired girl. So your name, if I'm not mistaken, should be Thief Cat Nami, right? Upon hearing this, Nami's already shocked heart became even more horrified. A criminal with a bounty of 1 billion actually knew her. What did he want to do with her? At this moment, Nami felt a great sense of insecurity. In the past, when facing any pirate or even the Navy, she had confidence in her excellent eloquence, acting skills, and adaptability to survive. But those guys in front of this man were at best a bunch of small fish. They weren't even fit to be called small fish. Unexpectedly, hey, I heard you're quite an impressive navigator. Now I'm inviting you to join our ship. Will you accept? Luo Feng suddenly made an invitation for Nami to board the ship, which left her stunned. She had already prepared herself for sacrifice. She didn't expect the situation to change so quickly, and why did this murderous demon suddenly want her on board? Could it be that my navigation skills piqued his interest, and he wants me to help him enter the Grand Line? Nami could only think of this possibility. All right, I accept your invitation. Nami took a deep breath and said. Soon after, Luo Feng and Nami returned to the ship. As for the clown Buggy, he was beaten up by Luo Feng, and all of Buggy's possessions were taken. Luo Feng and his companions also exchanged their ship for Buggy's. However, the pirate flag was replaced with the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. After meeting Luffy and Zoro, Nami was filled with countless questions. A guy wearing a straw hat looking a bit foolish was actually the captain of this pirate crew. And Luo Feng, this man with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Yet he was willing to be just a crew member. She couldn't understand it at all. Captain, where are we heading now? As a navigator, Nami was still very competent. She immediately asked where Luffy intended to go next. Meanwhile, Luffy was also pondering. Of course, to a place with meat. Nami. Luo Feng face-bombed. Don't mind this guy, his intelligence is equivalent to that of a 3-year-old. Give me the sea chart, and it'll tell you the next journey. Soon Nami took out the sea chart she always carried with her. She spread it out in front of Luo Feng. They began discussing using the sea chart. Before long, Nami discovered Luo Feng's astonishing talent. Initially, Luo Feng was completely clueless about navigation. But after she explained some principles, Luo Feng instantly grasped and familiarized himself with them. He was even able to apply what he learned to new situations effortlessly, easily summarizing valuable knowledge that others took a long time to research. Have you learned navigation knowledge before? Nami couldn't help but ask. No. Luo Feng replied, still looking at the sea chart. Nami looked closely at this young man, noticing the bulging muscle lines beneath his slightly faded sailor uniform. She could smell the masculine scent emanating from him, and especially when she saw Luo Feng's chiseled profile, Nami's face suddenly turned red. She suddenly screamed in her heart. How can a man be so charming, strong, mysterious, handsome? This is simply irresistibly attractive to girls. At this moment, Nami suddenly felt that Luo Feng was no longer dangerous. Being taken onto the ship by him was even a good thing. As you discuss navigation techniques with Nami, your navigation experience and knowledge rapidly improve, and you gain a basic understanding of navigation techniques. You rely on your extraordinary insight to continuously achieve breakthroughs and comprehend meteorological navigation techniques. Meteorological navigation techniques, this allows you to deduce possible changes in sea weather based on subtle wind direction changes, water flow variations, and even details like air and ocean current changes. This is a near sixth sense ability that only top navigators can master. Meteorological navigation techniques. I recall that Nami seems to possess a similar ability. Luo Feng thought to himself as he glanced at Nami. But it seems that Nami has been immersed in navigation books since childhood, and her already high talent as a navigator allows her to do this right. Hey Colonel, that ship ahead looks like a pirate ship. On the vast ocean far behind Luo Feng and his crew, a marine warship had spotted them. Upon seeing the Jolly Roger on the ship, all the marines tensed up instantly. Don't panic. If I'm not mistaken, that's Buggy the Clown's ship. With our combat strength, we might stand a chance. A colonel declared. Ever since their East Blue Marine branch had convened a meeting, they had gathered elite marines from across the entire East Blue. They launched a full-scale search of the East Blue, aiming to locate Luo Feng. Every warship was heavily armed with weapons, elite soldiers, and high-end combat forces. It could be said that Luo Feng's departure had directly spelled doom for all pirates in the East Blue. Even those who had done nothing might be eliminated by the marines. Something's off, Colonel. Look, this ship's Jolly Roger seems unfamiliar. It's not the Buggy pirates. At that moment, a scout soldier noticed an anomaly. He reported this suspicious discovery to the higher-ups. The colonel immediately took the telescope, but when he saw the Straw Hat Pirates' Jolly Roger, the colonel's expression suddenly changed. No, he recalled certain information known only to the higher-ups. According to intelligence, the great pirate Luo Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion, is with a Straw Hat boy. This Straw Hat Jolly Roger has never been seen before. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, a dreadful premonition seized him. He hurriedly looked toward the deck. The mere glance was enough to make his hand tremble, and the telescope fell straight into the sea. Yet he paid it no mind. He immediately picked up a Den Den Mushi and dialed the Supreme Commander of the East Blue Marine Branch. Reporting in, Luo Feng has been spotted, right ahead of us. I repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Instantly. Within 1,000 nautical miles around the Straw Hat Pirates, every marine warship engaged in the search turned almost simultaneously like sharks, scenting blood, and sped toward the same direction. This spectacular scene caught the attention of many observant onlookers. What's happening? Such a large-scale mobilization of warships. Something big must be going on. No need to guess. There's a big criminal in the East Blue lately with a bounty of 1 billion. They must be after him. Tisk, so many warships, and these are just the ones we see. There are surely many more out of sight. This time that Luo Feng won't escape. This is practically the entire East Blue Marine's peak combat power. Heh, they could probably fill that sea area with cannonballs. There's going to be a show. Wait for tomorrow's newspaper. Meanwhile, Luo Feng also sensed that something was wrong. Though his observation haki didn't cover such a vast range, as a powerful being, he possessed an innate intuition. Moreover, his haki had been honed to a terrifying level. His own exceptional insight also bolstered his instincts. At that moment, he looked up at the sky. Above, the clouds suddenly shifted as if a storm was brewing. A tempest is brewing, he murmured, barely audible to himself. What did you say? Nami asked curiously. Nothing. Luo Feng shook his head, then called out to Luffy, who was eating, and Zoro, who was training. You two get ready. Something big is about to happen. What's going on? Luffy perked up at the prospect of excitement. It's not a meal or a fight. It's a rare natural disaster about to strike. Luo Feng looked at the sky again, frowning slightly. A natural disaster. Nami's instincts as a navigator kicked in. Seeing Luo Feng constantly gazing upward, she too looked at the sky. She put her finger in her mouth, then raised it to gauge the wind direction. After a few seconds, her expression shifted slightly. Wait, a strong wind is coming. Zoro and Luffy exchanged glances, then looked around. At that moment, the sea seemed calm except for the overcast sky. How could those two read so much from it? Never mind. If the navigator and Luo Feng say so, it must be true. Luffy, carefree as ever, quickly busied himself. Zoro didn't overthink it either. He knew nothing about navigation, so he had to trust the navigator. Wait. Look, what's that? Suddenly Nami pointed at the distant horizon, her pupils contracting. There, a line of ships had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. And not just on one side, but all around. Their ship was surrounded by countless marine warships. The number of warships must have been in the hundreds, and all were massive vessels. Could it be that every warship in the East Blue is here? Nami's lips twitched. When the situation was too absurd, she grew eerily calm instead. Shishishi. So many marines. Are they all here for us? Luffy was thrilled by the sight. Impossible. We three don't have bounties yet. If they're after anyone, it's Luo Feng. Zoro shook his head. Then the three of them turned in unison to look at Luo Feng. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. Quite the spectacle. Deploying the entire East Blue fleet just to catch me. The Marines really think highly of me. Yet he showed no sign of panic. With his strength, even if all the Marines from the four seas, east, west, south, and north, joined forces, they couldn't capture him. But this time, I want you to lift a finger. Luo Feng murmured, looking up at the sky as if hinting at something. In the distance, aboard a warship, the Supreme Commander of the East Blue Marines stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the Straw Hat pirates ahead. So what if he's a pirate with a 1 billion bounty? No matter how strong you are, you're still human. How can you escape now? A Vice Admiral beside him chimed in. I never expected you to come personally. The Supreme Commander snorted coldly. The East Blue has long been considered the weakest sea. This time it'll prove with action that the East Blue is strong. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, they couldn't catch a 1 billion bounty pirate. It'll take Luo Feng's head to restore the East Blue's honor. What should we do? What should we do? We're done for. We're going to be caught by the Navy. On the ship, Nami wore a face of despair. She had not yet fulfilled her wish, had not yet bought the village from Arlong, had not yet traveled the world and drawn a complete nautical map. To think she was about to be locked away in prison, ending her miserable life. She was unwilling, she was very unwilling. Let's have a big fight. Luffy was still excitedly cheering beside her. Seeing that Luo Feng had a bounty, he was actually quite envious. He also wanted to be wanted. You idiot. Even if you're arrogant, you should be able to see that the power gap between both sides is not insignificant, right? Zoro yelled at Luffy, then gave him a heavy punch on the head. Even if the opponent stood still for us to hit, we could fight for 3 days and nights and still not finish. By then we might just be exhausted to death. The number of Navy personnel created an absolute crushing advantage against them. Even though Luo Feng displayed his strength, Zoro did not believe he could win. After all, there were simply too many Navy personnel. One ship firing a cannon could bury them. At this moment, on the Navy side, all warships begin to tighten the encirclement. Keep tightening until we are within range for our cannons to attack the enemy. Be careful not to let the enemy get close. Luo Feng is a man who can defeat 5 Vice Admirals. He is definitely not someone we can handle in close combat. The highest commander of the East Sea issued orders through a transponder snail. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line Marineford Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku and Carp were waiting for news. They have already found Luo Feng and his group. They are preparing to launch an attack. Sengoku's expression was serious as he looked at Carp. Carp's emotions were somewhat agitated. Are you crazy? Sengoku actually allowed them to go after Luo Feng. Sengoku snorted coldly. What? Now you're thinking about pleading for Luo Feng and your grandson. Why didn't you do that earlier? Carp was a bit confused. Is that what I meant to say? No. It seems Sengoku misunderstood something. Sengoku, you must have underestimated Luo Feng's strength. Carp anxiously tried to say something, but was directly interrupted by Sengoku. Sengoku said coldly, enough, you don't need to say anything, Carp. Luo Feng does indeed have some strength. Indeed. One person seriously injured 5 Vice Admirals. He is indeed a bit strong, but not strong enough. Facing the entire East Sea Navy, no matter how strong, survival is impossible. Do you know? The firepower of all their warships in one round of cannon fire is equivalent to the power of dozens of demon subduing orders. It can directly level an island. Don't say it's Luo Feng. Even if we put someone of the level of the 3 disasters there, they would still be severely injured. What else could he say? Should he say that Luo Feng mastered the Navy's 6 styles and has the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki years ago? And with his talent after all these years, he would grow to a terrifying level. But Sengoku clearly did not believe it. On the sea, what should we do? Luo Feng say something. Nami looked to Luo Feng, placing her last hope on him. Zoro also looked over, his eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing Luo Feng's demeanor, he appeared very calm. Clearly he had a trump card he hadn't used. Wait for the wind. However, Luo Feng only said these 2 words while looking at the sky. At this moment, the dark clouds above began to change. From initially flat, a storm vortex appeared. Meanwhile, on the Navy warships, received the order, prepare, load ammunition. The soldiers began to get busy, frantically transporting ammunition, loading, preparing to ignite. Hell with this battle, our East Sea will become famous throughout the world. The highest commander of the East Sea laughed heartily. Report. Commander, the weather seems a bit unusual. Could there be an accident? A soldier responsible for reconnaissance reminded. What does the navigator say? The highest commander asked. The navigator says it's a normal phenomenon. There might be a slight water spout. It's nothing serious. However, still let all ships furl sails and drop anchor to prevent confusion. All right, Commander. At this moment, the wind began to rise. On the sea, the howling winds roared. Between the Navy and the Straw Hat crew, small water spouts began to appear on the sea surface. This spectacle, while rare to see one at a time, was now happening simultaneously with 9. The violent winds directly swept the seawater into the sky. Each one rolled like the sea was wildly churning. 9 dragons appearing. At this moment, Nami's eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at this scene. She was also a navigator. Naturally, she was very familiar with extreme weather at sea. However, this situation before her was too rare. Such phenomena are rarely seen. At least in the East Sea, this kind of weather has almost never appeared. It is only recorded that such weather often appears in the Grand Line. Oh, is it very dangerous? Zoro asked curiously beside her. At this time Luo Feng spoke. This is just a precursor. What follows is the main event. Nami glanced at Luo Feng, clearly surprised by his nautical skills. She then said yes. A massive disaster is about to occur. She took a deep look at the distant Navy warships. These Navy personnel are about to suffer. The winds grew stronger. Commander, something's wrong. The wind is too strong. The sea is becoming violent. At this moment the soldiers could only yell as the wind was so strong that all sounds were swallowed. At that moment a soldier suddenly pointed ahead with a terrified expression. Wait. Look, what is that? In the distance on the surface of the sea a mountain suddenly appeared. This is very abnormal. This is obviously the sea. How can there be mountains? Moreover, it was so high that it seemed to connect with the sky. No, that's not a mountain, that's a wave. At this moment the voice of the highest commander of the East Sea suddenly trembled. His tone was laced with despair. Quickly drop anchor. His voice was directly drowned out by the roar of the giant waves. Luo Feng laughed loudly and suddenly ordered everyone to raise the sails and turn the helm to the left. The towering giant waves directly swept through the Navy's fleet, swallowing them whole. Yes, indeed, hundreds of Navy warships were terrifying, but in the face of nature's might they were utterly defenseless, as weak as ants. In the blink of an eye half of them had directly disappeared. Are we going to die? Nami was just an ordinary person, and how could she have seen such a mountain-like giant wave? She screamed in a frenzy. How terrifying. Zoro and Luffy felt a shiver run down their spines. A wave so colossal, drowning would be a mercy. If it crashed upon them, it would be like a mountain falling from the sky. It could crush a man to death. No, grind him into pulp. Hold tight to the mast. Luo Feng shouted above the roaring waves. The crew clung desperately to whatever they could lest they be hurled away by the immense force. At that moment they found themselves within a massive tunnel of seawater. The swift currents flowed as smooth as a mirror reflecting their faces. This miraculous spectacle unfolded before their very eyes. What a breathtaking sight. Luo Feng laughed. Truly the wonders of this pirate world were unmatched. Even an ordinary scene surpassed the greatest marvels he had ever seen on Blue Star. Whoa, this is exhilarating. Luffy continued to shout in excitement. Adrenaline surged through them all. Fear began to fade, replaced by exhilaration and thrill. This is what adventure is all about. Luo Feng roared aloud, releasing his emotions. Soon after, the group successfully rode through the colossal wave, emerging back into the open sea. Boom. In an instant the wave crashed down. Their ship bobbed like a leaf in the ocean on the verge of breaking apart. Yet miraculously they survived within the whirlpool beneath the wave. We're alive. Nami wept with joy. Even with her unparalleled navigational skills, she could not have predicted how to survive such a wave. Only Luo Feng could accomplish this. It could be said that his navigational prowess now surpassed her own. Overcome with emotion, she embraced him tightly. Awesome. That was thrilling. I want to do it again. Luffy laughed carelessly. Phew. It's finally over. Zoro exhaled deeply. He cast a profound glance at Luo Feng. He understood that their survival was entirely thanks to him. He's a reliable man indeed, he muttered to himself. Ahem. Nami, could you let go of me? Luo Feng felt suffocated by her grip. This ordinary woman possessed inexplicable strength. Oh, sorry. Realizing her indiscretion, Nami blushed and released him gracefully. She turned away, shyly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. All right, with this wind, let's push forward to the next island, Luffy announced from the bow. In the distance, as the giant wave subsided, the sea returned to calm. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, giving way to a clear, boundless sky. Yet the once mighty East Blue Marine fleet had vanished without a trace. Hundreds of warships lay in ruins. Marines floundered in the sea, clinging to planks and crying for help. The highest-ranking officer of the East Blue Marines sat on a small lifeboat. His face was ashen. He had been so confident, believing this battle would eliminate Luo Feng and earn him eternal glory. Instead, he suffered a crushing defeat. He felt too ashamed to face his comrades. He might as well commit seppuku to atone for his failure. At that very moment, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku awaited news. Garp felt a mix of anxiety and doubt. Could it be that Luo Feng isn't so formidable after all? Did he lose? But losing might be for the best. Garp knew that Luo Feng by nature would intervene in any injustice he encountered on the seas. He would surely stir up trouble, cause countless problems. He might even dare to strike the celestial dragons. His bounty would inevitably rise higher and higher. If he were ever captured, he would likely face a public execution like Roger. So better to rot in prison, at least he'd survive. Garp sighed inwardly, yet he also felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully Luffy had no bounty yet. Even if captured, he would likely be released without punishment. When Luffy sees Luo Feng captured, Hell realized the fate of pirates. Hell surely reign in his ambitions. Just then the din mushi on the table rang. Bring. Bring. Sengoku's eyes lit up. He shot a smug glance at Garp. See Garp, The news came fast. That Luo Feng must be locked in a seastone cage by the East Blue Marines. Humph. Didn't you say he was so strong? Why did he only last this long? I thought he was invincible. TSK. This time Garp'll show you that the East Blue Marines are formidable too. The weakest sea refers only to its pirates. The Marines are not weak. At Sengoku's taunts and provocations, Garp heaved a deep sigh. He regretted it deeply. His greatest regret in life was failing to guide his descendants properly. One dragon became a revolutionary. Another Luffy insisted on being a pirate, a disgrace. And then there was Luo Feng, a gifted child with immense potential. If he had become a Marine, he would surely one day rise to Admiral, even the mightiest of them all. He had dreamed of that glorious moment countless times. But alas, thinking of this, Garp's heart softened. His lips trembled as he spoke. Sengoku, I only ask one favor of you now. But Sengoku cut him off. He sneered coldly. Don't bother, Garp. I know what you're going to say. You want me to spare that Luo Feng. Don't even think about it. We Marines exist to uphold justice. How can I use my position to shield my own? Wouldn't that make me the greatest evil? With that, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi. Watch and see. He'll execute this greatest criminal of the East Blue just like Roger. He'll be publicly executed in Logue Town, on the very same scaffold where Roger died. And this time it will be broadcast worldwide. He'll show the world the fate of pirates and the Marines' resolve to uphold justice. With that, the call connected. Yet, from the other end of the line came only silence. Hey, speak up, Sumsum. Sengoku frowned as he noticed the Den Den Mushi remained silent. Yet, from the other end of the line only silence came. An endless silence. This silence suddenly gave Sengoku a very ominous premonition. On the other side, Garp's heart also skipped a beat for no reason. The next second, the Den Den Mushi spoke. We were defeated, Fleet Admiral. Boom. At that moment, Sengoku's vision darkened and his head buzzed. He plopped directly into the sofa. Garp's mind also went blank, unable to process the information. The Den Den Mushi continued. It roughly recounted the entire incident of the East Blue Navy's mobilization to encircle Luo Feng. At this moment, the entire Fleet Admiral's office was dead silent. When the narration concluded, Sengoku suddenly began to breathe rapidly. His face flushed red. How is this possible? A tsunami taller than a mountain, occurring in the East Blue. That's not the Grand Line. How could such a natural disaster happen? And Luo Feng's crew came out unscathed. How could they possess a navigator more skilled than the Navy's? Garp, listening nearby, began to understand. He spoke, could it be that Luo Feng taught himself navigation? Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. Given Luo Feng's talent and comprehension, calling it self-study is an insult to him. Garp said, letting out a bitter laugh. Those navigation techniques that seem like arcane texts to ordinary people are laughably childish in Luo Feng's eyes. What others spend 10 years barely mastering, he can grasp with a single glance, even drawing inferences and applying them broadly. Such talent is terrifyingly extraordinary. I haven't seen him in years. Perhaps in the meantime, he glanced at some navigation books and directly mastered top-tier navigation skills. Who knows? Sengoku opened his mouth, suddenly felt utterly helpless. Earlier, when Garp said Luo Feng was a genius, a prodigy, he had scoffed. What geniuses existed in this world? What prodigies? Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh slap. Hundreds of East Blue warships with their own destruction had given him a brutal lesson. This time Luo Feng hadn't even lifted a finger. Using only the sudden weather shift, he had vanquished the entire East Blue Navy. Such means such power were truly terrifying to the point of horror. Sumsum. At that moment, the voice of the East Blue's highest commander came through the Den Den Mushi. What is it? Sengoku spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. We've learned of Luo Feng and his crew's whereabouts. Should we pursue? Pursue? Sengoku was a bit angry. Pursue with what? With the annihilated East Blue Navy fleet? Or with your own heads? Is Luo Feng someone you can provoke? You can't even defeat him, and he wiped you all out without even lifting a finger. You should be grateful he's not coming after you. Count yourselves lucky you're still alive. And you want to chase him? Now immediately right away rescue the wounded. Minimize all losses to the greatest extent. Also in the East Blue, no one is to touch Luo Feng. That would bring utter catastrophe upon the entire East Blue Navy. Sengoku spoke rapidly. After finishing this tirade, the other end of the line was speechless. However, after a few seconds, the other party still said unwillingly, then hasn't Luo Feng become the Emperor of the East Blue Seas? Emperor of the Seas. Sengoku was suddenly struck with terror. Had Luo Feng indeed become an Emperor of the Seas? Yes. When no one on the seas dares to provoke you, what else are you but an emperor? That's right. Sengoku now acknowledged that he is the Emperor of the Seas. Sengoku suddenly jumped up again and roared loudly. In short, don't provoke him. With that, he hung up the Den Den Mushi without caring about the response. Huff, huff, huff. In the room, only Sengoku's heavy breathing could be heard. His gaze was chillingly cold. This Luo Feng does have some skill, but he's only being arrogant in the East Blue. Had better not come to the Grand Line, otherwise they'll show him what true naval power is, what true despair means. The sky was clear without a single cloud. The sun was warm and seagulls glided leisurely across the low sky. How comfortable. Luo Feng lay in a rocking chair holding a glass of wheat juice, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. That was really thrilling earlier. If the Grand Line really has this kind of weather all the time, then I definitely want to go and see it. At the bow, Luffy was still reminiscing about the previous adventure. On the other side, Nami, clad in a bikini, was also enjoying the sun and sea breeze. Such a pleasing sight. Luo Feng's eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, kept drifting to the beautiful woman. Just then a figure stepped between Luo Feng and Nami. Luo Feng, I want to get stronger. Can you give me some guidance? It was Zoro. Ever since being effortlessly sent flying by a vice admiral at the Navy base, Zoro had been spurred on. But getting stronger is something that requires daily accumulation and constant refinement to achieve. In just a few days, he couldn't see his own progress. Yet the sharp pain in his abdomen constantly reminded him of his weakness and helplessness. Sure. Luo Feng didn't hesitate long before agreeing. But, do you want to learn swordsmanship, body tempering, haki, or the 6 powers? Luo Feng extended a hand and began counting on his fingers item by item. Zoro's expression, initially serious and earnest, gradually became dazed. Then his mouth fell wide open. Is this a joke? A single person mastering so many skills, and being a master in every single one, reaching the pinnacle. Is this guy even human? Zoro hesitated, because he was suffering from a severe case of choice paralysis. Every single one seemed crucial. Tell you what'll teach you, Zoro, first, Luo Feng said, taking a sip of his wheat juice. Then he began instructing Zoro. Just a few words were enough to excite Zoro. So that's it. There's a movement technique like this in the world. If I master it, then I can both attack and defend in the future. Soon Zoro started training. It wasn't that Luo Feng was unwilling to teach him more. It was simply that Zoro's comprehension couldn't digest too much at once. He could only absorb some basic knowledge. Zoro, you already taught me that, Luo Feng. Luffy came running over to join the fun at that moment. Teach me something else. Let's go with Iron Block. Oh, that move seems like it can only be used to stand there and take hits, right? Well, if someone masters the armament haki, they can still beat you up just like Carp. That's true. Then I'll learn it. Actually, there are many benefits to the Iron Block. It is the precursor to armament haki. Once you learn the Iron Block, it will be much easier to learn armament haki later, and the key is that the Iron Block is easy to learn. It's easy to learn. That's just you. Don't mix our ordinary understanding with your extraordinary talent. Very soon Luffy had his own matters to attend to, and he stopped being so carefree and began to practice seriously. What about me? I want to learn some things too. At this moment, Nami walked over in a bikini. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said earnestly, wow, so big. Rofeng's perspective naturally differed. He felt a tickle in his nose, coughed a few times, and shifted his gaze. As for you, I'll teach you observation haki. It allows you to sense enemies in a 360-degree radius. Once mastered at a profound level, you can even detect malice or mere hostility toward you. You won't even need to fight. Sensing danger in advance allows you to escape, making it the strongest means of self-preservation. During the subsequent time, Rofeng and his companions did not encounter any danger. There were no pirates or navy in sight. Perhaps the navy's full deployment scared the pirates in the East Sea into hiding. When they arrived at Usopp's home, Zoro and Luffy, who had made some progress in their training, directly took down a few pirates on the island. And Usopp successfully boarded the ship. Moreover, due to previously encountering a storm, their ship's keel had cracked. So they simply left it on the island, switched to the Mary, and set sail again. Along the way, they passed several islands. Rofeng finally indulged in a bit of sightseeing. He experienced the local customs and culture. He tasted a lot of delicious food. Finally, they arrived at the famous restaurant on the sea in the East Sea. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away, on the sea, a very peculiar little boat was floating. The hull resembled a coffin, while the mast was shaped like a cross. On the boat sat a mysterious man dressed in noble clothing with a golden cross hanging on his chest. He carried a gorgeous black sword on his back. In his hand, he held a wanted poster featuring Rofeng's picture. Finally, he spoke, "EC, I've finally arrived." His amber eyes gazed deeply at the sea before him as he took a sip from a nearby bottle of red wine, saying calmly, "Oh, the food here is really delicious. So tasty, the meat is really good." Inside the restaurant, Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro, 3 foodies, were happily savoring their meals. Meanwhile, Rofeng and Nami sat at a different table. How embarrassing, we mustn't let others realize that we came with them. Nami rolled her eyes, truly put off by the way those 3 idiots were eating. In the kitchen, Sanji suddenly became as if injected with adrenaline, starting to cook with fervor. This immediately drew the attention of others. "Hey Sanji, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you so excited?" A head chef directly set down his work and looked over. Yet Sanji seemed completely oblivious to what the man was saying, focusing solely on his cooking. Soon this situation attracted more and more onlookers. Why do it this way? Sanji, this clearly isn't our recipe, is it? Have you lost your mind? If the food doesn't turn out well, the reputation of our sea restaurant will take a huge hit. When the old man gets angry, he'll surely beat you to a pulp. Hey, it seems you've added a bit too much salt. That will ruin the taste, won't it? Wait, why so little broth? Want the meat turn out dry and tough? Damn it, this kid doesn't seem to be listening to a word we say. The entire kitchen staff was drawn in by Sanji's unusual behavior. Yet when they saw his cooking method, they shook their heads repeatedly. With their chef's intuition, they were certain that this approach would not yield anything delicious. But Sanji today seemed possessed. He simply wouldn't heed their words, stubbornly going his own way. It's over if our restaurant's reputation is probably going to be ruined by this kid. Who knows what bug has bitten him today? We understand your desire to innovate recipes, but trying so rashly will not only waste ingredients, but also drive away customers. Finally, Sanji finished the last dish. He plated it without sparing a glance at the other chefs and dashed straight out of the kitchen. Damn it, this kid. The chefs were furious. One curious soul scooped a bit of the broth from the pot with a fork and took a taste. Holy cow, this flavor. The person beside him cast a sidelong glance. Tastes awful. No, this flavor is simply divine. What? Impossible. The other chefs, upon hearing this, all tasted the broth. The result, this flavor is so smooth on the palate. The umami and the original taste of the sea king creature achieve a perfect balance, complementing each other like being in heaven. Wah! I thought such a perfect dish could never exist in this world, but, I'm so fortunate to have tasted it. This must require a perfect balance of heat-spice ratios and the ingredients' natural flavors to create such exquisite deliciousness, right? How did Sanji manage this? It seems he didn't do it haphazardly, but with confidence, as if he already knew this method would yield such flavor. Damn it, there were several other dishes too. I'm so curious about their flavors. Let's go out and take a look. Maybe we can still taste the remnants. And so a crowd of people streamed out of the kitchen, abandoning their cooking. All they wanted was to taste Sanji's dishes. Soon the consequence of this behavior was that most customers' orders never arrived. Someone quickly found Red-Leg Zeph to complain. What? The chefs are all striking. Zeph's face turned cold. This restaurant was his dream, his career, his everything. He couldn't let it be ruined by lazy chefs. Let's go. He'll handle this. If the chefs really don't want to work, then I'll just cook myself. And today's meals are all on the house. Just as Zeph and a group of indignant customers were heading into the dining area, they suddenly saw a crowd gathered around a table doing something unknown. Among this crowd, besides the striking chefs, there were also customers. Seeing this, Zeph's expression shifted slightly, and he hurried over. As he drew near, a voice of commentary emerged from the center of the circle. But this stir-fried sea king meat strips, you've improved a lot compared to before. The original creator of this recipe clearly had a lighter taste, adding too little salt. You added a bit more this time, and the umami came through. Hearing this, Zeph's face stiffened instantly. Because this dish was his own invention. It was even one of his proudest creations. He often cooked it for Sanji and the others. Is my taste really that bland? Zeph began to introspect a quality befitting an outstanding chef. Only through constant self-reflection and refinement of recipes and skills can one create truly delicious food. At that moment, Zeph recalled Sanji's evaluation of his seafood soup. Old man, you put too little salt. Fool, what do you know? The essence of seafood soup is its freshness. Too much salt will mask that flavor. But doesn't salt enhance umami? What? You can't even cut potato shreds properly, and you dare question me? Oh, at that moment, Zeph's face changed color dramatically. He pushed through the crowd and saw a young man sitting at the table tasting the dishes. And beside him was Sanji, who was earnestly taking notes with a notebook and pencil. This seafood fried rice. Luo Fong scooped up a spoonful of the rice and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. Too much oil. While oil can make fried rice more fragrant, too much makes it greasy. Many people prefer light flavors. Luo Fong spoke with ease, tasting dish after dish. Sanji diligently recorded notes. The other chefs nodded or shook their heads, silently, all appearing to be in a learning mode. Zeph was a bit speechless. Usually these guys were incredibly proud, but now they had become so eager to learn. However, he himself soon became immersed in Luo Feng's lecture. Suddenly, Luo Feng stopped. Everyone looked at him with curiosity, wanting to know why he had paused. Burp. Luo Feng let out a rather unrefined burp. I'm full. Everyone. I'm stunned. Good heavens, he had eaten the entire table of dishes all by himself. Of course he was full, and before this he had already finished another table. This appetite was already astonishing, equivalent to that of 7 or 8 ordinary people. Such a huge capacity. Young man, I think you have great talent as a chef. No, I should say you have the highest understanding of food I've ever seen in my life. At that moment, Zeph, feeling a fondness for talent, said to Luo Feng, Great. With this young man as a chef, we can all enjoy delicious food from now on. The people around got excited. Life is nothing without good food, right? However, sorry, I'm just an adventurer, Luo Feng directly declined. And I'm not some gourmet. I only know a little bit, making slight improvements to recipes based on my own understanding. What does he mean by know a little bit? The crowd was dizzy. If this was just a little knowledge, then the food they made was pure garbage. Some who had tasted the dishes from Luo Feng's table then went back to eat the food made by other chefs. It was like chewing on wax. No, young man, you can't leave. Yes, stay and be a chef. The East Blue cannot do without you, just as the West cannot do without Jerusalem. In a seaside restaurant's kitchen, Chef Shifu wondered, I wonder if the ingredients here are complete. He was determined to savor a meal prepared by Luo Feng. He even came to the kitchen to personally select ingredients and cook. Since he could no longer keep Luo Feng, at least he wanted to taste the dishes he made. After all, Luo Feng had merely given a few casual pointers to Sanji, yet had innovated upon several of Sanji's proudest dishes, elevating their flavors to a new height. So what would the dishes made by Luo Feng himself be like? They are all complete. But Luo Feng looked at the array of ingredients in the kitchen, his brow slightly furrowing. But what? Zeph's heart tightened. But to make the sacred dish that I envisioned, I'm still missing a key ingredient. A sacred dish. This was the first time Zhifu had heard someone use such a term to describe food. However, as a gourmet, he believed that this was indeed the goal a chef should strive for. To treat cooking as a great endeavor. So where can we find such ingredients? Could they be in the legendary Grand Line? Next to him, a chef couldn't help but ask. As soon as the question was uttered, everyone fell silent. The Grand Line was the most dangerous place of all the seas. If it was merely to search for ingredients, risking one's life would be rather unwise. But there should also be alternative ingredients in the East Sea. As Luo Feng spoke, he walked out of the cabin. He stepped outside, took off his coat, and to everyone's astonishment, jumped directly into the sea. What is he doing? It seems like he wants to go swimming. Swimming at this time. Does he think he needs to swim first to create top-tier cuisine? It's possible that he needs to calm his mind in the sea. I once read in a book that only by achieving unity of mind can one reach a certain realm. No, you are all wrong. It seems he wants to catch fish. Just then the keen-eat among them spotted a massive dark shadow swimming in the water. A sea king. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. Not good. He is in danger. Sanji shouted, preparing to jump in. But at that moment there was a dull sound in the water. Suddenly the originally blue sea began to slowly turn crimson. Then a sea king floated to the surface. However, this sea king bore a hideous large wound. Huff! Luo Feng emerged from the water, dragging the corpse of the sea king to the side of the boat amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Let's start the dissection. Remove the most delicious parts and remember to keep a few fish bones. They will be of great use. Luo Feng instructed while wringing out the water from his clothes. However, those who were watching stood there dumbfounded. He had effortlessly and casually killed a sea king, and that was in the middle of the ocean. What kind of strength was this? The key was that Luo Feng wasn't even carrying a weapon, yet the wound on the Sea King looked as though it had been made by a giant wielding a sharp blade. A massive gash. Oh, all right. After a long while, the chefs finally reacted, hurriedly rubbing their hands together, sharpening their knives, and began to dismember the Sea King's corpse. These were all precious ingredients that were rarely seen. Who in this world would hunt down the terrifying rulers of the sea purely for cooking? This was simply extravagant. However, although the meat of the Sea King is special, it is also quite tough to chew. While it can fill the stomach, making the sacred dish he mentioned is simply impossible. At this moment, Zhifu was pondering how Luo Feng planned to cook this dish, transforming the tough muscle fibers of the Sea King into a sacred delicacy. In the kitchen, a group of people was gathered around to watch Luo Feng cook. He ignited the stove and his technique was surprisingly skilled. Then he began to cook the prepared meat of the Sea King. He added various seasonings. Soon an enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen. No way the meat of the Sea King can produce such a fragrance. I've had the Sea King ribs from this restaurant before, but those were smaller and more tender. But this Sea King is so large, the meat should be tough, by now unchewable. Hiss! Something's off, something is really off. Why does this smell make my heart race? Yeah, I feel my muscles suddenly filled with strength. I have a strange feeling that I could punch a cow to death. You observe the ingredients, contemplating deeply, and suddenly have a revelation, comprehending offensive cuisine. Offensive cuisine. A unique dish of the pirate world. In the original story, Sanji arrived at the Fishman Kingdom and discovered this local specialty. Even ordinary people who consumed this dish would see their physical abilities rapidly enhance, reaching terrifying levels. In short, eating makes one stronger. Not enough, still not enough. The so-called offensive cuisine is merely activating certain special substances in the Sea King's meat, making it easier for one's digestive tract to absorb. But it requires long-term consumption to achieve results. And based on my estimation, one meal would probably only increase one's strength by a bit. The effect is too poor. If I'm going to do it, I want to do it perfectly. I will activate all the energy factors within the ingredients, so that ordinary people will possess a physique akin to a superhero after eating my dishes. At this moment, various thoughts surged in Luo Feng's mind. He began to think. He served a dish and tasted it. Instantly, he felt his taste buds awaken and saliva flowed uncontrollably. A gentle and rich aroma surged through his body, nourishing him entirely. This is the feeling of offensive cuisine. But still a bit lacking. With this thought, Luo Feng directly continued to cook. He made the second dish. This time he altered the recipe. You modified the existing recipe and successfully created the unique recipe, Sacred Dish God of War Cuisine. Not long after, an even richer aroma wafted through the room. Ordinary diners, merely by inhaling it, felt their muscles swell. A slender lady let out a shriek, and with her bare hands broke a spoon made of fine iron. The nearby robust chefs were left dumbfounded. What is happening here? Merely inhaling the aroma could strengthen the body so much. Then what if this dish were to be eaten directly? How would that be? Fragrant. Truly fragrant. Inside the kitchen, the aroma of Luo Feng's cooking caused everyone's mouths to water uncontrollably. It smells divine. This dish must be exquisite. Could I have a taste? At this moment, everyone jostled and crowded, all desperate for a single bite of Luo Feng's creation. No need to push. There's enough for everyone. Each person may sample it. Though Luo Feng was no professional chef, he understood that truly great cuisine was meant to be shared. Immediately, he distributed small portions to each person. Gulp. A chorus of swallowing echoed through the kitchen. None dared to taste it hastily. Instead, with solemn reverence, they offered silent prayers for several minutes before finally partaking. One diner lifted a spoonful to his lips, and his expression instantly transformed into one of pure bliss. As if he had stepped into paradise itself. My body. Suddenly, the diner gasped in astonishment as his skin flushed a deep crimson. His heart pounded with vigorous intensity, and every muscle began to swell visibly before his eyes. In mere breaths, this ordinary man, once weak with a slight paunch and the physique of a middle-aged slouch, transformed into a figure of chiseled muscle and explosive power. I feel unstoppable. I could snap steel with my bare hands. He exclaimed with fervor. Such remarkable effects. The others, witnessing this, eagerly began to taste their own portions of the war god's cuisine. In an instant, everyone began to undergo their own metamorphosis. Luo Feng took a few bites himself. The flavor is not lacking. Given my current physique, consuming this dish still increases my strength by several units. For an ordinary person, it should grant an increase of several hundred units. Several hundred units of strength, no trivial amount. For context, the man hailed as the greatest prodigy of Enies Lobby in 8 centuries, Rob Lucci, possessed merely 4,000 units. Yet an ordinary person, by consuming this war god's cuisine for a mere fortnight, could crush that genius underfoot. Utter annihilation. This reminded Luo Feng of bodybuilders from his past life who resorted to technology, hormones to inflate their muscles. His war god's cuisine served a similar purpose, yet surpassed it by an immeasurable margin, with no side effects whatsoever. Moreover, even after ceasing consumption, the physical enhancements remained permanent, never fading. Red-Leg Zeph, after tasting Luo Feng's war god's cuisine, found tears streaming down his face. In all my years, I have never encountered such a sublime delicacy. I once believed my culinary prowess had reached its zenith. Yet before your cooking, my dishes seem no more than a waste of ingredients. In this contest, I am utterly defeated, both in skill and in spirit. Your cuisine not only boasts impeccable flavor, transforming coarse sea king meat into such a delight, but also bestows physical benefits. This is an achievement I can never hope to match. With these words, he suddenly knelt before Luo Feng. Not in humiliation, but in the highest form of reverence a disciple pays to a master. Teach me. Sanji and the other chefs were stunned to see the old man cast aside his pride so completely. Hastily, they too picked up the war god's cuisine and tasted it. In an instant, they understood why Zeph had behaved so. Some chefs even found themselves fighting the urge to kneel before Luo Feng. Sanji was moved to tears. As a chef, he was also a gourmand, yearning to savor every delicacy the world offered. Yet Luo Feng's creation made Sanji realize that even if he scoured the globe for the finest ingredients and summoned the greatest chefs, none could surpass, or even replicate, a dish remotely similar. This was both a profound blessing and a profound tragedy. Blessed for having tasted such perfection, he could die without regret, accepting even an immediate end. Tragic, for every meal he would prepare for the rest of his life would taste like ash. How could it not? Luo Feng quickly helped the old man to his feet. He led him to the now empty dining hall. Luo Feng decided to speak plainly. Old man, it's not that I refuse to teach you. I have my concerns. You must have noticed this dish permanently enhances one's strength. For a gourmand like you, the flavor matters most. But for the ambitious, it's a different story. Food that boosts power could forge a formidable army. Your life would be thrown into chaos. You might even face mortal danger. Thus, it's better not to teach it at all. Zeph was initially puzzled, but the more he listened, the more alarmed he grew. Indeed, how could he have been so foolish as to overlook this? He himself had once been a pirate, harboring the fanciful dream of becoming pirate king. So he understood the voracious ambition of some pirates. In pursuit of power, they would stop at nothing. Zeph nodded gravely, fully convinced. If word got out that his cooking could grant strength, he would surely become a target. They would seize the recipe and eliminate everyone who knew it. That was entirely possible. One must never underestimate the darkness of human nature. Sigh. In that case, it's best not to teach it. Zeph let out a long breath, a mix of resignation and regret. What he valued was not the power-enhancing aspect, but the flavor that the ambitious would disregard. He only wished to create delicious food, but such was the world. He had no choice but to forego this dream. Trouble. Boss pirates are approaching. A lookout rushed in, shouting frantically. What's the fuss? Pirates are nothing new. Our restaurant serves everyone. Zeph scolded. No, sir. If I'm not mistaken, that ship belongs to Chief Krieg. Chief Krieg, commander of the largest pirate fleet in the East Blue, was a ruthless man who plundered any civilian vessel without mercy, slaughtering all aboard. He would even attack lone marine warships with reckless abandon. He was the embodiment of pirate villainy, devoid of any shred of humanity. Undoubtedly, he had set his sights on the Baratai, its ship, its chefs, and its food. He had come to plunder. Is that the sea restaurant? On a battered pirate ship, the emaciated and weakened Captain Krieg pointed weakly at the distant sea restaurant and asked his subordinate. Yes, Captain. A pirate underling quickly replied. Good, good, good. We were just worrying about having no food. Now, as long as we seize that ship, we can all survive. I can make a comeback too. Krieg was excited and thrilled. His crew had ventured into the Grand Line once, but suffered a disastrous defeat. As a result, they couldn't even get a meal now. Recently, the Marines had been rampaging everywhere like madmen. This forced him to dare not send anyone out to steal food. If it weren't for desperate necessity, having used several starved crew members as food, they would have surely entered the afterlife by now. Just then, Krieg suddenly saw a group of people emerge from the distant sea restaurant. They stood on the restaurant's outdoor terrace watching them, with a bunch of chefs and customers. Seeing the infamous Krieg pirates must have scared them half to death, right? Krieg laughed arrogantly. I suppose they saw us coming and are ready to surrender. Not bad, not bad. They have the self-awareness not to resist. Good, I might consider sparing their lives. After all, I'm not some demon. The ship just happens to be short of some menial laborers. They can stay and do the chores. Thinking this, Krieg burst into another arrogant laugh. However, as they drew closer, the pirates suddenly sensed something was wrong. How did these people all look as sturdy as oxen? Their muscles were sharply defined, and some chefs even had broad backs and thick waists. So you're Krieg. At that moment, a customer still picking his teeth with a toothpick looked over with a cocky sidelong glance. Krieg was stunned. What was going on? Were ordinary people this arrogant nowadays? But before he could get angry, the customers had already charged over on their own. Let's beat these pirates to death, brothers. The boss said if we catch pirates, we get a free meal. After eating that meal, I felt restless all over and really wanted to hit something. And then pirates just show up. A group of people who were just ordinary customers moments ago were now leaping 5 or 6 meters high, jumping directly onto the pirate ship. They beat the starving pirates into a scattered mess. Krieg was dumbfounded. What was happening? Was he in the East Blue or the Grand Line? When did the people of the East Blue become so fierce? They weren't even afraid of pirates and just attacked directly. This was too arrogant. Krieg's face darkened. I've decided none of you will live. They'll chop you all up and feed you to the fish later. But then, a middle-aged customer walked up and punched him directly, shattering his golden armor into pieces. Krieg's eyes bulged instantly, blood sprayed from his mouth and his back arched like a shrimp. The next second, he was sent flying horizontally, crashing through a house with a boom and landing stiffly on the deck. Soon, all the customers left. Only a ship full of severely injured people lay sprawled on the deck. Already starving, their situation was now even worse. Retreat. Retreat now. Krieg was almost going mad. He quickly ordered his men to turn the ship around and flee from this terrifying restaurant. But then a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A shocking sword slash instantly cleaved the already battered ship in two. Boom! The sea splashed with countless waves. The creaking of wood set teeth on edge as the massive pirate ship began to sink slowly into the ocean like a dying whale. What happened? What's going on? Why is the ship suddenly in 2 pieces? On the terrace of the sea restaurant, all the customers, chefs, and even the Straw Hat crew were extremely surprised and curious. Only Luo Feng's expression changed sharply. He turned his head abruptly, gazing at the distant sea. There, under the sunlight on the sparkling waves, a coffin-like small boat was rocking its way over. A carefree figure stood on the boat's deck. The black blade in his hand hummed softly before being slowly sheathed on his back. Hawkeye, my hawk. Hearing Luo Feng's words, everyone else turned their heads in unison, staring intently in the direction he was looking. Zoro's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He knew this man all too well. All his efforts were aimed at surpassing him. He suddenly became serious, like a pilgrim finally standing before a sacred mountain or a devout believer encountering the god of his faith. He walked step by step toward Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had also arrived nearby. With a leap, he cleared dozens of meters of sea and landed on Krieg's sinking ship. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps were calm and composed. As he passed by Krieg, he didn't even spare a glance at the so-called great pirate of the East Blue, like a giant ignoring an ant. Thud! Krieg suddenly fell to his knees, his body limp and unable to move, a large stain spreading on his pants. Hawkeye. Who's that? Is he strong? At that moment someone asked a soul-searching question. Instantly the old man Zeph beside him trembled, tugging at this clueless passerby. But this didn't make everyone understand Hawkeye's power. Even the Straw Hat crew couldn't grasp it. Then Luo Feng suddenly spoke. This man is the world's greatest swordsman. What? At these words the previously indifferent customers turned pale as snow. The others didn't look much better. The title world's greatest swordsman alone was enough to terrify anyone. How called it be that this huge ship was cut in half with a sword? Someone finally realized this and asked with a trembling voice. What? The ship was cut in half with a sword? How is that possible? Is he even human? Everyone was utterly stunned. This completely exceeded their understanding. In their eyes, a sword being so small was incomparable to this massive ship. Amazing, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim. Nami and Usopp also looked shocked, their mouths wide open in astonishment. But how could the world's greatest swordsman appear here? Someone managed to ask. This is the East Blue. What is Hawkeye doing here? Usopp, having an idea, quipped, could it be? He heard about Zoro's reputation and came to challenge him. However, Redleg Zeph slowly shook his head. I've never seen Hawkeye in action, but this man would never do such a thing. It's always others who challenge him. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, Hawkeye stepped over and ignored the pirates on the ground, walking toward the sea restaurant. In his hand, he held a wanted poster. His hawk-like eyes locked onto someone in the crowd. You are Luo Feng. Hawkeye raised the wanted poster in his hand, comparing it to the Luo Feng before him, as if confirming whether this was the person he was seeking. Yet this single action stunned everyone present. Hawkeye was actually looking for Luo Feng. Even Zoro, who was striding toward Hawkeye to challenge him, nearly stumbled. What was going on? Hawkeye had traveled all the way to the East Blue just to find Luo Feng. Was Luo Feng already that renowned? In an instant, all gazes shifted from Hawkeye to Luo Feng. They seemed eager to see what power this man possessed, that the world's greatest swordsman would traverse thousands of miles to find him. Wait, I remember now. At that moment, Captain Krieg in the distance suddenly trembled. His voice quivered with immense fear, as if he were staring at a demon, his eyes fixed on Luo Feng's face. Then flustered, he pulled a crumpled wanted poster from his chest. When he saw that the wrinkled face on the poster matched almost perfectly with a young man not far away, his vision went dark. He nearly fainted on the spot. The adventurer Luo Feng. His bounty, 10 billion berries. Boom. Everyone present felt their minds buzz and freeze. 10 billion. What did that even mean? Could all the pirates in the entire East Blue combined even reach a bounty of 10 billion? 10 billion berries converted into money would be enough to found a nation. Stacked together, an ordinary person couldn't even move 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries. That was the price on this man's head. At this time, Captain Krieg continued speaking. Not long ago, a ruthless figure emerged in the East Blue. It said that as soon as he set sail, he single-handedly severely wounded 5 Marine Vice Admirals sent by Marine headquarters. Afterward, the entire Marine force of the East Blue mobilized, dispatching hundreds of warships just to capture him alone. There are even rumors that fishermen saw hundreds of warships surrounding that man in a certain part of the sea. But soon when that fisherman arrived at the scene, he was horrified to discover the sea was densely covered with the wreckage of Marine warships, stretching for dozens of nautical miles. As his words fell, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. Only the sound of waves and the flapping of seagull wings could be heard. Hawkeye Mihawk stood to the side, a mysterious curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Both the pirates and the people from the Bartai restaurant stared wide-eyed at Luo Feng, as if they were looking at a humanoid sea king. This young man has done all these things. But, looking at him, he seems like the boy next door, not dangerous at all. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. He's so handsome, so strong, I feel like I'm about to faint. How honored. Such a formidable figure was talking to me not long ago, and even cooked for me, without any airs. At that moment, everyone's hearts were screaming wildly, yet they dared not make a sound, fearing they might draw the attention of the 2 monsters present. Facing these 2 terrifying existences, the only thing these mortals could do was to minimize their presence, ensuring they weren't noticed. Indeed, you truly are a special existence, just as someone said. Finally, Hawkeye broke the silence. Oh, is that so? Luo Feng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Nami and the others. Just then, Zoro could no longer contain himself. He drew his sword, its blade pointing directly at Hawkeye. I've waited years for this day, Mihawk. I set sail specifically to challenge you. As he spoke, he drew all 3 of his swords. He assumed his stance. Accept my challenge, the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye was forced to shift his gaze to Zoro. However, as a top-tier swordsman, he could gauge Zoro's level with just a glance. He was far from being a worthy opponent. Smirking inwardly, Hawkeye drew the small knife he wore around his neck. What do you mean by this? Zoro asked in confusion. Because I couldn't find a smaller knife than this, Hawkeye replied with a hint of mockery on his face. These words stunned not only Zoro but everyone else as well. This was too belittling. Even as the world's greatest swordsman, this was far too arrogant. After all, Zoro was a renowned pirate hunter in the East Blue. In terms of strength, it was likely that no swordsman in the entire East Blue could surpass him. Three-sword style. Yet Zoro didn't dwell on the shock for long. He immediately unleashed his most powerful strike, determined to prove himself to Hawkeye with his years-honed technique. 3,000 worlds. Clang. With a single clash, two of Zoro's three swords shattered. I lost. He silently sheathed Wado Ikamanji and faced Hawkeye directly. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame. Magnificent. Thud. In the end, Hawkeye chose to strike Zoro with his black blade. This was a mark of respect for his opponent. Young man, your path is still long. Live on, and I will await you on the throne of the world's strongest. With those words, he strode directly toward Luo Fong. Instantly, everyone stepped aside. Even Nami and Usopp instinctively retreated a few paces. The recent battle had made things clear. Hawkeye's strength was terrifyingly immense. With merely a small knife, he had effortlessly defeated Zoro. Would killing them be as easy as crushing ants? Yet Hawkeye paid no attention to the others, his gaze fixed on Luo Fong. Young man, someone tells me you have great insight. So, what did you glean from the battle just now? At this moment, Luo Fong held an ordinary longsword. It was one he had seized from the Marines before, a piece of mundane iron, the lowest of the low. Yet his gaze burned with intensity, because he had just witnessed the world's greatest swordsman draw his blade. Before this, he had never seen anyone with such supreme sword technique. Zoro was the strongest swordsman he had ever encountered. Yet by observing Zoro's strikes, he had attained the Grandmaster level in swordsmanship. He had initially thought Hawkeye would be no different. But now, having witnessed a true master swordsman in action, he realized his own shallowness. You observed Hawkeye's blade, inspiration surged forth, and you achieved successive epiphanies, elevating your sword technique to the supreme Grandmaster realm. At that moment, on the terrace of the Sea Restaurant, everyone pressed against the walls, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Luo Fong and Hawkeye stood facing each other. A peerless Grandmaster. A glint of blade light flashed in Luo Fong's eyes. I have comprehended something, he said slowly. The blade in his hand hummed like a beast excited at the sight of prey. Oh, Hawkeye's gaze shifted. His hawk-like sharp eyes bored into Luo Fong, as if trying to see through his heart. Then, may I have a look? Of course. Luo Fong glanced at the blade in his hand, then walked slowly toward the Krieg pirate's ship. He did not wish for the ensuing scene to affect the Sea Restaurant. Watching Luo Fong's retreating figure, everyone present was moved. Luo Fong actually accepted Hawkeye's challenge. No, it must be just a trial from the world's greatest swordsman. Yes, even with his billionberry bounty, he's no match for Hawkeye in strength. Nearby, Nami and Usopp exchanged glances, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Zoro's already badly hurt. Luo Fong won't get injured too, will he? Old man Zeph also wore a worried expression. Though he had only just met Luo Fong, the man's cooking was unforgettable. He murmured, such a talented young man must not come to harm. Sanji too looked concerned, but then he noticed Luffy's reaction. Puzzled, he asked, Hey Straw Hat Guy, your friend's in danger. Why don't you look worried at all? At this, everyone turned to look. Indeed, Luffy appeared completely confident. He stood with arms crossed, even looking somewhat expectant. This irked the others. Hey, Luo Fong is such a good person, and now he's in danger, yet you don't care at all. Are you even his friend? Yeah, is your heart made of iron? People rebuked him one after another. Even Nami and Usopp thought Luffy was being cold. Their gazes turned disappointed. Luffy blew 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils and shook his head calmly. TSK, you guys really don't know Luo Fong. If it's him, there's no problem at all. What the heck? Everyone looked baffled. Luffy continued, that guy Luo Fong has an amazing insight. I won't go into details. But in short, he's incredibly strong. They were still puzzled, but they gathered that Luffy knew something. Luo Fong must have some hidden depths. Yet when they looked at Hawkeye, they shook their heads again. No matter how strong could he surpass the world's greatest swordsman. That was Hawkeye. Even that skilled 3-sword style swordsman Zoro was defeated by him with a tiny knife. If he went all out, could anyone in this world match him? Luo Fong? Probably not. He was strong indeed with a 10 billion berry bounty. But Hawkeye was surely stronger. Just then Luo Fong suddenly stopped. He stood at the bow of the Krieg pirate's ship. Before him lay the vast ocean. Hawkeye also halted, standing not far behind, watching Luo Fong's back. How is this man so praised by Shanks? Hawkeye mused. Indeed, it was Shanks' description that made him intensely curious about this freak of the East Blue. So he traveled a great distance to meet him. This kid, after watching my fight with the 3-sword style, he seems to have already begun to comprehend something. His thoughtful expression doesn't seem fake. Thinking this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. But in that fight, I only used a small knife with hardly any technique. What could he possibly see from that? Hawkeye asked himself. If he were in Luo Fong's place, he would see nothing. Could it be that this kid saw the green-haired guy's 3-sword style and got some insight? Hawkeye thought this highly likely. He began to laugh inwardly. He laughed at Shanks' miscalculation. A genius. He comprehended something from the so-called techniques of a low-level East Blue swordsman. What a joke. Were those even techniques? Hawkeye only valued the green-haired man's unyielding spirit as a swordsman. As for his techniques, they were appalling, a complete mess. Pathetic. How could anyone learn anything from that? The moves he came up with while on the toilet were 100 times better. Shanks, oh Shanks, you came to the East Blue and found a so-called genius of this caliber. How disappointing. Hawkeye shook his head inwardly. When he returned to the New World, he would definitely confront Red Hair. He had traveled all the way from Shanks' territory in the New World to the East Blue. He had braved wind and rain over such a distance just to see Shanks' so-called genius, and this was it. Hawkeye's face darkened. He felt Shanks had fooled him. His hands itched with the urge to go back and cut Shanks down. Just then Luo Feng moved. He had been standing with his eyes closed facing the sea holding his long blade. As the breeze blew, he had decided what to do. A blade is just a medium. In the wuxia novels of my past world, true masters could hurt others with a flying flower or a plucked leaf. Luo Feng recalled a novel he had read. The protagonist didn't have his sword and his opponent was too strong. Without it, he would surely die. At that moment, the protagonist broke off a dry twig and thrust it at his opponent, piercing his heart. When he read it, he thought it was absurd. But now he understood. The reason he found it absurd and incomprehensible was that his realm at the time was insufficient. Without the proper realm, one cannot see certain things. So, there really are lines in this world. Luo Feng's eyes shone brightly like stars. The world he saw was the same as before, yet different. As if something more had appeared. Before him, the sea, the clouds, even the sky seemed to be pieced together like building blocks. And all he had to do was swing his blade to sever those fragile connections. At that moment, he swung his blade. What is this? At the very instant Luo Feng raised his blade, Yorikawa's gaze shifted, his eyes transformed. A kind of conviction. Yes, conviction. Years ago when Yorikawa was still an obscure swordsman, he attempted to cleave steel, yet his mind swarmed with doubt. How could a blade possibly sever solid steel? If I strike too hard, surely the edge will shatter. Yet I have seen others do it, with nothing but ordinary iron. Later, Yorikawa entered prolonged meditation and deep contemplation. His inner distractions miraculously diminished. As mental clutter receded, a single thought within him grew louder, ever more resonant. I can cut through steel. That day, Yorikawa's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. He severed steel, truly and irrevocably. And on that day, he discovered the path to becoming a grand sword master. Conviction. Believing, truly believing, that one can cleave steel. Believing in oneself. The power of conviction. In truth, I had always possessed the ability. I simply lacked clarity, and my mind was clouded, preventing me from unleashing my full strength. Now memory flickered in Yorikawa's eyes. Another scene unfolded. Yorikawa, having already mastered steel severing, had become a renowned swordsman. He challenged masters across the land, storming dojos. Wherever he went, no opponent stood against him, until one day he met an elder. The old man's head bore only a few sparse white hairs. His mouth held barely a handful of teeth. His hand trembled as he gripped his blade, a body worn thin by time, trembling on the brink of extinction. Yet the stroke he delivered, casual, effortless, blazed with boundless radiance. That single cut struck like a muffled thunderclap, cleaving open an entirely new path. It revealed to the young Yorikawa a world hitherto unimaginable. Having mastered steel severing, he had believed he'd reached the zenith of swordsmanship. But the elder told him, there is more, far more. Sword aura, sword chi itself. From that day onward, Yorikawa understood the way of the sword knows no end. Yet he already knew the power of conviction. His strength rivaled the elder's. Not inferior, perhaps even greater, for he was in the prime of his youth and vigor. His grip upon the blade was steadier. His draw was swifter. He could unleash sword chi, always had. And so he succeeded. Yorikawa returned to the present moment. He exhaled deeply, releasing a long breath of turbid air. Conviction. So Luo Feng may not be among the absolute pinnacle of swordsmen, but he is perilously close. At that moment, he saw himself reflected in the youth before him, raw, unrefined, yet fiercely unyielding. Let me see, then, what brilliance your technique shall unveil. Before the words had fully faded, Luo Feng's blade descended, silent, unhurried, almost unervingly slow, like a novice painter delicately tracing a line upon pristine white paper. Wait, what is this? Yet in the next heartbeat, Yorikawa's eyes widened, astonished. A black line materialized in the air before Luo Feng. Shoo! Then, this seemingly ordinary stroke erupted with staggering force, like an unceasing river swelling, ever more torrential, ever more overwhelming. An invisible sword aura surged forth from Luo Feng's blade, cold, sharp, and merciless, spreading outward, slicing cleanly through the very atmosphere. In that instant, all witnesses beheld Luo Feng's cutting arc as if it were a stage curtain drawn aside, revealing a grand theatrical vista. The azure sky and sea behind him twisted violently, like paper slashed by a blade. Screech. A sound unlike any Yorikawa had ever heard pierced the air. It was as though the atmosphere itself screamed, wounded by the blade's aura. But it did not end there. SHHHSHHHSHHH. That sword aura took root in the air like a living vine, growing, lengthening, surging with terrifying momentum. Like a brook swelling into a raging river bursting forth from the earth, then ascending as an inverted Milky Way defying heaven itself, cleaving toward the heavens. Boom, roar. In the breathless silence that followed, when every soul stood utterly transfixed, a spectacle of soul-shaking magnitude erupted before them. Before Luo Feng, the sea itself split apart, like a divine gate torn asunder by celestial decree. Waves crashed aside with impossible precision, two vast flawless slabs of water parted evenly, standing rigidly on either side, as if awaiting inspection by Poseidon himself. One stroke, parting the sea. This vision, mythic, indelible, burned itself into the souls of all who witnessed it. And in years to come it would resurface again and again, in dreams and memory, each time sending chills racing down their spines. Is this the power of a god? Did I truly see that? Or am I hallucinating? It actually happened. Whoa, how blessed I am to behold such divine wonder. I feel compelled to kneel and worship. With just one blade, nothing more. How is such a feat possible? Truly divine. I yield utterly. So overwhelmingly powerful, unbelievably powerful. This must be the absolute apex of this world. Nothing stronger could possibly exist. This is the summit. Damn it. I forgot my camera. I had to capture this moment. It would become a timeless masterpiece. Meanwhile, every member of the Straw Hat crew, and even Chef Zeph and Sanji, felt a jolt of electric tingling surge from their crown down to their coccyx. Especially the Straw Hats, though each had glimpsed fragments of Luo Feng's strength, and known he concealed much more. They never imagined his true power could be this staggering. Luffy, though long aware of Luo Feng's might, still gaped, jaw slack, eyes bulging, stunned into speechless awe at witnessing his full, unleashed power. Dead. Usopp clutched his face, his entire expression contorted in shock. This was done by Luo Feng. The same Luo Feng who spends every day aboard our ship, my shipmate. Just thinking he'd treated such a peerless master as an equal flooded his heart with bewildering, bittersweet turmoil. Nami, after her initial shock subsided, gazed upon Luo Feng's back, her eyes shimmering with sudden enigmatic brilliance. Beside her, Sanji, rarely so flabbergasted, stood slack-jawed, his chin literally resting on the ground. He had never imagined that the man who'd recently taught him culinary arts, the peer he'd assumed a prodigious chef, was this formidable. He had cleaved the sea itself, and among all those present none was more stunned, more incredulous, more shaken to the core of disbelief than Yorikawa. As the saying goes, amateurs observe the spectacle, while professionals grasp the essence. Only a swordsman who has reached the realm of Hawkeye could comprehend the true significance of Luo Feng's strike. At this moment, he stood alongside Luo Feng at the forefront, his vision the broadest and farthest. Ahead, the sea parted. In Luo Feng's hand, an ordinary blade had cleaved the ocean. For this strike, Hawkeye could only describe it with one word: peerless. Unrivaled across the four seas. Hawkeye asked himself. He had mastered the release of sword chi at a young age. From then on he practiced relentlessly. His sword chi grew ever stronger, ever more fearsome. Every opponent who witnessed his sword chi conceded their inferiority. Even Shanks, when dueling him in swordsmanship, had said, Hawkeye, my swordsmanship can only rival yours due to the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki. But if we speak purely of swordsmanship, I, red hair, am no match for you. The usually reserved Hawkeye rarely smiled. Yet that time, because of his closest friend and equally top-tier swordsman's praise, he smiled from the heart. He laughed with genuine joy. But now, Hawkeye observed Luo Feng strike, and suddenly felt that all his years of cultivating sword chi had been in vain. He had believed that if he made his sword chi larger and brighter, he could attain a higher realm. He was wrong. Entirely wrong. Luo Feng's sword chi bore no flamboyant colors. Luo Feng's sword chi had no exaggerated form. Luo Feng's sword chi was even formless, like the wisp of chill air that slips through a door crack on Winter Island when one opens it in the morning. Delicate yet biting. Formless yet lethal. This was the true essence of sword chi. Not splendor, not magnitude, but a single word: sever. Sever everything. Sever what one wishes to sever, even if that thing is steel, diamond, or even the sea. Drip. Hawkeye suddenly felt his cheek grow moist. Unbeknownst to him, a single tear had fallen. His eyes had grown wet. He opened his mouth, his voice turning hoarse. I, Hawkeye, am no match for you. Luo Feng turned back at that moment, his gaze clashing with Hawkeye's in an instant. It was as radiant as a star. Hawkeye abruptly closed his eyes. A trickle of blood flowed from his eye socket. In that instant he felt he had faced not a gaze but the gleam of a blade. The eyes he had honed for years, sharp as an eagle's, paled into insignificance beneath Luo Feng's gaze. Whoosh. Only then, the parted sea suddenly closed. A towering wave surged into the sky in an instant. This wave formed a straight line stretching endlessly into the distance. The line of sight could not reach its end. Then with a splash it rained seawater upon everyone present. The sea returned to calm, as if nothing that had just happened ever existed. Yet, everyone present had forever etched this scene into their hearts. Unforgettable for a lifetime. Ha, ha, ha ha. Hawkeye suddenly burst into wild laughter. A man so reserved and introverted rarely showed such emotion. But this time he cast all restraint aside. Good, very good. Luo Feng, you are indeed the man Shanks has his eye on. I have only one question now. How did you hone your realm? Hawkeye was curious. He yearned to know. He considered himself devoted to the way of the sword. He had even set a rule for himself: swing the blade 10,000 times daily. And each time he had to concentrate all his essence, energy, and spirit. It was as if every swing was with full force. Every swing pushed past his limits. And he had maintained this habit for decades. He was curious about Luo Feng's methods. He admitted that Luo Feng's talent surpassed his own. However, every genius grows through effort. Someone had once complained to him, claiming a lack of talent made them inferior to a genius like him, and thus unable to ever catch up to Hawkeye. Yet Hawkeye disdainfully noticed that this person was rather lazy. Hawkeye rose before the sun each morning to swing his blade. Even while cooking or cutting vegetables, he was constantly refining his realm. But this lazy man who blamed his talent rose only after the sun was high, casually swung a few hundred times, and then broke into a sweat from exhaustion. Moreover, many of his swings were perfunctory, as if merely going through the motions to complete a task. This was nothing but self-deception, believing oneself to be diligent. In reality, it was merely wasting life and time. True geniuses shed far more sweat than you so-called mediocrities, yet you erase our far greater efforts with a mere excuse of insufficient talent. Hawkeye thought this as he looked at Luo Feng. He sighed, inwardly lamenting that Luo Feng must have put in even more effort than himself to reach such a realm. The realm. Luo Feng glanced at the blade in his hand. This sword I took from a marine half a month ago. Hawkeye, In other words, Luo Feng meant that a true master needs no renowned blade. Even with mere ordinary iron, one could deliver a world-shaking strike. Indeed, at Hawkeye's level, he could do the same. Any blade could unleash terrifying power. Yet, this was completely off-topic from his question. He had asked how Luo Feng became so strong, how he elevated his understanding of the blade to this level. Hawkeye pressed urgently. So how do you train with the blade daily? How many swings? Or do you have a unique method of your own? Luo Feng was taken aback. Train with the blade, eh? What training? I only recently began to dabble in swordsmanship. After watching Zoro's three-sword style, I barely grasped some insights. As for what I just displayed, I have you to thank, Hawkeye. If you hadn't sparred with Zoro and demonstrated your blade skills, I likely wouldn't have comprehended this realm. Hawkeye was stunned. He stared blankly at Luo Feng. It took 3 seconds for him to realize Luo Feng was not joking. Swish. In an instant his mind buzzed. It completely crashed. What in the world? This kid. Just by watching his battle against the three-sword-styled green-haired man, he comprehended all of this. You must be joking. What kind of monstrous talent and insight must one possess to achieve this? Is this kid even human? At this moment Hawkeye felt an intense urge to pry open Luo Feng's skull and see what was inside. He also wanted to peel off Luo Feng's skin to check if he was actually a humanoid seeking beneath it. You're serious about what you said? Hawkeye suddenly felt a pang of doubt. He couldn't quite believe it. No, you must have. Started training at a very young age. And your teacher? Must be that guy Shanks. Yes, that had to be it. Shanks had once visited the East Blue. Then he must have stumbled upon Luo Feng, a prodigious genius. So he passed on all his abilities to him. If Hawkeye himself had been taught by a master like Red Hair from childhood and trained diligently, his achievements today would undoubtedly be even greater. With this thought, Hawkeye felt a sense of relief. Regardless, he simply couldn't believe it. That there existed someone in this world who, without any guidance, relying solely on his own comprehension and insight, could attain a realm like Luo Feng's. Absolutely impossible. To this, Luo Feng merely shrugged. It didn't matter. He had no desire to convince Hawkeye of anything, whether others believed him or not. It had nothing to do with him. After all, the growth and strength, the elevation in realm, was his own, a tangible gain. Clang. Just then, Hawkeye suddenly drew his blade. With a metallic shriek, the world's greatest supreme sharp sword, the black blade, Yuru, appeared before him. Luo Feng, I acknowledge your strength. Now let me test which of us is truly stronger. As a great swordsman, Hawkeye lived only to pursue the pinnacle, to seek the absolute, and battling the strong was the shortcut to becoming mightier. He recognized Luo Feng's power. He acknowledged Luo Feng as a swordsman worthy of crossing blades with him. Now he was determined to fight Luo Feng, to push his own limits, to transcend his boundaries. However, Luo Feng's gaze was captivated by the black blade. Could I take a look at this sword? He had heard of the method to cultivate a black blade, by continuously tempering it with armament haki. Yet he had never seen a real one. Hawkeye was taken aback. Instinctively, he handed Yuru to Luo Feng. He wasn't afraid Luo Feng would keep it. After all, at Luo Feng's level, even a kitchen knife would be unmatched. Clang. Luo Feng received the black blade, his eyes never leaving it from start to finish. He tapped his finger on the blade. A melodious metallic ring resonated. A fine blade. He couldn't help but praise. For some reason at this moment he felt as if this sword possessed a soul of its own. It was alive. It had breath and a heartbeat. I see. I was naive before. So-called sword nurturing isn't just about cultivating a sharp weapon. It's about nurturing one's most loyal companion. For a swordsman, friends may betray, family may grow distant, and even one's own skill can at times be unreliable. But the blade alone, it never changes, never betrays. Luo Feng's eyes shone. Inspiration surged within him. He could sense the unique haki energy contained within the black blade, Yuru. This was a completely new structure, different from the haki in living beings. I understand. Luo Feng exclaimed in awe. Many questions in his mind suddenly clicked into place. At this moment, it wasn't just a method of nurturing a black blade. Even his original understanding of haki had elevated. A realm is like a puzzle, or like building with blocks. Certainly one could focus solely on a single direction, a single philosophy, and still reach the pinnacle. But Luo Feng, by understanding the principles of haki comprehensively, was laying a solid and broad foundation for his comprehension of haki. Others' realms were like a spire. The higher they climbed, the harder it became. That was because their foundation was unstable, yet they rushed for results. Thus, every step forward was like treading on thin ice. His foundation, however, was stable and vast. It was like building a magnificent palace, a towering edifice. Steady and solid, his ceiling was far higher than any other being. You study the supreme sharp sword, Yuru, gaining epiphanies, comprehending the black blade tempering method at this moment. Luo Feng returned the black blade. Then he drew his own sword from his waist. It was an ordinary blade, not exceptional, made from common materials. But overall it was decent. And as he used it, he coated the surface with haki. So the blade had not a single nick. At this moment, Luo Feng mobilized the haki within him and began to coat this blade. I don't have any other famous swords on hand. Well, I'll make do with this one for now. Luo Feng felt he could later seek out a famed sword or simply have a renowned smith forge one. At worst, he could teach himself the art of sword forging. He was confident he wouldn't fall short of those master smiths. Now, black haki adhered to the surface of the blade and the tempering began. Beside him, Hawkeye was utterly stunned. His eyes bulged as he watched the scene in disbelief. What was this? This kid was nurturing a blade. And even if he was nurturing a blade, what the hell was this vast and highly pure armament haki? Hawkeye prided himself on his own haki, which he had trained to be extremely strong. But upon seeing Luo Feng's haki, he suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Could it be that he, the senior, was inferior to a junior in haki? No way. So talented in swordsmanship, yet his haki is also so refined. This kid is truly a master of time management. If he weren't a master of time management at Luo Feng's age, it would be impossible to train in both swordsmanship and haki simultaneously. Once again, Hawkeye was deeply shaken by Luo Feng inside. At this moment, the blade in Luo Feng's hand hummed. When he withdrew his haki, the once ordinary mortal steel blade was now imprinted with black patterns. It was as if a demon had enchanted the sword, or the blade had slain countless souls, and their resentment had seeped into the steel. Under the sunlight, the black patterns reflected an eerie, mesmerizing gleam. How is this possible? The watching Hawkeye was utterly astounded. He was well aware of how a black blade was forged. It required the user to continuously temper it with armament haki over years and months. Moreover, the user had to be immensely powerful with abundant haki for any chance of success, if not used frequently like whitebeards. Such beings didn't even have black blades. This showed just how low the probability of forging a black blade was. Yet, Luo Feng had casually transformed an utterly ordinary mortal steel blade into a black blade within mere breaths. Hawkeye rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then looked again. Under the sunlight, the long sword in Luo Feng's hand reflected a dazzling brilliance. Before this, the blade was nothing more than common iron, yet now it was adorned with an exquisite pattern, a pattern all too familiar to Hawkeye. He recalled that when he first forged his own black blade, it bore a similar design. At that time, he had cradled the black blade Yuru and gazed at it for 3 days and nights, never letting it leave his side, even while eating or sleeping, more entranced than if he had beheld the most breathtaking beauty in the world. Indeed, that was a black blade, the very thing countless swordsmen across the world dreamed of possessing. Could you let me see your sword? Hawkeye, abandoning all pretense, could not resist asking Luo Feng directly. Luo Feng smiled, looking at Hawkeye without feeling the slightest offense. Though not a devotee of this craft, he could empathize with Hawkeye's feelings. He handed over the blade and asked, "What's this?" "The world's greatest swordsman is interested in my nameless blade. Or have you grown tired of your black blade, Yuru, and want a change of taste?" Hawkeye ignored Luo Feng's teasing. The moment he took the blade, he began to examine it intently. This luster, this aura. Wait. There's even a faint breath and heartbeat. Hawkeye suddenly grew excited. This was undeniably a genuine black blade. Moreover, he could clearly sense that due to the brief, nurturing time, the haki was still attached to the surface and had not permeated the entire blade. It was as if a layer of haki had been plated onto the blade's surface. This proved that the sword was no trick of substitution using some unknown method, but was genuinely forged by Luo Feng on the spot. Hawkeye was certain that no one in the world could forge a black blade in such a short time, except Luo Feng. I remember how back in the day to forge Yoru into a black blade, I trained every day, even clutching the sword in my sleep, refusing to let go. It took decades of such effort before I finally succeeded. At this thought, Hawkeye let out a bitter laugh. How laughable! How lamentable! And yet countless others in this world are still racking their brains to nurture their beloved blades with haki, only to fail. Then Hawkeye turned to Luo Feng, his gaze complex. This method of forging a black blade so quickly was invaluable. He believed that if an auction were held offering a black blade and a devil fruit simultaneously, swordsmen would fight tooth and nail for the black blade, not the devil fruit. What did this mean? It meant Luo Feng could command infinite wealth, even if the haki was merely attached to the surface and hadn't fully penetrated the blade. It was enough. For a swordsman, any black blade was superior to ordinary iron. A black blade forged from common steel was even more coveted than any legendary sword. If Luo Feng gathered a pile of nearly costless blades and sold them as black blades, he would become the wealthiest man across the 4 seas. And if he wished to build a force, he could equip every member with a black blade. Imagine how terrifying that would be. When swordsmen worldwide learned that joining a certain organization meant receiving a black blade, everyone would go mad with desire. They would flock in droves. At this thought, Hawkeye warned Luo Feng gravely, "You must never reveal this ability to anyone else. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, it will bring endless trouble." The sun was warm and the sea breeze blew. High above, seagulls crossed the blue sky, and from a height only a few heads were visible below. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had dragged Zoro back and bandaged his wounds simply. "What do you think Luo Feng and Hawkeye are talking about?" Usopp, having just changed Zoro's bandages, asked curiously as he washed the blood from his hands. "Both are top-tier existences. They must be discussing something profound," Nami said, gazing at the distant figures of Luo Feng and Hawkeye. Luo Feng held the newly forged black blade, examining it closely. He gladly accepted Hawkeye's kind warning. He too understood the immense value of the black blade nurturing method, even more than Hawkeye imagined. Yet his mind was split, pondering another matter. In his view, this matter was several times more important than nurturing a black blade with armament haki. However, inspiration eluded him on this front. Fortunately, a seasoned expert stood before him. So Luo Feng directly asked Hawkeye, "I'd like to seek your advice, senior." Advice? Hawkeye was taken aback, then nodded. "Go ahead." On the surface, he remained calm, but inwardly a hint of pride began to stir. Luo Feng was indeed a genius with astonishing insight and talent, but Hawkeye was still his senior, rich in experience. Some insights could not be gained through talent alone. They required the accumulation of time. Luo Feng said essentially a black blade is nurtured with armament haki combined with the wielder's emotional attachment to the blade, granting it a unique life. Am I correct? Hawkeye was visibly moved. Luo Feng's words matched his own years of understanding. He was once again stunned by Luo Feng's talent. He recalled how in his early days he naively thought that nurturing a black blade required only conqueror's haki, not realizing that the user must pour their heart and soul into it. Most people failed precisely because of this. Only those who were utterly devoted with eyes for nothing but the blade could be fortunate enough to cultivate their beloved sword into a black blade. Those who sought shortcuts would never achieve it. Hawkeye nodded. "Indeed, it seems you have truly mastered the method of forging a black blade." Hawkeye sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling his age. But Luo Feng continued then. "I'm curious. Have you ever tried nurturing a black blade with conqueror's haki?" The air suddenly grew still. Hawkeye's body stiffened, and his gaze toward Luo Feng turned peculiar. Hawkeye was utterly stunned. Using conqueror's haki to nurture a blade. Could such a thing be done? This idea was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Of course, this wasn't to say that only Luo Feng could conceive of such a notion. Rather, across the entire world, those who could wield conqueror's haki were exceedingly rare. The probability of awakening conqueror's haki was a mere 1 in a million. Moreover, without a catalyst, even those with the potential might never awaken it. Thus, those who possessed conqueror's haki were few and far between. One could scarcely find them across the 4 seas, and even in the Grand Line they were uncommon. Only in the New World did their presence become somewhat more frequent. Among them, setting aside those who didn't use weapons, the number dwindled further. And among those who both wielded conqueror's haki and used weapons, even fewer had mastered the art of tempering a black blade. There were almost none. Thus, it wasn't that no one had thought of it, but rather that the conditions were simply absent. Most importantly, most conqueror's haki users could barely even manage to coat their fists with it, let alone use it to temper a blade. "Senior." Luo Feng, noticing Hawkeye lost in thought, waved a hand before his eyes. "I have indeed pondered this matter." Hawkeye, realizing his lapse, cleared his throat. He then said, Conqueror's haki is far less abundant than armament haki, and it cannot be cultivated or enhanced at will. To forge a black blade with it would likely take a lifetime, and even then success would be uncertain. I see. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly a surge of majestic purple haki erupted from his hand, enveloping the blade at his side. He then began attempting to temper the blade. Hawkeye was startled to see that Luo Feng possessed Conqueror's haki, and from the fluidity of his control, he had clearly mastered it long ago. Techniques like coating with Conqueror's haki would likely be effortless for the young man before him. Yet Hawkeye closed his eyes and shook his head. Luo Feng's attempt to use Conqueror's haki to nurture a blade was still far too naive, setting aside whether his haki was sufficient. Even if he had an inexhaustible supply, whether Conqueror's haki could be used for tempering like armament haki remained a question mark. Had no one before ever considered this? If Conqueror's haki could indeed achieve such a feat, then somewhere in the long river of history, someone might have succeeded. And that blade would surely be a legendary sword. Yet in this era, Hawkeye had lived for decades, traversed the world, and challenged countless masters. He had only heard tales of black blades, but never one forged with Conqueror's haki. Thus Hawkeye was certain that Luo Feng would fail. Young Luo, you should give up. With your talent and strength, the priority now is to find a sword that suits you and resonates with your spirit. Then devote yourself wholeheartedly to nurturing that blade with your self-created method. I believe that with your talent and mastery of haki, you will soon forge a blade that could rival or even surpass my own Yoro. And you will become a legendary great swordsman remembered through history. Your blade will become the greatest in the four seas, passed down through eternity. This is the path a swordsman should tread, the ultimate glory. Hawkeye's gaze grew distant, as if glimpsing centuries or millennia into the future. The name of the great swordsman Luo Feng would resound across the four seas, and the blade he left behind would become an object of desire for swordsmen worldwide, much like the legendary One Piece. Perhaps, Luo Feng might even usher in an era of great swordsmen. With Luo Feng's skill, if he opened a dojo, it might just become the greatest in the world. Hawkeye mused to himself. Meanwhile, Luo Feng paid no heed to Hawkeye's words or expressions, focusing entirely on the blade in his hand. Conqueror's haki is indeed different from armament haki, but yet Luo Feng's understanding of haki had long surpassed ordinary comprehension. This was no boast. If he claimed second in haki mastery, no one dared claim first. Such was his confidence. As you contemplated the method of blade tempering, drawing from your understanding of haki and conventional techniques, a cascade of insights led you to create the imperial blade forging art. A hum resonated as thoughts flowed seamlessly through Luo Feng's mind, as if by nature. A stellar radiance gleamed in his eyes as he immediately set to work on the blade. Conqueror's haki was the haki of kings. Anyone with the ambition to become king could awaken it. Yet in Luo Feng's view, could just any stray cat or dog claim kingship? In this world, there could only be one king. An emperor. A sovereign, and his blade would be the emperor's sword. In a flash, Luo Feng's formidable Conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping the blade. He began to temper it according to his self-created art. I am the strongest. This is a conviction. The greater one's strength, the stronger their Conqueror's haki, because when a person's power grows, so does their confidence, enabling them to overcome foes once insurmountable. And such experiences in turn fortify their conviction. They become instinctual. No matter the opponent, they believe steadfastly, I am the king. At that moment, the blade in Luo Feng's hand suddenly emanated a restrained, noble purple aura. Then the aura contracted, condensed, and adhered to the blade's edge. Complementing the black patterns that had formed earlier, it now covered the entire blade. The back and face of the blade were black. The edge, however, bore a crystalline, noble purple hue. With a soft hiss, Luo Feng casually swung the blade. Though he exerted no strength, it gave off an extraordinary sensation. It was as if the air itself possessed consciousness, recoiling in fear from the blade's edge. A visible purple scar appeared in the air. The swing felt incredibly smooth, as though an invisible hand guided the blade forward. With a sharp clang, he struck the wooden railing nearby. Barely exerting any force, merely placing the edge upon the wood, the razor-sharp blade sliced cleanly through the railing. It was even easier than cutting through tofu. Such sharpness. Nearby, Hawkeye stared in astonishment. What was this? Purple patterns on a blade's edge. He had never seen anything like it. At that moment, a premonition stirred within Hawkeye, but it was too shocking to voice. Yet he finally asked the question, his voice trembling slightly. Is this? This is. Eagle Eye's voice trembled, and his fingers quivered slightly. It was not fear, not dread, but sheer excitement. A chilling, murderous aura emanated from the blade itself. At that moment, Eagle Eye felt as if he saw an emperor of decisive slaughter seated upon a lofty throne, gazing down at him with cold, indifferent eyes. With a blade in hand, he could sever all. Luo Feng gazed at the sword, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as a hint of pride swelled within him. I only meant to give it a try, but I succeeded. This blade must be the first Conqueror's haki-infused sword in the world, right? Hey. Eagle Eye's body jolted. The Conqueror's hockey blade tempering was a success, achieved by the young man before him. Most people couldn't even forge a black blade. Yet Luo Feng, relying on his own talent, single-handedly pioneered a method of blade tempering. And he had even tempered a blade with Conqueror's hockey. This was simply a godlike feat. At this moment, Eagle Eye lost all composure. Words could no longer express his shock and excitement. So he could only stand there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the blade in Luo Feng's hand. Luo Feng swung it a few times and decided to name the sword. In truth, this blade had surpassed all legendary swords, even the supreme grade blades, even Eagle Eye's black blade Euro, paling in comparison to its sharpness and hardness. I shall call you Emperor Blade. Luo Feng held the Emperor Blade, sensing the joy emanating from its body. This blade seemed to possess a soul of its own. It was like a pet. Suddenly Luo Feng sensed something. His observation hockey detected the flow of another's Conqueror's hockey nearby. He abruptly looked up, fixing his gaze on Eagle Eye before him. To his surprise, Eagle Eye was attempting to envelop Yoris blade with Conqueror's hockey, his eyes wide with intensity as he muttered, "Absorb it, come on, absorb it quickly. That ordinary iron could absorb Conqueror's hockey, and you, the mightiest blade, have no reason not to. Yuri, we've been together for so many years. Have I ever treated you poorly? I polish and nurture you every day, even after you became a black blade." At this moment, Eagle Eye looked as if he were pleading with a lover, his eyes filled with reproach. Or like an old father admonishing his wayward child. Luo Feng felt utterly stunned. "Eagle Eye, I never imagined you were like this. Your aloof and stoic image has completely crumbled in my mind." As if sensing Luo Feng's gaze, Eagle Eye lifted his eyes. Realizing Luo Feng was indeed watching him, he stiffened and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Well, I just had a flash of inspiration too, and I want to try tempering a blade with Conqueror's hockey." Luo Feng was speechless, even finding Eagle Eye a bit sundra. He clearly wanted to know how to temper a blade with Conqueror's hockey, but refused to ask. So Luo Feng offered a few pointers. With his level of insight, he naturally knew exactly where Eagle Eye was stuck in his tempering. When he pointed it out, Eagle Eye was struck with sudden enlightenment. A look of epiphany crossed his face. Then he began tempering his blade with fervent excitement. "It's working. The blade is absorbing it." Eagle Eye's hands trembled as the hockey wrapped around Yoris' blade began to seep in slowly. Though it was more than 10 times slower than Luo Feng's progress, and the purity and quantity of his Conqueror's hockey fell far short, making it impossible to forge an Emperor blade in a short time. Nevertheless, he had undoubtedly found the right path. Next, he would walk this path continuously, comprehending, and with enough time and persistent effort, he would eventually succeed. Luo Feng suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Senior, weren't you looking for a duel with me earlier?" Hearing this, Eagle Eye snapped out of his tempering state and deflected the topic. "Oh well, I actually have something to attend to. Shanks called, said he wanted to treat me to a drink. Yes, that's it. I need to return to the Grand Line. Farewell." Without letting Luo Feng interject, he leaped dozens of meters into the air, landed on his coffin-like boat, and used Yoru as in or paddling furiously. In just a dozen breaths, he had become a tiny black speck in the distance. Luo Feng. He had long suspected that Eagle Eye was just showing off, sitting idly on that small boat. But there were no oars in sight. So how did he row? Today, he finally solved the long-standing mystery. He really used his sword. After Eagle Eye vanished from sight, Luo Feng snapped out of his daze, sheathed the Emperor blade, and headed toward the sea restaurant. As he passed by Creek, he noticed that this great pirate had fainted from sheer terror. How many million berries was Krieg's bounty again? Whatever, another fortune in the bag. Luo Feng casually grabbed the unconscious Krieg and continued toward the restaurant. Along the way, all the pirates fled in panic at the mere sight of him. Yet how much space was there on this ship? The vessel was already quite battered, and after Eagle Eye's slash had cleaved it in two, it would have sunk entirely if not for the air trapped in the hold. Some pirates, seeing no escape, chose to jump into the sea. Others followed suit. In an instant, the sea around the floating restaurant echoed with the sound of splashes like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, a spectacular sight. Many pirates didn't even dare to take a small boat. They simply swam away from the area. At that moment, everyone in the sea restaurant was stunned. Holy crap, that's incredible. His mere presence forced pirates to jump into the sea. Haha, awesome, cool. No wonder Luo Feng is the man with a billion-berry bounty. Those small-time pirates were just strutting around thinking they were something in the East Blue, but in front of Luo Feng they're nothing. Sigh, folks, you stay here. I'm out. Though I've met Luo Feng before, a man with a billion-berry bounty is not someone like us lowlifes can associate with. Best to leave quickly to avoid trouble. Before Luo Feng even reached the entrance, the customers found excuses to leave. Only the chefs and the Straw Hat crew remained. Hey, Luo Feng, well done. The chefs, all burly men, showed little fear of Luo Feng. Coupled with his earlier act of stepping forward to shield them, he had earned their respect and goodwill. Yes, standing in front of a woman at a critical moment. Now that's a real man. And his cooking is so delicious. He's just perfect. If I were a woman, I'd definitely marry him as a mistress. Ahem, get lost. I didn't know you had such a fetish. Stay away from me. What's the big deal? I'm not even a woman, but I'd still be Luo Feng's mistress. That's not impossible. Ugh, disgusting. I can't stand another day on this ship. Sanji declared he was utterly repulsed by these perverts. Luo Feng approached Zoro and examined his injuries. Don't worry, Hawkeye didn't strike to kill. He only severed your muscles, not the bones. With proper rest you'll recover. He said, It seems my ship still needs a doctor. Nearby Luffy pondered with a serious expression for a long while before arriving at this conclusion. Usopp rolled his eyes repeatedly. With that level of intelligence, was he truly fit to be captain? It would be far more reliable if the great Usopp took the helm. At the very least, Luo Feng could be considered a candidate for captain. With such formidable strength, he was more than qualified to lead. If the opportunity arises, I might coax. No, that's not right in sight. No, that's also not right. In any case, Luo Feng is a promising choice. Usopp silently daydreamed, unable to suppress a lecherous grin from spreading across his face. Far away upon the vast ocean, Hawkeye's mind was far from calm. He gazed at the distant sea as if he could see the Grand Line and the New World thousands of miles away. At this moment, his eyes blazed with dazzling brilliance. Shanks was indeed right. Luo Feng is a man who can overturn the world. This journey to the East Blue has left a profound impression on me. He yearned to rush to the New World immediately and tell Shanks everything about this journey and the thoughts swirling in his mind. The Marines, the Revolutionary Army pirates, the Celestial Dragons, the Five Elders. Hawkeye's gaze was piercing as if he could see through endless distances to the people on the other side of the world. Just wait and see. A rising star is ascending, and when the time comes it will shake the world. The Holy Land Merigios. This was the dwelling place of the Celestial Dragons, situated atop the Red Line, the highest point in the entire world, within a magnificent palace as grand as a giant's abode. The Five Elders were processing intelligence submitted by Kong, the supreme commander of the world government's total forces. Among the pirates, a super rookie has emerged. This man on his first bounty received a staggering reward of 1 billion berries. The adventurer Luo Feng from the East Blue. In a single battle, he single-handedly gravely wounded 5 Marine headquarters vice admirals. An elderly man slammed a wanted poster onto the table, his black flat-top hat quivering. What do you all think? He looked at the other 4. The 5 elder with the horn-shaped mustache snorted coldly. Another monstrous existence has appeared, hasn't it? And in the weakest, see the East Blue. Speaking of which, what were the first bounties of Kaido and Big Mom when they set sail? The elder with the goatee interjected. The elder with short blonde hair waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. This guy's greatest achievement is merely defeating 5 vice admirals. And his destruction of the entire East Blue Marine force relied not on strength, but on luck and coincidence. The bald elder holding a katana nodded and said, Have you considered this? If this man named Luo Feng were truly that strong, would he have let those 5 vice admirals live? Impossible. Therefore, his strength is only enough to wound 5 vice admirals. An admiral could achieve the same feat and even surpass him. The blonde elder snorted coldly. If an admiral or one of us had acted, not a single one of those 5 vice admirals would have survived. Silence returned to the room. This rookie can be monitored, but he won't cause any major waves. Soon the black hat elder spoke in a conclusive tone into the din mushy. I suspect he won't stay idle in the East Blue. He'll surely head for the Grand Line. When that time comes, the Marines can launch a siege. I refuse to believe we can't capture him. Then the black hat elder picked up the second report. In the East Blue, observers have noted a sudden strange phenomenon. A fishing boat while out at sea witnessed the ocean splitting apart as if cleaved by a giant's blade. This colossal chasm stretched infinitely to the left and right with no visible beginning or end nor any clue as to where it led. However, just as the fisherman believed he was about to meet his end, the fisher vanished without a trace and never reappeared. After finishing, the black hat 5 elder looked at the others with a serious expression. What are your thoughts? The sea developed a crack. The blonde 5 elder frowned deeply. Another bizarre weather phenomenon. First a once-in-a-century giant wave, and now a sea fissure. The sword-wielding 5 elder murmured to himself. The horn-mustache 5 elder crossed his arms and leaned forward. There's no reason for the weather in the East Blue to become so abnormal. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. One is the appearance of some devil fruit influencing the environmental changes. 2 is the presence of a powerhouse strong enough to affect the sea. However, I personally believe the first possibility is more likely. Let's tentatively assume a devil fruit has appeared in the East Blue. Have the Marines pay close attention to the nearby waters. Perhaps they'll find a fruit not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The sea stretched endlessly, its waves vast and boundless. Upon the shimmering ripples, the going merry cut through the waves. At the bow, Luo Feng reclined on the ship's sheep figurehead, lost in thought. This trip to the sea restaurant has been quite fruitful. First, I've mastered the art of cooking. From now on, I can enjoy delicious meals every single day. Luo Feng was a foodie, and his desire to travel the world naturally included the aspiration to taste all its cuisines. The key point was that Sanji had also joined the ship. That was truly wonderful. He taught Sanji the methods of cooking, and although Sanji couldn't grasp all the essence immediately, the flavor was at least passable. Moreover, with the war god cuisine, his own physique and that of everyone on board would improve day by day, continuously strengthening. Their strength and growth rate would far surpass that of other pirates. The second thing was encountering Hawkeye. Luo Feng then thought of his own one slash cleaving the sea. His initial understanding of swordsmanship was limited to Zoro's three-sword style. Even with his heaven-defying comprehension, his reference point was Zoro's style, so his insights were quite limited. Fortunately, Hawkeye appeared. His battle with Zoro provided ample inspiration. It allowed Luo Feng to comprehend far more. In terms of swordsmanship, it was no longer his weakness. Third, the method of forging swords. Using armament haki and conqueror's haki to forge a blade. A sword forged this way, even if not a named blade, would far surpass one. A superior sword's enhancement to combat power goes without saying. Yet the significance of this forging method extends far beyond that. Mastering this technique, he could forge a batch of black blades anytime. Whether auctioning them for profit or building a power base, it would be effortless. Once Zoro awakens armament haki, I can teach him the method of forging black blades. A swordsman should forge his own blade. It becomes imbued with his will and most compatible with him. But for now, it's best he learns armament haki first. Next, the Straw Hat Pirates sailed past several more islands in the East Blue. The Arlong pirates, who in the original story were defeated with great difficulty, were now effortlessly taken down due to the butterfly effect caused by Luo Feng's appearance. Luo Feng spent his days leisurely aside from his daily training, simply gazing at the vast ocean, basking in the sun, and savoring delicious food. This truly is the life of my dreams. You know, this time travel isn't half bad. On the deck, Luo Feng reclined in an old-fashioned rocking chair crafted by an elderly carpenter on a certain island. He crossed his legs casually, sipping wheat juice from a glass. Just then, Usopp, peering through a telescope, suddenly exclaimed, "I see an island. It looks like a really big town." Nami also raised her telescope. After a single glance, she recognized it from her memory. It's Logue Town, the last island before entering the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in Logue Town, the streets were adorned with beautiful decorations, and the people had donned new clothes. Everyone bustled about as if today were some grand festival. Smoker led his men through the streets on guard against any remaining pirates or fugitives. Seriously, why would a noble of the world government suddenly want to visit our little backwater? Beside him, Tashigi adjusted her glasses and said with a bookish air, "Smoker-san, the orders are clear. We must ensure the Celestial Dragon's safety. And you can't be stubborn around the Celestial Dragons. They are the world nobles. Even a Marine Admiral must treat them with the utmost respect. If the Celestial Dragons are in danger, even the Admirals have to mobilize for their protection." Smoker waved his hand impatiently. "All right, I get it. He'll just hide away, okay?" He knew his own temper well. If he saw a Celestial Dragon in person, he could hardly guarantee he wouldn't end up punching them. But as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Report. A Marine soldier suddenly came running in a panic. Gasping for breath, he stammered, It's bad, Smoker-san. Pirates have arrived at the dock." "What?" Smoker and Tashigi's hearts pounded violently. Pirates showing up at this time. Could they be targeting the Celestial Dragons? How long until the Celestial Dragons reach Logue Town? Smoker gritted his teeth and asked Tashigi. "They should be here in about an hour." Tashigi replied, her face pale. "That's enough time." Smoker, disregarding the need to conceal his abilities, activated his Moku no Mi powers. He soared into the sky. Spotting the direction of the dock, he flew at full speed. "Move out. Follow Smoker-san," Tashigi shouted on the ground, leading the other Marines in pursuit. However, no one noticed a blind swordsman in a purple cloak clutching a wooden staff, sweating profusely as he gambled inside a casino by the street. "Oh, Celestial Dragons, pirates, huh?" The blind swordsman, slightly embarrassed by his losses, cast a meaningful gaze at the street outside. "Hey, old man, are you going to bet or not?" A thug with a nasty look yelled arrogantly from across the table. "Oh, no more. I have other things to do." The blind swordsman picked up his cane and walked out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a small alley, a mysterious figure in a black robe silently observed everything in Logue Town. Beneath the hood of his cloak was a man's face marked with a tattoo resembling a shoe sole pattern. Celestial Dragons, Marines, and Luffy. What a lively mix. It seems coming to the East Blue wasn't a waste after all. I heard that Luo Feng is on Luffy's ship. This is a good chance to meet him. At the dock, the Mary pulled in. "Wow, so this is the last island. It's really bustling." Luffy was the first to exclaim. "I bet there's lots to buy here. Everyone, let's go shopping." Usopp chimed in. "Nami, can you spare some cash?" They immediately asked Nami for pocket money. The result, of course, was 2 resounding iron fists. "Don't you get it? We need to save money. Sure, Krieg's bounty was a good haul, but who knows how many expenses we'll have once we enter the Grand Line." Nami looked at them with utter exasperation. Luo Feng and the others were stunned. Ahem. Zoro cleared his throat. When Nami noticed Luo Feng watching her, she suddenly changed her demeanor and generously pulled out some cash. She handed a stack to Luffy and another to Usopp, telling them to go have fun. Man, talk about favoritism. Zoro couldn't help but complain. Sanji was in tears. Namiswan, what does Luo Feng have that I don't? Is he more handsome? Is my cooking not as good? Am I not gentlemanly enough? Nami walked over slowly. She gave Luo Feng a gentle look, then cast a sidelong glance at Sanji. Wipe that nosebleed first. Sanji, damn. A lifetime of dignity ruined in an instant. He instantly lost all color, slunk into a corner. He drew circles on the deck, a rain cloud seemingly hanging over his head. Ahem. Luo Feng coughed dryly. Then he said to Nami, he'll stay on the ship. Sanji should gather ingredients, give him a bigger budget. Nami, you can buy more navigation books and get some other books for me too. This world was too boring, and the only way Luo Feng passed the time was by reading. Soon only Luo Feng remained on the ship, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. Come out, friend, hiding in the shadows. As his words fell, a cloaked figure in the darkness subtly changed expression. He had been discovered. He had snuck onto the ship without Luffy or the others noticing. With a soft footstep, the cloaked man stepped out, letting out a sigh. I was careless. Who would have thought a pirate from the East Blue would have mastered observation hockey? Luo Feng squinted at the newcomer, discerning the features beneath the hood. He recognized this man. In fact, since arriving in this world, he had been so bored that he read the newspaper every day and had even looked over all the wanted posters in the world. Thus, he was well-versed in the appearances of major figures like Sengoku, the 4 Emperors, and the 7 Warlords. However, the man before him was not among those listed. Instead, who would have thought that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, would come alone to a small place in the East Blue and sneak onto an unknown little pirate ship? Luo Feng retorted without backing down. That's right. The man before him was none other than Dragon, the founder of the Revolutionary Army. He was the man the world government and the celestial dragons dreamed of killing. The dragon showed no surprise at being recognized by his appearance, merely fixing a calm gaze upon Luo Feng's face, as if trying to etch this person into his memory. After a long moment, the dragon finally spoke. You need not flatter me. You are no less remarkable yourself. An obscure pirate crew. If truly obscure, how could someone like you be aboard? Luo Feng, born in the East Blue's Windmill Village, set sail not long ago. Yet his very first act was a stunning one. At the Marine base in the East Blue, he gravely wounded 5 Marine headquarters vice admirals. Subsequently, leading the Straw Hat Pirates, he escaped the encirclement of the entire East Blue Marine fleet, leaving every single Marine vessel in the sea utterly destroyed. Afterward, at the sea restaurant, the figure of Hawkeye Mihawk appeared. Later, fishermen nearby witnessed a strange phenomenon. The sea split apart. As for the cause, it remains unknown. Upon saying this, Dragon cast a deep, penetrating look at Luo Feng. I refuse to believe that when all these events converge around you, you could possibly be an ordinary man. Huh. Luo Feng let out a dry chuckle. The legendary Revolutionary Army. Quite impressive intelligence-gathering abilities, I see. He didn't need to guess that Dragon couldn't have been tailing him since he first set sail. Thus, this intelligence must have been gathered covertly by Revolutionary Army members scattered across the East Blue. In fact, to some extent, you surpass the Marines in intelligence collection. You flatter me. Dragon replied courteously, but his tone shifted abruptly. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from his body. Rumble. Above their heads, countless dark clouds gathered, as if a storm was about to break. And the pressure Luo Feng felt was the greatest. For at that moment, Dragon's terrifyingly supreme conqueror's haki pressed down upon him like a mountain, and it was directed solely at him. Speak. What is your true purpose in staying by Luffy's side? Dragon's voice was icy and piercing. Like water splash from the river Styx in the underworld, it chilled one to the bone. Simultaneously, a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent locked onto Luo Feng. Should he make any suspicious move, he would instantly face a torrential onslaught. Powerful. Extremely powerful. At that moment, Luo Feng finally grasped the strength of Dragon, the Revolutionary Army's leader. It was no ordinary strength. For in this world, people could not actively train conquerors' haki. It only grew as one's overall power increased. Thus, Luo Feng instantly deduced Dragon's strength. It was absolutely top tier. Tap, tap, tap. Dragon slowly approached. His gaze was frigid. He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, wanted by the world government. In a sense, he was even more dangerous than Roger himself back in the day. Everyone wanted his head. And to achieve that, no underhanded method was off the table. Therefore, ever since the bounty was placed on him, he dared not even visit his hometown openly. Even when his own son Luffy was born and grew up, he as a father dared not show his face to meet him. He could only hide in the shadows, secretly watching Luffy, catching a distant glimpse. And now a man with a bounty of 1 billion was on Luffy's ship. How could this not arouse his suspicion? How could it not ignite his killing intent? You? What is your purpose in approaching Luffy? Dragon spoke like a grim reaper, delivering a final judgment upon Luo Feng. I advise you. Faced with such a Yonko-level pressure from Dragon's conqueror's haki, even the threat of killing intent Anyone with ordinary willpower would likely faint on the spot. Even a sweet commander or a calamity standing here would probably find their bodies stiff and resigned to certain death. Yet, Luo Feng remained calm. Composed and unruffled, he spoke slowly. Don't come too close to me with killing intent and haki, or the consequences will be severe. Oh, consequences. Dragon didn't grasp the meaning behind Luo Feng's words. He looked down at Luo Feng with a commanding gaze like a giant elephant overlooking a tiny fragile ant. What consequences could there? Before he could finish, a burst of haki suddenly erupted from Luo Feng's body. Haki armor. This technique was inspired by the iron balloon and Garp's iron fist. It constantly coated the boat's surface with armament and Conqueror's haki. Thus, if anyone attacked him, they would first strike his haki armor, and the Conqueror's haki embedded in it would automatically counterattack. So, Dragon met a tragic fate. Boom. A deafening sound. A visible surge of purple haki slammed into Dragon. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying backward. Blood streamed from his nose. Wah! What just happened? Haki. Conquerors. An armament. But Luo Feng didn't even raise a hand. He released a haki attack through his body alone. What was the principle behind this? Dragon knew that armament haki emission could strike from a distance and Conqueror's haki could achieve a similar effect, but releasing it without using his hands solely through his body. This was a first for him. And how was this haki so incredibly powerful? It didn't seem like something a young man in his 20s could possess. Luo Feng shrugged. See, I told you the consequences are severe. Dragon looked somewhat disheveled. He picked himself up from the ground, covered in dust, wiped the blood from his nose, his expression grim. He was even more curious now. Who exactly was Luo Feng? Based on the haki Luo Feng had just unleashed, he could be 100% certain that Luo Feng's haki was on par with his own. And in this world, haki couldn't be trained. It only increased with the growth of one's strength. So, could this kid's power be equal to mine? Dragon's heart was filled with shock and uncertainty. However, on the surface, he wore a dark scowl as he continued his assault on Luo Feng, one hand clenched in a fist, and the other shaped like a claw aiming for Luo Feng's throat and face. Dragon claw fist. Fast. So fast. Dragon's speed was incredible. As if there were no air resistance, the atmosphere around him seemed to part like subjects yielding to their king, clearing a path for him. To the naked eye, Dragon's form blurred as he closed in on Luo Feng in an instant. He really doesn't give one a chance to explain. Even at this moment, there was no trace of fear on Luo Feng's face. He merely raised a single finger, the tip, gathering a visible dense concentration of haki. Finger pistol ultimate art netherworld sting. Uffed, a soft sound like piercing through a paper window. The tip of Luo Feng's finger pressed against Dragon's fist. At that moment, Dragon's other fist halted, ceasing its attack on Luo Feng, for he discovered with astonishment that if he didn't channel all his power to counter Luo Feng's finger, the opponent's digit would repel his own fist. Before he could even harm Luo Feng would have already struck him. However, he soon noticed something even more astonishing. Luo Feng's fingertip wasn't fully touching his fist. There was an invisible force field between them. Conqueror's haki. Infusion. Dragon's pupils contracted sharply. The Conqueror's haki intertwined, and the dragon naturally understood the significance of this move. It could be said that this is a chasm between mortals and the top-tier powerhouses. No matter how strong you are, even if you master haki, if you cannot wield it, you must exert several times more effort to advance to the ranks of the top powerhouses. The 4C emperors of the New World undoubtedly possessed this ability. But how could this young man before him possibly have it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The dragon was somewhat flustered. Thus his conviction wavered for a moment. Bang. Luo Feng only exerted a bit of force and sent the dragon flying once more. In this battle, he had fallen into a disadvantage twice. After getting up, the dragon's mindset had shifted. At first, he regarded Luo Feng from a superior's perspective, looking down at him with disdain, believing Luo Feng's strength could not compare to his own. But now he realized that Luo Feng was no mere ant, and he was not an elephant either. Luo Feng was an existence qualified to engage in equal dialogue with him. I underestimated him. The dragon scoffed, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He was now prepared to stop fighting Luo Feng, and instead began to reason with him. Unexpectedly, whoosh, Luo Feng suddenly stepped forward, executing a textbook-like shave. In the air, several visible footprints appeared, a trace left by Luo Feng as he forcefully accelerated by stepping on the air again. Quick, quick, quick. Luo Feng was faster than the dragon. This time the dragon could not see Luo Feng's figure with the naked eye and could only rely on his observation haki. Wait, I can't sense him. Suddenly the dragon was horrified to discover that he could not capture Luo Feng's figure with his observation haki. At that moment his brain short-circuited, because it reminded him of a term: observation kill. The powerful Conqueror's haki could suppress the opponent's observation haki, allowing for a lethal strike. In an instant the killing move was upon him. With a whoosh of wind slicing through the air, Luo Feng's hand took on a three-clawed dragon shape, reaching for the dragon's face. Dragon Claw Fist. Another Dragon Claw Fist. Only this time it was Luo Feng who executed it. The dragon could hardly believe his eyes. This move was his own original technique, and only a few members of the Revolutionary Army knew it worldwide. Among them, only Sabo could grasp its essence. But how could this young man whom he had never seen before have learned his technique? Could it be he mastered it on the spot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Luo Feng's fingers were less than a centimeter away from the dragon's eyes, and the shadow cast by the sunlight formed a shape resembling a poisonous snake over his pupils. Seeing that this strike was about to seize the dragon's head, with the power of the dragon claw fist, crushing a human skull would be as easy as crushing an egg. If this strike connected, the dragon's fate was inevitable. If time flowed at a normal pace, and the dragon could think, he would surely regret provoking this freak named Luo Feng. He would regret not communicating with Luo Feng and choosing to fight from the onset. Unfortunately, he had neither the time nor the mood to regret it. Bang! At the critical moment, the dragon twisted his waist and suddenly leaned back in an incredible posture. This maneuver, while not allowing him to completely evade Luo Feng's attack, created just enough distance of a few centimeters. It was this few centimeters that gave the dragon a glimmer of hope. Dragon Claw Fist. He saw his palm had somehow reached Luo Feng's abdomen just a few centimeters away, and then it erupted with a sudden force directed at Luo Feng's most vulnerable and softest spot. The power of this strike was no less than the previous one. The essence of the Dragon Claw Fist was this inch of force, so even at close range it could still exert 200% of its power. Bang! However, this strike did not succeed. Instead, it hit the armor of Haki, sending Luo Feng flying without causing any injury. On the other hand, the dragon felt a numbness in his fist, as if he had just struck a hard piece of sea prism stone with no protection. At this moment, time seemed to resume its flow, for Luo Feng had not launched another offensive, but stood with his hands behind his back. The dragon exhaled heavily. Just now, at the brink of death, he had held his breath, fully focused, his brain racing, all senses wide open, responding to Luo Feng's attack, without daring to relax. Now that he relaxed, he realized his entire body was damp, having unknowingly broken into a cold sweat. This was a terrifying man. Just now, the dragon even felt a sense of near death. If not for his years of combat experience and the instincts developed in life and death situations allowing him to respond correctly, he might have already fallen. Now can we speak calmly? At this moment, Luo Feng spoke. Yes. The dragon nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. A few minutes later. Are you saying you are just an ordinary adventurer? The dragon looked at Luo Feng with a pained expression. Luo Feng nodded. Ordinary, my ass. If you are ordinary, then what about us? However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, because he learned that Luo Feng and Luffy were childhood friends, and he had even met his father Carp. It was a sort of acquaintance. But when I went back to secretly watch Luffy before, I never encountered Luo Feng. Did I overlook something? The dragon pondered to himself. Previously, in order to protect Luffy to the greatest extent, he had deliberately not stationed people in Windmill Village. It was to prevent any accidents. Unexpectedly, this instead created a blind spot in his awareness of the people around Luffy. What he did not know was that one of Luffy's childhood friends, Ace, was the son of Roger, and Sabo was now his second-in-command. Sorry, Luo Feng, I was careless before. The dragon suddenly cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. He had unexpectedly launched an attack on his son's childhood friend right from the start. If it weren't for Luo Feng's strength, he would have likely made a grave mistake. It's fine. Luo Feng waved his hand. Just then, he and the dragon suddenly looked in the same direction. In the sky, a plume of white smoke was flying towards them, and in front of the white smoke was the upper half of a human body. Clearly, the opponent was a devil fruit user. Pirate, this is not a place for you to run wild. If you surrender obediently, I might consider sparing your lives. Smoker approached Luo Feng and the dragon with a murderous intent, holding a sea prism stone cross. Found them, pirates. High above the sky, Smoker spotted the straw hat pirate flag fluttering on the Mary, belonging to a pirate crew he had never heard of. He sneered coldly. It must be a newly formed pirate crew that just set sail. They don't even have a bounty, yet they dare to enter my jurisdiction of Loketown. They truly have no idea what they're courting. He had assumed these so-called pirates would at least be wanted criminals, vicious and desperate. To his surprise, they were merely rookies fresh out of the gate. This eased Smoker's mind. Unexpectedly. At that moment, Smoker suddenly spotted a colossal ship emerging from the distant sea. The vessel appeared to be forged entirely of gold, resplendent and magnificent like a celestial palace. Fully equipped and bustling with activity, it resembled a small mobile island. Wait, this is... Smoker's body stiffened at the sight. A celestial dragon. This was a celestial dragon's ship. On board stood a man clad in a bulky protective suit, wearing a glass helmet. His hair was styled into a peculiar shape, a thick stream of snot dripped from his nose, and he wore the vacant expression of a simpleton. Unwilling to breathe the same polluted air as the common rabble of the lower world, he always donned such attire when at sea. Is that low town ahead? The celestial dragon cast a disdainful glance around. A slave nearby immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The celestial dragon had somehow produced an ornate firearm, a work of art, its barrel still smoking. The slave, who had just been groveling in reverence, stared in disbelief at his own chest. "Did I ask you to speak?" "I was merely talking to myself, you idiot." The celestial dragon didn't spare the slave a glance. Other slaves promptly disposed of the corpse overboard. Brawling, brawling. A din-din mushy on the table began to ring. The celestial dragon answered it. Instantly, the snail's hairstyle mimicked his own, its expression turning aged and stern. "Charlos, have you completed the task I assigned you?" Charlos, who had just been ordering his slaves around, immediately dropped his arrogant demeanor upon hearing the voice. "Oh, it's an elder of the family. What was it you asked me to do again?" The din-din mushy roared, spittle spraying onto Charlos' helmet. "That fruit, you fool. Your mission was to find that legendary devil fruit. I found it naturally, but it will take me some time to return." The din-din mushy's tone turned grave. "Return immediately. Do not waste time lest something goes awry." With that final admonition, the caller hung up. "Remember, this fruit is personally requested by the 5 elders. If anything goes wrong, it's not just me. Our entire family could be stripped of our status as celestial dragons." Click. The din-din mushy went silent, and the ship fell quiet once more. All the slaves held their breath, knowing this was a conversation between masters where they had no place to interject. Given the recent example, speaking now would be nothing short of suicidal. Charlos let out a sigh of relief as the snail returned to normal. His face once again assumed its previous arrogant, all-dismissive expression as he grumbled, "Come on, is it really that serious? Well, Lowtown isn't exactly a dangerous spot. It's under Navy jurisdiction. He'll go back after I've looked around." To be safe, he returned to the cabin, opened a steel door, and then a safe. On the red velvet inside lay a peculiar fruit. It resembled a grimacing face, fangs bared, eyes wide with fury, and a blood-red hue. Yet it also had a fruit-like appearance, complete with a stem and a few leaves, as if freshly plucked. Meanwhile, on the red line at the holy land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders were in discussion. "We have found it, that fruit. To think it appeared in the East Blue. It's good that it's found. It must be retrieved to the red line and sealed away permanently. In the wrong hands, such a dangerous fruit could create a top-tier powerhouse." The 5 elders exchanged words, their faces showing relief. Then the elder with the black hat snorted in displeasure. "Trusting such matters to the Navy makes me uneasy. Even the cipher pole agents could betray us." The others nodded in agreement. "It's safer to rely on our own. A celestial dragon would never betray us." But one elder, the one with the sword, voiced a differing opinion. "This fruit ranks above the ones we have consumed. However, that's only after it has awakened. Before awakening, it's merely an ordinary Zoan-type fruit. Just like the Nika fruit, before awakening, it was just a gum-gum fruit." The blonde elder smiled. He continued, "Indeed. And the awakening of this fruit is unique among all Zoans. For a Zoan fruit to awaken, the user must be on the verge of death. This applies even to the Nika fruit. But this fruit, though a Zoan, behaves more like a paramecia. It requires the user to develop the fruit's abilities to a certain level before it can naturally awaken." The black-hatted elder smiled again. "Correct. This demands that the user possesses extraordinary talent and decades of dedicated training to succeed. The previous user spent his entire life and still failed to awaken it. Before awakening, this fruit is a complete waste. Neither satisfying nor worth discarding. It's less practical than an ordinary Zoan." Back in Lobetown, Smoker quickly snapped out of his daze, tearing his gaze away from the distant celestial dragon ship. They arrived sooner than expected. Not good. If I need to speed this up and eliminate these pirates. I can't let them run into the celestial dragons. That would be a huge mess. Without further hesitation, Smoker accelerated, charging toward Luo Foam and Dragon on the Mary. Whoosh! White smoke billowed. In an instant, the entire Mary was engulfed in white smoke, looking from the outside like a cloud descending upon the sea. Yet faced with this, Luo Foam and Dragon could only stare at Smoker with exasperation. Where did this guy come from? He seems to be a Logia user, but he's so weak. Exposing his entire body like that. Isn't he just asking to be killed? Swoosh! Smoker dove down, utterly confident in his strike. Unexpectedly. Thud! Luo Foam pressed Smoker directly to the ground with one hand. The speed was such that Smoker couldn't react at all. He was completely stunned. He was a Logia user. The only thing that could touch him was likely sea stone. Yet the person before him had grabbed him with bare hands. Who was this opponent? Intrigued, Smoker took a closer look at Luo Foam's face. 1 second, 2 seconds. Boom. Smoker's mind went blank. He recognized Luo Foam. No, rather, in the current East Blue, who didn't know Luo Foam. The terrifying achievement of grievously wounding 5 Marine Vice Admirals right after setting sail. The entire East Blue Navy had tried to encircle and annihilate him, yet in the end Luo Foam still escaped. Moreover, the entire East Blue Navy fleet was destroyed because of it. In that single battle, the name Luo Foam had spread throughout the Marines of the East Blue. However, it was not a good reputation. It was a dreaded infamy that made people pale at the mention. The name Luo Foam had become synonymous with a demon. The highest-ranking officer of the East Blue even ordered that if anyone encountered Luo Feng, they must not provoke him, for angering him could lead to massive destruction and casualties. Heh, Smoker, Luo Feng said calmly. Smoker's expression shifted slightly. This man actually knew him. But soon he no longer needed to worry about that, because Luo Feng's next sentence nearly stopped his heart. Why are the Celestial Dragons in Logue Town? Hey. Not only Smoker, but even Dragon, who was nearby, cast a surprised glance at Luo Feng. Celestial Dragons? What Celestial Dragons? I don't know what you're talking about. After a brief shock, Smoker forced himself to stay calm, pretending to know nothing. Seeing this, Luo Feng simply laughed. Logue Town is all decorated and lively today like a festival. That's clearly not normal. And when you saw the pirate ship, you looked so anxious. That's very unlike you. You look like someone expecting a leader's inspection, frantically trying to put up a good front. By this point, Smoker's expression had completely changed, because everything Luo Feng said was absolutely correct. He had even accurately deduced Smoker's inner thoughts. At that moment, Smoker's heart was filled with shock. This man Luo Feng was truly terrifying. It seemed he possessed not only overwhelming strength, but also an astonishingly high intellect. Yet Smoker still refused to give in. What you've said only proves that some VIP is arriving. But as for the Celestial Dragons, they are the world nobles. Why would they come to Logue Town? Dragon also looked at Luo Feng, curious about how he had deduced it. Damn it, in this world, who else but the Celestial Dragons would build a ship out of gold? Who else is that extravagant? Luo Feng's face darkened as he pointed to the distant, magnificent golden ship and quipped. So that's it. Smoker and Dragon both stared blankly. Indeed, only the Celestial Dragons would build a ship so resplendently grand, yet so gaudy. However, neither of them knew that Luo Feng had recognized the ship the moment he saw it. Because he had read the original story, he naturally knew what a Celestial Dragon ship looked like. Ahem. Luo Feng cleared his throat. Anyway, if you tell me why the Celestial Dragons are in Logue Town, I might just spare your life. Dragon glanced at Luo Feng. He knew that Luo Feng was probably not a bloodthirsty man. If he were, he wouldn't have held back. When he faced the 5 Vice Admirals, he would have killed them outright. But Smoker didn't think so. In his eyes, Luo Feng was a madman. Although he had never met Luo Feng before, his colleagues had spread the word. Tales of how crazed Luo Feng was, how cruelly and cold-bloodedly he had beaten 5 Vice Admirals into critical condition, and how he had demonically used his navigation skills to toy with the entire East Blue Navy. Of course, these stories were artistically embellished. After all, they had lost to Luo Feng, so they naturally had to portray him as a formidable figure. Only then could they show that their defeat wasn't unjust. However, Smoker believed it all. He was an honest man. He genuinely thought Luo Feng was a ruthless, merciless demon. If he said he would kill, then he would surely kill. So at that moment, Smoker's heart was filled with pain and struggle. If the people behind him were ordinary civilians, then he would never submit no matter what. But now he was being asked to protect the interests of the Celestial Dragons. He had to think it over. Smoker, though not a perfect Marine, still had ideals and pursuits. What he pursued was justice. It was to protect the common people, now dying for the Celestial Dragons. Was it worth it? Smoker reached a conclusion almost without hesitation: not worth it. Not worth it at all. In fact, dying for the Celestial Dragons seemed like a colossal joke to him. Sacrificing his precious life for a group of pampered pigs was utterly ridiculous and foolish. So Smoker made a certain resolve in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, "All I know is that the Celestial Dragons seem to be searching for something." Oh, Luo Feng was curious. Dragon also looked puzzled. The Celestial Dragons were the world nobles. There was nothing in this world they couldn't obtain. Famous paintings by great artists, artworks, and such were piled up like trash in their treasuries. They could casually buy millions or tens of millions worth of slaves. Hundreds of millions of berries were mere pocket money for an ordinary Celestial Dragon. Even devil fruits, those ultimate treasures, were considered mere toys in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons. Back when the Pirate Empress was their slave, the Mero Mero no Mi was fed to her as if it were a plaything. From this, one could see just how extravagantly and wantonly the Celestial Dragons lived. Ordinary people couldn't even imagine it. But such wealthy world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, were also searching for something. Couldn't they just ask for anything they wanted with a single word? Thinking this, Luo Feng realized the gravity of the situation. He squinted at Smoker. "Go on." However, Smoker changed the subject and stared intently at Luo Feng. "I can tell you what they're looking for, but I need you to promise me one thing." Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. Did Smoker actually know some inside information? Then he said, "Speak. What is it?" "You must promise me you will not harm civilians." Smoker gritted his teeth, each word forced out with determination. Luo Feng found it utterly amusing. Did he really appear so malevolent? Could it be that in Smoker's eyes he was destined to wreak havoc wherever he went? Was he nothing but a villain in people's minds, one who plundered, killed, and committed every conceivable atrocity? Yet he saw no need to clarify. "Fine, I can agree to that." At that moment, Luo Feng deliberately twisted his face into a maniacal expression. "After all, to me, killing civilians is far too dull, too tedious, too lowly. Only tormenting the celestial dragons can bring me a shred of pleasure. Uh-huh. With that he threw his head back and laughed, his voice brimming with madness. Beside him Dragon looked utterly exasperated. Had he not spoken with Luo Feng before, he might have been fooled by the latter's seamless act. Then he turned his gaze to Smoker, only to find that the man's face had indeed turned grim, completely taken in by Luo Feng's performance. Huff. Smoker took a deep breath as if recollecting something. Actually, when the celestial dragons first arrived in the East Blue, I already sensed something was off. Normally, they should have notified us Marines to provide protection, but this time they only gave us a mere reminder. They even hinted that we shouldn't trouble the celestial dragons. That struck me as odd. He paused as if searching for the right words. Still, I secretly tracked the celestial dragons' movements. It wasn't out of any ulterior motive. I just didn't want those fools to cause trouble in the East Blue. If something did happen to them and no cause could be found, the 5 elders might vent their wrath on the civilians of the East Blue. Dragon nodded quietly. That was indeed typical of the celestial dragon's behavior. Whenever a celestial dragon was harmed, the Marines would immediately dispatch an admiral. And if the culprit remained undiscovered, he couldn't imagine what reckless acts the 5 elders might commit. Smoker continued. While tailing them, I secretly eliminated a few small pirate groups, and then discovered that the celestial dragons had arrived at an island. And there's something strange was happening. The dead on that island were crawling out of their graves. I knew it had to be the work of a devil fruit. Such fruits can affect their surroundings. I found my own smoke fruit by following a similar anomaly. So I deduced. The celestial dragons went through all this trouble, even refusing marine protection, to secretly find that devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's brow furrowed. A devil fruit. For the 5 elders and the celestial dragons, the most important one should be Luffy's Nika fruit, shouldn't it? What? Was there another fruit that had caught the 5 elders' attention now? But if they're searching for something, why not simply task CP0, who directly serves the 5 elders, with it? They are nothing but loyal dogs. Wait, a sudden possibility struck Luo Feng. With his remarkable insight, it was easy for him to grasp. Could it be that the 5 elders don't trust CP0? After all, even the most loyal could betray. But for the 5 elders, there was one group least likely to betray the celestial dragons. They already stood at the pinnacle of the world, possessing everything. No fruit could tempt them to betray the Holy Land or the 5 elders. Moreover, the celestial dragons themselves despised eating devil fruits. They would rather have slaves eat them than consume one themselves. Thus, it was impossible for them to be swayed by greed upon seeing a powerful fruit. And there was further proof. The Holy Land housed the gods' knights. This knightly order, composed of celestial dragons, was tasked with protecting the royal family's safety and dignity, drawn from the strongest among the 20 celestial dragon families. They even held the authority to judge celestial dragons themselves. They were virtually superior to ordinary celestial dragons, second only to the 5 elders. Moreover, they were the only celestial dragons with combat prowess, terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. The 5 elders could have sent the gods' knights to retrieve this fruit. But they didn't. Why? Precisely because these knights, being celestial dragons, were also strong and craved greater power. If they discovered the mysterious fruit's immense power, they would surely be consumed by greed. Even at the risk of angering the 5 elders, they would devour the fruit. And they would never bring it back to the Holy Land. Luo Feng sensed no powerful aura on the celestial dragon's ship, confirming that none of the gods' knights were present. It was merely an ordinary, worthless celestial dragon. Interesting. At this thought, Luo Feng suddenly smiled. A fruit that the 5 elders went to such lengths to obtain. He was genuinely curious about what ability it held. All right. Since I've never seen a celestial dragon, I'll go have a look, Luo Feng said. Beside him, Dragon tugged at Luo Feng's clothes. He said with some concern, have you considered this? If you attack a celestial dragon, the 5 elders in their fury might take it out on the residents of Logtown. Luo Feng glanced at Smoker and sneered. Smoker, I suppose you've already thought of that, haven't you? Smoker's heart skipped a beat. Luo Feng continued. You simply want me to strike the celestial dragon, then pin all the blame on me, so the 5 elders won't vent their anger on Logtown's people. Dragon also looked at Smoker in surprise, not expecting him to have thought that far. You promised me, no harming civilians. Smoker stared intently at Luo Feng. Dragon also watched him. If he couldn't harm civilians, the only option left for Luo Feng was to hold back. He would have to wait until the celestial dragons left the East Blue and reached a desolate area before acting. But Luo Feng just snorted coldly. What's so special about the celestial dragons? You may fear them, but I don't. With that, he tossed Smoker to Dragon. Hey, if you touch a celestial dragon, the marine admirals will hunt you down. Behind him, Smoker roared, veins bulging. Luo Feng moved swiftly. Using Jeppo, he stepped across the sea, diving toward the celestial dragon's ship. That technique. On the going merry, Dragon's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected Luo Feng to master Jeppo. Smoker's pupils shrank at the sight of it. Meanwhile, aboard the celestial dragon's ship, several bodyguards were patrolling. Suddenly, one of them caught sight of Luo Feng's figure. Startled, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The guards quickly raised their guns aiming at Luo Feng. Luo Feng snorted coldly. With a hum, a trace of Conqueror's haki leaked out, causing the Celestial Dragon's guards on the deck to roll their eyes, foam at the mouth, and collapse one by one with a thud. With a clatter, Luo Feng landed on the deck. He instantly unleashed his observation haki, scanning the entire ship's structure like a radar. Oh, he's already left. Luo Feng realized that the Celestial Dragon's presence was no longer on the ship. Never mind, he'll get that fruit first. His observation haki had clearly detected a secret room on the ship reinforced with exceptionally thick walls. That must be where the fruit was kept. With a bang, Luo Feng didn't bother with the main entrance. He swept his leg, and a rankyaku directly sliced through the ship's deck, revealing the space below. The gale force from that kick was enough to cut through steel. With a clatter, Luo Feng instantly appeared before the safe. After scanning it with observation haki to confirm there were no self-destruct mechanisms inside, he flicked a small divine evasion outward. With a soft puff, the safe forged from refined steel was sliced through as easily as tofu. The security is so shoddy. Are the Celestial Dragons this foolish, or is their reputation so fearsome that they assume no one would dare touch them? Luo Feng murmured to himself as he lifted the top half of the safe, revealing its contents. But when he looked inside, his expression shifted slightly. Inside the safe lay not a devil fruit, but merely an ordinary apple. On the streets of Lowtown, St. Charles was riding his favorite slave mount on a patrol. On both sides, commoners knelt in submission. If someone had eaten the X-ray fruit, they would have seen that the mysterious fruit wrapped in red velvet was hidden inside his protective suit. The safest place is the most dangerous place. St. Charles thought smugly. I'm so clever. After all, which lowly commoner in this world would dare to approach me? Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. Let's go see the execution platform where Roger died. St. Charles ordered the slave beneath him. The slave, devoid of all dignity, crawled forward like a dog. Behind him, a group of bodyguards quickly followed, terrified that their master might encounter any mishap. The place where Pirate King Roger died is so filthy. St. Charles had come to Lowtown purely out of a desire to see the squalid lower classes. Even Pirate King Roger, who had once been a massive headache for the Marines, and even the world government, was nothing more than a lowly commoner from the lower realm in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons. He posed no threat to their rule. When they neared the execution platform, St. Charles was astonished to find someone sitting on it. Who? At the same time, everyone else saw it too. In a small alley, the Straw Hat crew, having just finished shopping and come to watch the commotion, gathered together. Sanji, carrying a huge backpack of ingredients, covered his face upon seeing the figure on the platform. That idiot. Nami was also speechless. Usopp's face showed panic. No way, what's he doing there? On the execution platform, huh? Luffy looked confused. He had only intended to go up there for fun, never expecting to be surrounded by so many onlookers. Who are you? St. Charles bellowed. To stand higher than me is a grave disrespect to my kind, worthy of death. Without giving Luffy a chance to explain, he drew his golden pistol and aimed it at Luffy's head. He fired without hesitation. Bang! The shot missed. Luffy tilted his head, and the bullet grazed past his straw hat. Sunlight streamed down from above, and the shadow of the straw hat obscured his face, making his expression unreadable. Yet his voice turned icy cold. Since you fired, be prepared to die. As he spoke, he suddenly vanished. Zoro. In an instant, Luffy appeared before the Celestial Dragon, his eyes icy beneath the straw hat, his fist poised like a cannonball ready to fire. Goma Goma no. At that moment, everyone was stunned. This kid. Is he about to strike a Celestial Dragon? Are you insane? Hit a Celestial Dragon? Does he want to die? They're the world nobles. Even the Straw Hat crew was horrified. Having heard from the crowd what the Celestial Dragons were, seeing Luffy dare to attack one left them utterly shocked. It's over, we're in trouble. This kid. Time to run. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly intervened. With a whoosh, Luffy vanished from the spot. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared blankly, unsure of what had just happened. After a few seconds of confusion, the Celestial Dragon sniffled. Huh, was someone here just now? His vision was so poor that he hadn't even noticed Luffy approaching, nearly sending him flying with a single punch. In a nearby alley, the blind swordsman pinned Luffy against the wall, covering his mouth to prevent him from shouting and drawing attention. Do you know what you almost did just now, eh? The blind swordsman said. Luffy still struggled to break free. The blind swordsman sighed and had to explain further. You almost hit a Celestial Dragon, a world noble. He detailed the identity of the Celestial Dragons and the consequences of harming one. At first, Luffy was dismissive, but upon hearing that attacking a Celestial Dragon would summon an Admiral, he immediately calmed down. Due to the butterfly effect from Luo Feng's transmigration, Luffy had heard from Garp about the terror of the Admirals. In short, they could beat him up just like Garp could. Moreover, the Admirals wouldn't indulge him like Garp. If he provoked them, he would face utter defeat, even death. Most importantly, his crewmates would likely be caught in the crossfire and perish. That was something Luffy couldn't accept. Though reckless, he wasn't stupid. He knew that with his current strength, he was no match for an Admiral. Perhaps he could grow to that level in the future, but to confront one now would be folly. Seeing Luffy calm down, the blind swordsman released him. "Who are you, old man?" "I don't know you." Once free, Luffy asked immediately. "Me? You can call me Isho," said the blind swordsman. Isho? What a strange name. Luffy didn't seem to care. The recent commotion quickly subsided. The celestial dragons paid it no heed. Perhaps having been sheltered like hothouse flowers since birth, it never occurred to them that anyone would wish them harm. The legendary execution platform doesn't feel that impressive after all. After viewing the platform, St. Charles suddenly found it rather dull. Having grown bored of his excursion, he prepared to return to the Holy Land. Let's go. I still need to deliver that fruit, or else the Elder will be furious again. St. Charles muttered to himself, turned around, and walked back along the path he had come. He glanced at the hidden location of the mysterious fruit within his protective suit, and a fresh wave of smugness swelled within him. I'm truly a genius. Who would have thought that beneath this protective suit lies the fruit even the 5 elders covet? Such a priceless treasure, yet you lowlifes are blind to it. You're nothing but fools. As he mused, a sneer formed in his heart. The thought of completing this mission and returning to receive great rewards from the 5 elders filled his mind. At that time, even among the celestial dragons, he would be able to strut about unopposed. Perhaps Lord 5 elders will appreciate me and promote me straight into the God's Knights. Wah. Muttering to himself, St. Charles couldn't help but laugh out loud. Phew. They're finally leaving. Seeing that the celestial dragon was about to depart, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At first, they had thought the arrival of a celestial dragon would be a novelty, a chance to see some excitement. But upon actually witnessing it, they realized this was no benevolent figure, it was clearly a plague. Thus, everyone genuinely wished to see him gone. Hurry up and leave. Faster. Some grew anxious watching the sluggish pace of the slave beneath the celestial dragon's feet, fearing some new trouble would arise. Phew. There shouldn't be any more problems. Damn, these celestial dragons are so hard to please. I hope they never come again. So I look at the slave beneath his feet. How pitiful, utterly devoid of dignity. I'm thankful I'm still a free person. A mix of emotions stirred within the people, but the summary was simple: the celestial dragon was not welcome. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew also watched in silence as the celestial dragon departed. So these are the world nobles. What a grand spectacle. I doubt we'll ever reach such a status in our lives. Usopp's eyes held a trace of envy. Of course, it wasn't envy for the celestial dragon's ability to do as he pleased, but for the feeling of being the center of attention. He seemed to envision the scene when he returned home in glory, greeted by Kaya and the villagers looking at him like a hero. What honor and happiness that would be. However, his gaze quickly dimmed. With his strength, he would likely remain a mere small-time pirate for life. Even Luo Foam, with all his power, would probably have to retreat and avoid provoking a celestial dragon. After all, they are the exalted beings who can summon an admiral. Usopp thought to himself with a hint of inferiority. Celestial dragons must be incredibly rich, right? Their ship is made of gold. Nami, on the other hand, felt a longing for the celestial dragon's wealth. If she could possess even 1% of that fortune, she could have traveled the world long ago, perhaps even owning her own fleet. But then she let out a soft sigh. Our crew is so poor we probably can't even afford a single piece of a celestial dragon's jewelry. Even Luo Foam's bounty of 1 billion is nothing in the eyes of a celestial dragon. In Nami's eyes, Luo Foam had once seemed all-powerful, and his billion-berry bounty had sparked countless fantasies in her mind. But after witnessing the celestial dragon's wealth and extravagant opulence, Nami felt a deep sense of disappointment and dejection. World nobles. Sanji, too, remained silent. His mind drifted to his childhood experiences. The Vinsmoke family in the presence of a celestial dragon was probably no more than a country bumpkin's level. In the face of such exalted nobility, even his own dream seemed so insignificant. Like the daydream of a kindergarten child. For a celestial dragon, perhaps a single word would bring the world's finest ingredients along with top-tier chefs to prepare a gourmet meal. He thought of Luo Foam again. Could Luo Foam's exceptional culinary skills even compare to a celestial dragon's personal chef? If Luo Foam had access to a celestial dragon's resources and could cook with the world's most premium ingredients, what magnificent creations could he produce? Sanji couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. But the fantasy quickly dissolved into nothing. Celestial dragons, the world nobles, were ultimately beings beyond their reach. Even with Luo Foam's talents, he would probably never touch such an exalted existence in his lifetime. In the distance on a rooftop, Dragon Cloaked held Smoker in one hand while his eyes gazed at the distant figure of the celestial dragon. Celestial dragons. World nobles. He murmured. On Smoker's face, however, was an expression of intense tension. Here it comes. Suddenly he saw something, and his eyes shot wide open. At the same moment, in the alley, Isho also snapped open his already blind eyes, as if straining to see. Something is. On the street, St. Charles held the slave's chain, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then a visible shockwave appeared from afar. Boom. A roof tile shattered as something stomped through it. Boom. The shockwave closed in by hundreds of meters in an instant. Whoosh boom. A figure landed instantly before the celestial dragon. The ground beneath his feet split apart. The blast of air forced the kneeling people around them to shut their eyes. St. Charles stumbled, nearly falling off the slave's back. Enemy attack. The guards immediately shouted. Moi. With a single glance from Luo Foam, all the guards instantly foamed at the mouth and collapsed. You? St. Charles was horrified and raised his flintlock to fire. But what met him was a straightforward punch. Boom. The punch landed squarely on his helmet, shattering it. St. Charles' entire face contorted as his body flew backward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the outer wall of a building 100 meters away. Silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone stared blankly with runny noses, gazing dumbfounded at Luo Foam. What was happening? This man had actually struck a celestial dragon in public. And with such a brutal and ferocious punch, wouldn't that kill the celestial dragon? Striking a celestial dragon alone was a grave crime. If he killed him on the spot, wouldn't the heavens come crashing down? Clack. On the other side, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all dropped their jaws in unison, their mouths hanging to the ground. At the same time, Isho's jaw also dropped, losing all control over his expression. Even Luffy, who was usually carefree, wore an exaggerated look, his mouth wide enough to swallow a person whole. He actually hit a celestial dragon. Then Luffy began frantically clutching his head and shouting, it's over, an admiral is coming. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. Everyone snapped out of their stupor. Holy crap. What the hell did that guy just punch a celestial dragon? Am I seeing things? As he lost his mind. Those are the world nobles, and he actually. It's over, we're doomed. A celestial dragon being beaten has serious consequences. Wait. Didn't you notice that just now, with only a glance, this man knocked out all the celestial dragon's bodyguards? In the distance on a rooftop, Dragon's lips curled slightly. Humph, worthy of the man I've set my sights on. Luo Foam, ill remember that name. Beside him, Smoker's mouth hung open, losing his composure. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand still couldn't suppress the shock within him. He actually did it. Does he have no regard for his life? This means an admiral will hunt him to the ends of the earth. Dragon snorted coldly. Who do you think this man before you is? Remember my words, the name Luo Foam will soon echo across the seas, shaking the 4 seas to their core. Inside the alley, after a brief shock, Usopp began to panic. It's over. Luo Foam actually sent a celestial dragon flying. This is madness. Yet his expression showed little panic, and there was even less fear in his heart. Instead, a sense of exhilaration arose. A sense of pride. At that moment, he longed to say to everyone, look. This is my comrade Luo Foam, a man daring enough to punch a celestial dragon. Nami's pupils contracted. He actually did that to a celestial dragon. Does that mean I can rob the celestial dragon's money? Then she suddenly let out a scream. Her eyes turned into the shape of coins, as if she couldn't wait to rush over and strip the celestial dragon of all his valuables. Sanji was also stunned, unable to close his mouth. At that moment, his mind wandered back to his homeland, the Vinsmoke family. His father had dreamed all his life of attaining the highest status. In his eyes, the celestial dragons were likely the ultimate ideal in unattainable existence. But Sanji's heart pounded wildly. He was so excited he could barely contain himself. He wanted to roar to the heavens to make his detestable father see that the celestial dragons, the noblest race in the world, had been brutally punched by Luo Foam. What are celestial dragons? With enough strength and a big enough fist, you can still beat them. Sanji pumped his fist in excitement. Tap, tap, tap. Then Luo Foam began to move. He walked toward the celestial dragon. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The people kneeling on the ground had originally come to greet the celestial dragon, but now they seemed like subjects of Luo Foam. He strode forward with an air of composure, his demeanor extraordinary, resembling a triumphant general heading toward his arch of victory. This scene felt familiar to many. Some elderly people suddenly trembled violently, not from fear, but from excitement. Decades ago, on this very street, another man had walked with his head high under everyone's gaze, heading toward the execution platform. And that man was named Roger. Whoosh. At that moment, everyone seemed to transcend time, witnessing history as Roger's figure merged with Luo Foam's. Only one was a criminal about to be executed. The other was a reckless madman. Clatter. The celestial dragon rolled out from the rubble. His protective suit was tattered, his helmet shattered, his face covered in broken glass and blood. How dare you hit me? Unforgivable. Charles Saint struggled to speak, but his voice went unheard. At that moment, all his bodyguards lay on the ground unconscious. At that moment, tens of thousands of civilians knelt around, yet none dared to step forward, none were willing to rescue him. In such a moment, everyone watched coldly. Everyone secretly reveled in his misery, as if watching a show, seeing the celestial dragon get beaten. How dare you hit me? Charles Saint's voice abruptly stopped. At that moment, a shadow fell over his face, making him feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Even as foolish as he was, he realized that this madman before him wouldn't hold back just because he was a celestial dragon. Stop, we can negotiate. The celestial dragon roared hoarsely, his voice as grating as a pig's squeal. Thud! A large hand grabbed Charlos Saint and hurled him away forcefully. At this moment, Luo Feng had no desire to hear what the celestial dragon had to say. He only wanted to beat him. Of course, he knew how to restrain himself and wouldn't kill him. But the celestial dragon was in agony. The pain was so intense, he couldn't even utter a sound. Click! In the shadows, someone had already started taking pictures. Their hands trembled. Their heart was a mix of shock, fear, and excitement. Shock that someone dared to strike a celestial dragon, and in such a public place. Fear that if their actions caught the man's attention, their fate would be no better than that celestial dragon's. Excitement, because if they could sell this photo, the rewards would be immense. This was definitely a first-hand scoop. Boom. Luo Feng flashed in front of Charlos Saint and lifted him like a chick. Tell me, where is that fruit? Charlos Saint weakly pointed at his protective suit. He was no tough guy. By now his consciousness was fading, and he had no energy left to bargain with Luo Feng. He was merely acting on survival instinct. Ryup. Luo Feng tore open the suit and found the fruit wrapped in red velvet cloth. He grabbed the fruit and examined it closely. This fruit, what ability does it hold that the five elders value it so much? In the distance atop a rooftop, smoker suddenly spoke. I still can't quite comprehend why Luo Feng chose to confront the celestial dragons so openly. He could have waited until the celestial dragons left this place and entered an unfamiliar sea before making his move. By then, whether he seized treasures or slaughtered the celestial dragons, no one would have known. The marine admirals wouldn't have hunted him, and the five elders wouldn't have vented their wrath on him. Everything would have remained unknown. It would have been the safest, most prudent decision. Smoker said, turning his gaze to Dragon. Why did Luo Feng do this? He doesn't strike me as a hot-headed fool of a pirate bent on destruction. I can see that this man is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also exceedingly intelligent. A man like him couldn't have failed to consider that. I'm curious, what was he thinking? Dragon let out a sigh. In truth, he didn't know either. However, Luo Feng must have his reasons. A hero like Luo Feng is beyond the grasp of simple minds like ours. Such individuals possess terrifying strength and thoughts that transcend convention. Throughout history, beings like this have often reshaped history and stirred the tides of change. How could ordinary people comprehend their actions? Even a casual deed of theirs often carries profound meaning. Inside an alley, Isho let out a deep sigh. Too late. I moved too slowly. This man named Luo Feng is too fast. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Luffy's face was etched with distress. This is bad. If this keeps up, someone as strong as Gramps will come after Luo Feng. We need to think of something. Damn it, I can't think at all. My mind's a blank. Soon Luffy gave up. Thinking was never his forte. Alright, I've decided. Since an admiral is coming for us, let's just run. We'll come back for revenge when we're stronger. Isho was speechless. He chose to ignore Luffy the simpleton and turned his sightless eyes toward the direction of Luo Feng. But still, it's intriguing. What is this young man Luo Feng's true aim? Attacking a celestial dragon in broad daylight feels deliberate. What is he trying to achieve? Isho widened his pale blind eyes. He had once gouged out his own eyes to avoid witnessing the filth of this world, but now a hint of regret stirred within him. I really wish I could see what this extraordinary man Luo Feng looks like. Isho held a deep admiration for Luo Feng. He himself was a chivalrous soul, having come to the East Blue merely to wander and train. He had heard of the celestial dragons and witnessed the many evils they committed. Enslaving people, wanton slaughter, the heavenly tribute. The list went on. Each and every act convinced Isho that the celestial dragons deserved death. However, considering the chain of consequences that killing a celestial dragon would trigger and the fact that they were inexhaustible, slay one and countless more would emerge from the Holy Land. He had abandoned the idea. Yet Luo Feng had done it. And he did it openly without implicating others, bearing all responsibility alone. This moved Isho, even filled him with admiration. In the square, the crowd stirred with unease. It's over. A celestial dragon was beaten. Will we be implicated? What are you thinking? That's impossible. The culprit acted openly and alone, so even if other celestial dragons or the five elders investigate, we won't be held responsible. But what if the world government blames us for not stepping in to help? Are you stupid? The five elders aren't fools. Look at that guy's strength. Could ordinary people like us possibly have stopped him? Oh, so that means we really won't be in trouble. Soon the crowd's anxieties began to ease. Then their thoughts turned elsewhere. The celestial dragons are despicable. They deserve to be beaten. Killed. Well done, young man. You're my proxy. I've always wanted to hit a celestial dragon. I can't stand the sight of them. In the shadows, a reporter quietly recorded everything. Big news. This is huge. Attacking a celestial dragon and beating them to a pulp. This will surely enrage the world government and the five elders. Wait. What is he doing? Just then the reporter noticed Luo Feng making another move. At this moment, Luo Feng was truly the center of everyone's attention. Every move he made gripped the nerves of all present. Luo Feng, holding the celestial dragon by the neck like a burlap sack, dragged him in a certain direction. It wasn't over yet. A wave of dread washed over everyone. This madman, having beaten a celestial dragon, was still unsatisfied. He intended to do more. In that instant, a sense of panic over escalating and spiraling events began to permeate every heart. What is he planning? The celestial dragon is nearly dead, isn't he? Is he going to torture him further? It looks like he's set on finishing him off. Too insane. I almost can't bear to watch. Hiss. Could he really be about to kill a celestial dragon? That would be too thrilling. If that happens, won't the world government, the Marines, and the five elders go berserk? I have a feeling this man will shake the entire world. He might be on the front page of a newspaper tomorrow. On the rooftop, Dragon and Smoker were also baffled by Luo Feng's intentions. It's still not over. Is Luo Feng really planning to kill a celestial dragon? In the alley, Nami and the others swallowed hard. Elsewhere, Isho and Luffy fell into silence. Tap, tap, tap. Luo Feng's footsteps echoed across the entire square. In the dead silence, only his steps and the rustling of the celestial dragon's protective suit dragging on the ground could be heard. Whoosh. Suddenly, Luo Feng stopped beneath the execution platform and leaped up onto it in one bound. Countless gazes followed his movements in unison as everyone looked up, staring at Luo Feng's figure on the platform. Bang! Luo Feng slammed Charlos Saint to the ground. The celestial dragon's knees gave way, and with a thud he knelt before the tens of thousands of commoners. With a thud, the celestial dragon's body went limp as a noodle, collapsing directly to its knees. This sight stunned everyone present. A celestial dragon had actually knelt before them. What an utterly insane and astonishing spectacle. The entire plaza fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. The crowd erupted into an uproar. People were boiling over, driven to madness and shock. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. This world has gone mad. This kneeling. It's going to shorten my lifespan. A world noble kneeling to me. This feels damn amazing. I've got goosebumps all over. Can a mere commoner like me really receive such a grand gesture? It wasn't that these commoners had never seen the world. Rather, the world of pirates was rigidly hierarchical. Celestial dragons were born as the divine race, the world's nobility. Meanwhile, all other races were commoners, outcasts. They were required to kneel upon meeting a celestial dragon, who could on a whim enslave them or even execute them on the spot. Under such circumstances, any celestial dragon was akin to an emperor. Yet now a celestial dragon was kneeling before them, the commoners, the outcasts. This was more exhilarating than being handed a mountain of gold or being gifted the world's most beautiful women. However, the matter did not end there. As Luo Feng pressed the celestial dragon to the ground, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd below. He opened his mouth, and his voice, booming and clear, carried across the entire plaza. Now begins the trial of the celestial dragon. Whoa. The moment these words fell, the entire venue erupted once more. And this time it was even more frenzied, more earth-shattering than before. A trial? For a celestial dragon? Dragon was utterly astonished. Smoker's face turned to stone. Even Isho, despite his vast experience, had never witnessed such an audacious act in his life. Luo Feng's voice continued. No one is born noble. Look, everyone. With that, he grabbed Charlos Saint by the hair and yanked his head up. A face was exposed to the world. This is an ugly face. In terms of appearance, it probably can't compare to any of you here. The celestial dragons claim to be descendants of the gods, but how could a god produce such ugly offspring? His words instantly resonated with countless people. Some men even looked in a mirror, quite pleased to discover just how handsome they truly were. And then they looked at the celestial dragon. That was nothing more than a fat pig. Luo Feng pressed on. Moreover, how could the descendants of gods be so frail? Is the blood of a god's descendant also red? Shouldn't it be gold? His voice was forceful and confident, carrying immense persuasive power. The crowd nodded in agreement. Exactly. How could a god's descendant be so pathetic and weak? A god's descendant should be incredibly powerful, capable of shattering a mountain with one punch. Gods shouldn't bleed, and even if injured, they should shed gold. The people buzzed with discussion, a profound doubt and disdain for the identity and status of the celestial dragons growing in their hearts. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Luo Feng declared in a resounding voice, "Thus the celestial dragons are nothing but a group of lazy, pampered pigs wearing the skin of a divine race. They were born to be equal to anyone else, yet they wield power that sets them above others. They don't need to work to live in comfort. They keep slaves and trample on the dignity and humanity of those equal to them. And for no reason other than their own whims, they kill wantonly. Now I pass judgment on the celestial dragon." With that, Luo Feng infused his voice with haki and thundered, "He deserves death." Boom. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. A muffled roar exploded in the void, startling everyone into a shudder. Even Charlos Saint, dazed and semi-conscious, snapped awake. "No, don't kill me." But it was too late. A flicker of contempt passed through Luo Feng's eyes. He formed his fingers into a blade and swiftly slashed across the celestial dragon's neck. Instantly, the celestial dragon's voice was cut short. His eyes bulged as he stared ahead in disbelief. A line of blood appeared on his neck. Blood spurted out. A head shot into the air caught firmly by Luo Foam and held before him. Beneath the disheveled hair, the celestial dragon's face was a mask of terror and resentment. With a thud, Luo Foam kicked the headless corpse of Charlos Saint down. Holding the head aloft for all to see, the entire plaza fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. First a trial for a celestial dragon, then a public execution before their very eyes. This was a madness beyond words. They had brought a celestial dragon, a world noble, to the execution platform. Then they pronounced judgment as if on a common criminal. Finally, they carried out the sentence. Executed him. Madness. This world had simply gone insane. At that moment, in a corner below, a reporter happened to capture the scene. His hands were trembling. Fear. Utter fear. He even felt that possessing this photograph would make him a target for the world government and the 5 elders hunted down to the death. But the reporter was also seized by a tremendous urge. If I sell this photo to an underworld boss, or even to one of the 4 emperors, it would be a fortune beyond measure. Wait. Sell it to a newspaper. That could work. As the reporter was lost in thought, a thunderous cheer suddenly erupted all around. Long live. Long live. Long live. Well done. Excellent work. Ha ha ha. Celestial dragons deserve to die. Who decided that celestial dragons are born superior to others? Why should I work my ass off while celestial dragons enjoy the fruits of labor? All celestial dragons should be killed. The reporter looked around in bewilderment at the frenzied crowd. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness crept up from the base of his spine. He keenly sensed a wave rising. A wave with the power to overturn the world. With a thud, Luo Foam tossed the celestial dragon's head away like garbage. Watching the cheering sea of people, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His goal was achieved. Tisk, the only downside is that I've thoroughly offended the celestial dragons, the marines, and the 5 elders. He muttered to himself. But that's exactly my intention. That's right. Luo Foam had done this deliberately. He had intentionally killed the celestial dragon in front of everyone. And this was the most crucial part of his plan. He wanted to antagonize the celestial dragons and the 5 elders. It all began when Luo Foam first learned of the mysterious fruit. Upon discovering that the 5 elders were searching for a certain enigmatic fruit, his instincts flared. He keenly sensed that this fruit was extraordinary. It must serve a grand purpose. After all, even the Nika fruit had never been sought with such fervor by the 5 elders. This indirectly confirmed that the mysterious fruit the 5 elders were after was in some ways rarer and more significant than the Nika fruit itself. This realization sparked a desire within Luo Foam to consume the fruit. However, he soon encountered a formidable dilemma. He had no knowledge of the fruit's abilities. Though he had perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it contained no entry for this particular fruit. And he could hardly call the 5 elders to inquire about its powers. Thus, uncovering the fruit's true nature became his most pressing challenge. This was precisely why Luo Foam chose to publicly judge a celestial dragon before the eyes of the world. He wanted everyone, most crucially the 5 elders, to know that Charlos Saint had fallen by his hand. From this, the 5 elders would easily deduce that the mysterious devil fruit once held by Charlos Saint had come into Luo Foam's possession. Here was the crux. Given the fruit's immense importance, the 5 elders would surely dispatch assassins to retrieve it. When that happened, if the assassins merely pursued him without seeking the fruit, it would prove the fruit was trivial. But if they aimed to reclaim it, then things would grow intriguing. For the 5 elders and their assassins would not know whether Luo Foam had already consumed the fruit upon seizing it. If he had, they could no longer kill him. Slaying him would cause the fruit to reincarnate randomly into another fruit elsewhere. The 5 elders might lose the fruit forever. Thus they and their assassins would be compelled not to kill Luo Foam. Instead, they would have to capture him alive and bring him to experts like Vegapunk to devise a way to extract the fruit. Luo Foam knew not the specifics, but he understood enough. The assassins would seek his capture, not his death. That was all he needed. If they try to take me alive, it means this fruit is absolutely vital. Even more feared and coveted by the 5 elders than the Nika fruit. Yet Luo Foam still did not know the fruit's power. Only by consuming it would he learn. So he had to gamble. He would stake everything on the hope that the fruit granted an ability suited to him. A gamble. A smile crept across his face. Blackbeard had endured decades of patience on Whitebeard's ship for the Yami no Mi. A gamble in itself. He bet that the mightiest pirate crew might yield that fruit. But Luo Foam already held the prize in his hands. This left far less uncertainty than Blackbeard's path. No fruit is inherently worthless, only the user defines its value. It all depends on how one develops and wields it. The Gomu Gomu no Mi seemed mediocre at first, yet Luffy unlocked its terrifying potential through sheer creativity and will. What I need most for that is insight and imagination, and do I lack either? A confident smirk touched his lips. He had never been short of those qualities. Time returned to the present. Luo Foam's gaze swept across the crowd below. When he spotted a figure dressed like a journalist aiming a camera at him, relief finally settled in his heart. It was set. 5 elders come find me and deliver the answer straight into my hands. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This was an open scheme, a trap, and the five elders would inevitably walk right into it. Below, the crowd stirred. People rushed about in excitement. A celestial dragon was dead. A man had publicly judged a member of the world's nobility, and he had slain him as easily as one might slaughter a chicken or gut a fish. So, celestial dragons aren't gods after all. They're just flesh and blood. They die when killed. I thought they were something special, but their veins run with the same red blood as ours. They are not descendants of gods. Their so-called divine lineage is self-proclaimed. At best, they are a higher class of nobles. Ordinary nobles possess wealth while they own the world. Such injustice. Why are they born exalted while we suffer? Yes, it's utterly unfair. Luo Feng's name was spoken repeatedly. Some recognized the ruthless figure who had executed a celestial dragon as the notorious pirate making waves in the East Blue. Huh, what a bombshell. A pirate judging a celestial dragon. The world must be going mad. Years ago, the pirate King Roger was executed by the Navy on this very platform. And now, decades later, on the same scaffold, another pirate has killed a celestial dragon. Truly, the wheel of karma turns. People noticed this eerie coincidence. Whether Luo Feng had orchestrated it or not, the discovery reignited their fervor. Luo Feng is a legend. Indeed, with a bounty of 1 billion buri right after setting sail, he's unprecedented. They say he single-handedly crippled 5 Marine Vice Admirals. The East Blue hasn't seen such a great pirate in ages. I thought he was just another pirate, but he's different. Absolutely. Executing a celestial dragon in public. That takes audacity beyond measure. Luo Feng's name now echoed throughout Logtown. It was certain that from this day forth it would gradually resound across the entire East Blue, and Logtown would become a landmark not just for the East, but for the whole world. For here a celestial dragon had been executed. Pat pat pat. The journalist who had captured the photos panted heavily, darting through alleys. He returned to his and grabbed a den mushy and dialed frantically. A scoop. An absolute scoop. His hands trembled, his voice quivered, and his heart threatened to leap from his throat. On the other side of the street. Thud. Tashiji collapsed to the ground. Earlier she had intended to follow Smoker in pursuit of pirates, but news of the incident made her rush back. And so she witnessed the execution of the celestial dragon. This is catastrophic. No need to inform Smoker-san. Oh, I must contact Marine headquarters immediately. And so she witnessed the execution of the celestial dragon. This is catastrophic. No need to inform Smoker-san. Oh, I must contact Marine headquarters immediately. On the Grand Line, Marine Fort, Sengoku was handling his daily affairs. In the room, Garp sat on the sofa eating senbei without a shred of dignity. Say, Sengoku, any news on that brat Luo Feng? Garp asked casually, his mouth stuffed full. None. Sengoku replied absent-mindedly. I see. By my calculations, that kid should have already entered the Grand Line by now. Garp said nonchalantly. Garp, spare me your words. Sengoku said without looking up. No matter what you say, I will not let Luo Feng go. Him alone, I will dispatch a heavy force to capture. Indeed, I underestimated him before. Luo Feng is truly a genius, immensely powerful. And precisely for that reason, to prevent him from growing stronger, I will crush him the moment he sets foot on the Grand Line. As he spoke, the den mushy on the table suddenly rang. Brew, 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 brew. Brew, 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 brew. But Sengoku was in the heat of his speech. He picked up the den mushy casually, stood up, turned to look at Garp on the sofa, and continued, however, for your sake, I could spare his life. But once he enters Impel Down, he'll never see the light of day again. Garp gave a bitter smile. What could he say? Sengoku had already said everything good and bad. Had he said he didn't want to catch Luo Feng? As long as Luo Feng was a pirate, he had to catch him. Moreover, not just Luo Feng, even if Luffy were wanted one day, he would have to catch him too. But then, was this truly justice? He knew Luo Feng and Luffy's temperaments and personalities. Those two, though rebellious, were by no means evil. They wouldn't commit heinous acts. On the other hand, some Marines, under the banner of justice, did things more despicable than certain pirates. But Sengoku wouldn't listen to his explanations. I'll forget it, do as you please. Garp sighed. Sengoku snorted coldly and answered the den mushy. Moshi moshi. What is it? The den mushy quickly transformed into Akiji's likeness. Clearly this call was from Admiral Akiji. This immediately piqued Garp's curiosity, and he couldn't help but stare at the den mushy, wondering what it was about. However, Akiji's expression was rather somber. Silence. The room fell into a hush. Both Sengoku and Garp sensed something was amiss. Soon Akiji finally spoke. Fleet Admiral, what I'm about to say, please remain calm. At these words, Sengoku and Garp's expressions changed drastically. The implication was clear. Something major had happened, and they needed Sengoku to stay calm. How could Sengoku stay calm? Tell me quickly what has happened. Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Akiji paused before continuing. It concerns Garp-san. Sengoku's gaze immediately turned hostile towards Garp. Garp looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? How was he involved? He had been right beside Sengoku this whole time. What could he have done? Sengoku understood this logic too, but he just glared at Garp and pressed on. What about Garp? Has he committed another violation of marine regulations? No. Aokiji denied it directly. It's about that pirate from Garp-san's hometown Luo Fong. This time both Sengoku and Garp's faces changed simultaneously. Luo Fong. Luo Fong again. Earlier a call had informed them that the entire marine force in the East Blue had been annihilated. Now it was Luo Fong again. And this call was from Aokiji. Could it be? He's entered the Grand Line. Sengoku's eyes darted a sudden thought striking him, and he said excitedly. Garp also leaned in nervously, but Sengoku pushed him away. Huh. If he dares to come, he'll make sure he never leaves. On the other end, Aokiji sighed, his expression turning grave. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this matter concerns Luo Fong and also the Celestial Dragons. You should know that a Celestial Dragon recently went to the East Blue. Hearing the word Celestial Dragons and Luo Fong's name, Sengoku became agitated. A terrible premonition suddenly rose in his heart. In his agitation, he unconsciously crushed the quill he was holding. Garp's heart also skipped a beat. He knew a Celestial Dragon had gone to the East Blue, but he hadn't paid it much mind. After all, the East Blue was vast. It was unlikely they'd run into Luo Fong and Luffy. But unexpectedly, a fear of the worst happening came true. Garp suddenly had a very bad feeling. He knew Luo Fong and Luffy's tempers well, especially Luo Fong's. If a Celestial Dragon angered him, he would truly dare to strike. If he hit a Celestial Dragon, then the next moment Sengoku would dispatch an Admiral to hunt him down. What happened to the Celestial Dragon? Did that bastard Luo Fong attack a Celestial Dragon? Sengoku asked urgently. Matters concerning Celestial Dragons were grave. He had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario that this madman Luo Fong might have kidnapped a Celestial Dragon. In Sengoku's estimation, Luo Fong was very capable of such an act. In his eyes, Luo Fong was young but extremely powerful. And having just set sail, he had already committed a shocking deed. Young men like this were most prone to getting cocky. They thought that with a bounty of 1 billion, they were invincible. But if he was arrogant enough to think he could kidnap a Celestial Dragon to threaten the Marines and the world government, then this so-called genius journey would end here. He would face the overwhelming wrath of the 5 elders. A Marine Admiral would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Unless he fled to the New World and pledged allegiance to one of the 4 emperors, his only fate would be death. Aokiji finally spoke, but his words were like a demon's whisper, causing both Sengoku and Garp's pupils to constrict and their hearts to suddenly stop. Luo Fong has killed a Celestial Dragon. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Both Sengoku and Garp froze in place, their faces ashen and petrified, utterly devoid of expression. Killing a Celestial Dragon. These words, like a demon's incantation, echoed in Sengoku's ears. At this moment, Sengoku realized his imagination was far too barren, far too laughable. Assaulting a Celestial Dragon. That was nothing. Luo Fong had directly killed a Celestial Dragon. Sengoku could scarcely imagine the terrifying reaction of the 5 elders upon learning of this. Garp's mood was no better than Sengoku's. However, it was not due to worry about the 5 elders' reaction, but concern for Luo Fong's predicament. Did the Celestial Dragon deserve death? Yes. But Garp himself lacked the audacity and courage. So upon learning that Luo Fong had killed a Celestial Dragon, a trace of admiration and relief unexpectedly rose in Garp's heart. But had Luo Fong considered the consequences? Garp felt Luo Fong was too young, too brash. If he had only attacked the Celestial Dragon, that would have been manageable. There would still be room for negotiation. Even if pursued by an admiral, Garp believed, given Luo Fong's abilities, he wouldn't be captured. Even if captured, he likely wouldn't be killed immediately. But now Luo Fong had directly killed a Celestial Dragon. This escalated the matter severely. Aokiji's words continued. Luo Fong not only killed a Celestial Dragon, but also publicly tried Charles Saint at the place where Roger was executed, and then in front of everyone present beheaded him. And he held up the Celestial Dragon's head for all to see. Thud. Sengoku suddenly collapsed onto the sofa. His face was deathly pale. Garp's expression also turned grim. What was Luo Fong trying to do? Killing a Celestial Dragon wasn't enough for him. He had to execute a Celestial Dragon publicly. Wasn't that like defecating on the 5 elders' heads? If the 5 elders didn't hunt Luo Fong to the death, wouldn't that be an open admission of their incompetence to the world? Bang! Suddenly Sengoku slammed his hand onto the table before him. The terrifying force instantly shattered the table into pieces. This Luo Fong. Sengoku roared, his voice turning harsh and hoarse like a pig being slaughtered. His face was livid, shifting between pale and red. His hand holding the den mushi trembled slightly. Who does he think he is? The Pirate King. Even Roger wouldn't dare be so audacious. Publicly executing a Celestial Dragon. I think he's tired of living. Aokiji, where are you? Find wherever you are, set sail immediately right now. Take all nearby Vice Admirals and warships with you. Pursue. No, capture Luo Fong. You must bring him back alive. Click. The den mushi hung up. Sengoku's breathing was still very rapid. For a moment, only his gasps filled the silent room. Beside him, Garp opened his mouth, then closed it again. His heart was filled with bitter laughter, and only bitter laughter. At this moment, anything he said would only enrage Sengoku. He couldn't help but think to himself, Luo Feng, what you've done this time is far too great. Even I dare not speak a single word in your defense. You? Take care of yourself. Meanwhile, on a certain small island, Luo Feng also said something. Akiji began, but then noticed the Den Mushi had been disconnected. So he had no choice but to put it away helplessly. He was only here on vacation, but halfway through a marine from the East Blue had called him. Since Tashiji couldn't directly contact Sengoku's Den Mushi, she could only call him. Luo Feng ha. Akiji pondered, having been lost in thought for 5 minutes. Instead of immediately setting out to pursue Luo Feng as Sengoku had commanded, he savored Luo Feng's words. Are celestial dragons born noble? They are also flesh and blood. Why are they born superior? Is what we are doing now truly justice? Objectively speaking, celestial dragons are the greatest evil in the world, surpassing even most pirates. And Luo Feng, who executed a celestial dragon objectively, did the right thing in this matter. He should be a hero. But if we Marines arrest him for it, then it is no longer justice. Akiji was utterly lost and confused. Justice. These two words were something he had been contemplating for a long time. Perhaps leaving the Marines. Thinking this, he shook his head. Holy Land. Mary Geos. What a... An aged voice roared in fury. Inside the hall, 5 elderly men, their expressions turning extremely grim. Just moments ago, they had received the news. Charles Saint was dead. Dead in the East Blue. Dead in Lobetown. And the one who killed him was a pirate, Luo Feng, the one recently making waves in the East Blue with a bounty of 1 billion. However, they had previously paid no heed to this Luo Feng, considering him a mere small fry. Now it seemed the slap to their faces had come far too quickly. The 5 of them felt their old faces stinging. A public trial. Saturn's voice trembled with rage. He too was a celestial dragon possessing the pride of one. But now a celestial dragon had been killed like an animal subjected to a public trial. This challenged his bottom line. This Luo Feng must die. Must be killed. He must be found. Wait. Just then the golden-haired elder suddenly spoke. Don't forget, more important than a dead celestial dragon is that fruit on Charles Saint's ship. Recovering that fruit is the priority. As for revenge, that can be dealt with later. Indeed. The others suddenly realized. How could they have forgotten that? Then send CP0 to retrieve that fruit. Saturn asked hesitantly, seeking the opinions of the others. Everyone fell silent. If they could deploy CP0, they would have done so long ago without needing to send a worthless celestial dragon in the first place. The problem was CP0 were also human, though seemingly loyal, who knew if they had ulterior motives. Moreover, the human heart was unpredictable. What if upon seeing the fruit, they were overcome with greed, took it, and never returned? The God's Knights, another suggested. Everyone fell silent again. The God's Knights were not an option. They were all celestial dragons. Even if one was tempted by greed and ate the fruit, at least the fruit would be recovered to the Holy Land. And when that person eventually died of old age, the fruit, being in the Holy Land, would still have a high probability of being reborn there. Have you all forgotten a possibility? The bald elder wielding a katana suddenly spoke. The others immediately looked at him. What if this Luo Feng knows about the fruit and has hidden it or even eaten it? At these words, everyone's expressions changed once more. Indeed, if Luo Feng had gotten his hands on that fruit, things would become troublesome. Then, we can only capture him alive. Finally, the golden-haired elder spoke, his face as sour as if he had swallowed a dead fly. The others frowned upon hearing this. This Luo Feng was truly troublesome. They couldn't even kill him. However, they were unaware. Their current line of thinking had been completely anticipated by Luo Feng. Saturn, as the tech god of war, can Vegapunk extract the power of a devil fruit from a living person? At this moment, the bald elder suddenly inquired. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards Saint Saturn. How could that be possible? If it were truly achievable, it would be a monumental matter. How could I possibly keep it from you? Saturn snorted coldly, clearly displeased. In any case, first capture this Luo Feng alive. Ultimately, all 5 elders reached a unanimous decision. Who specifically should we send? I have an idea. At this, the elder with a horn-shaped beard spoke. Since we want Luo Feng alive, it's simple. Just send someone strong enough. Furthermore, this eliminates one concern. We don't have to worry about the envoy embezzling the fruit, because we only need Luo Feng himself, so dispatching an admiral directly should pose no issues. Moreover, the murder of a celestial dragon itself demands the deployment of an admiral. Adding our desire to capture the culprit alive for severe punishment makes our demand for a live capture perfectly reasonable. Lobetown. In a narrow alley, the Straw Hat crew finally gathered. Luo Feng was squatting on a wooden barrel, speaking to the group. I'm sorry for killing a celestial dragon without consulting you first. Luo Feng was reflecting on his actions. His deed would undoubtedly bring immense danger to the Straw Hat crew, plunging the newly set sail group into the heart of a maelstrom. Oh, it's no big deal, Luffy said with a carefree expression. I've long disliked those celestial dragons anyway. If that old man hadn't stopped me, I'd have punched them myself. The others had no objections either. Luo Feng continued, next the Marines will likely dispatch an admiral to Lobetown, but he paused as if pondering something. Even at top speed, it will take a long time for them to travel from Marine headquarters to the East Blue, so we're safe for now. The only danger I can foresee is that the Marines might have already begun their plans to capture us. Well, mainly me, since our indirect destruction of the East Blue Marines last time. Hearing that the Admiral wouldn't arrive soon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Luo Feng's words about the Marines possibly already hunting them made their hearts tighten once more. Nami, however, remained relaxed. The sea is vast, it'll be hard for the Marines to find us. But Luo Feng shook his head. No, you underestimate the Marines, or rather you underestimate Fleet Admiral Sengoku the strategist. If I were Sengoku, the simplest and best method would be to station someone at the choke point from the East Blue into the Grand Line waiting for us like a rabbit by a stump. That place is narrow, a single warship could hold it against an army. Everyone gasped sharply at his words. What do we do then? Usopp was a bit panicked. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. Don't panic. At least I'm sure of one thing, Sengoku wouldn't have stationed an admiral there in advance. The defender's strength won't be high. As long as there's no admiral, I'm 99% certain we can break through. Hearing Luo Feng's resolute and confident tone, everyone felt completely at ease. But Luffy, ever tactless, pressed further. And what about that 1% chance? Luo Feng gave Luffy a meaningful look. There's a small chance your grandfather is stationed there. Luffy. Everyone. Slap. Luo Feng clapped his hands. All right, get back to the ship quickly. I have some unfinished business, I'll catch up with you later. One by one they shouldered their luggage. During their visit to Lobetown, they had stocked up on ample food and supplies for the journey into the Grand Line. After they had gone, the sound of tap 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 footsteps came from the alley behind Luo Feng. A man in a purple robe holding a wooden staff approached him. Luo Feng turned to face him. Admiral Fujitora from 2 years from now. To appear in a place like this is quite unexpected. Recognizing the man by his attire, Luo Feng remarked, It seems you know me, but I don't understand such strange talk about 2 years from now. Luo Feng shrugged, changing the subject. Why are you here, sir? And what is your purpose in following us? His tone was calm without any hostility. This Fujitora Isho possessed a chivalrous nature and would not resort to underhanded tactics. Thus Luo Feng harbored little enmity. His only concern was that Fujitora might already be a Marine at this time. A hidden candidate for Admiral operating in the shadows. That would be disastrous. His act of judging the Celestial Dragon would surely make him Fujitora's mortal enemy, and a battle between them would be inevitable. So he deliberately sent Luffy and the others ahead, ensuring he could fight without worry. Young Luo Feng, you seem wary of me. Isho stopped 5 paces away, his expression kind, showing no sign of aggression. I came to the East Blue mainly for training. Another reason is that I occasionally hunt pirates to supplement my income. I see. Luo Feng mused. Suddenly Isho's expression turned serious. What you did today, sir, truly earns my admiration. Luo Feng was taken aback. Fujitora's reaction to his killing of a celestial dragon was utterly unexpected. This further confirmed his understanding of Fujitora's character, a truly chivalrous man. I too have witnessed the deeds of the celestial dragons, thought of stopping them, of changing everything, but alas, I lack the courage you possess, young Luo Feng. I am truly ashamed. With that, Isho shifted his tone. I have wandered the seas for many years, and a question has always lingered in my heart. Tell me, what is justice? Justice? Luo Feng looked intently at the man before him. So this was his concern. Indeed, since he would join the Marines 2 years later, Fujitora must have his own philosophy of justice. By becoming an admiral, he likely sought to use the influence of the position to achieve some goal. But the Fujitora of 2 years hence had found his answer. The Fujitora of 2 years ago, however, seemed still adrift in confusion. At this thought, Luo Feng's heart stirred, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you asked, I shall share my humble opinion. Luo Feng cleared his throat and spoke with solemnity. I believe there is no absolute justice in this world. By absolute, I refer to a form of justice that is absolutely fair and absolutely correct in moral terms. Perhaps some would think that somewhere in this world or somewhere in the universe there exists an ultimate form of justice. But I consider that nothing more than an illusion. Moreover, even if such ultimate justice existed, it is beyond the reach of mortals like us. Therefore, all we can do is strive to do our best as long as we can have a clear conscience. As his words fell, Ishao was stunned. He murmured, a clear conscience. So that's it. He suddenly smiled. So I have been walking the right path all along. It's just that my heart was filled with doubt, questioning whether my path was wrong. Today, hearing your insight, I am suddenly enlightened. Luo Feng cleared his throat again and interjected. But if I may be so bold, Ishao, you are a bit narrow-minded. Ishao, what was happening? Was he that familiar with Luo Feng? Why was the other acting so chummy? And where were his manners? Seeing that Fujitora had grown serious and was contemplating his words instead of taking offense, Luo Feng felt encouraged. Luo Feng's lips curled upward as he continued, justice is relative. It is precisely because injustice exists in the world that the concept of justice arises. So what is the greatest injustice in the world? He paused abruptly, gazing at Fujitora, expecting him to supply the answer. Ishao remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The celestial dragons. Wrong. Luo Feng shook his head directly. Completely and utterly wrong. Then he raised a finger with an air of significance, only to lower it, remembering the other could not see. Wrong. Ishao was now thoroughly puzzled. He had assumed Luo Feng would say the existence of the celestial dragons was the greatest injustice. Luo Feng deliberately kept him in suspense, urging Fujitora to ponder and offer several answers, all of which were wrong. Then, what truly is the greatest injustice? Ishao pressed on, showing no trace of irritation, only intense curiosity. Seeing Fujitora's reaction, Luo Feng thought to himself, it's settled. The moment he saw Fujitora, an idea had formed in his mind, inspired by the mercenary organization Buggy had established in the original story. Luo Feng also considered that he might establish his own organization. This world had pirates, marines, the revolutionary army, the underworld, the celestial dragons, the five elders, and many other factions. Given his personality, he would inevitably offend people in the future. In fact, he had already done so. He had become a sworn enemy of the marines, the celestial dragons, and the five elders. Individual strength has its limits against such forces. After all, it's easier to deal with the king than the petty demons. He couldn't very well chase down enemies all over the world. That would exhaust him to death. Therefore, having a force of his own was crucial. At that point, with a single command, he wouldn't even need to search for people. Just make a single den mushi call. Instantly, experts from all corners of the world would mobilize to achieve his goals. Meanwhile, he could continue his journey along his planned route. And Fujitora was the first person he had his eye on. He knew that people like Fujitora, Ishao, were pure at heart. Unable to bear the sight of the world's evil, he had gouged out his own eyes. Moreover, Fujitora was a lone wanderer, now confirmed not to be a marine spy. That made things simple. Such a person could be brought into the fold. Simple and straightforward. The only question was whether Luo Feng could command his respect. Of course, for someone like Fujitora, strength alone would not make him submit. In fact, forceful suppression might well backfire. To win the allegiance of such a man, one must win his heart. So, Luo Feng spoke up. The greatest injustice. He paused, fixing a deep gaze on Fujitora. The greatest injustice is those who possess power. The stronger a person is, the more unjust they are. What? Ishao was stunned. What kind of theory was this? The stronger one is the more unjust. He himself was very strong. If he followed Luo Feng's logic, that would make him highly unjust. That was utter nonsense. However, Ishao knew that Luo Feng was not one to jest about such matters. It was his intuition. So, Luo Feng must have meant something deeper. Seeing that Ishao was not angered but was still pondering, Luo Feng smiled. He decided not to press further and explained directly, let me give you an example and you'll understand. A frail old man, even if handed a gun, might not be able to pull the trigger. So even if he were the reincarnation of a demon, how much evil could he truly do? Conversely, a good man who suddenly comes into wealth often undergoes a drastic change in character. He may have done many good deeds when poor, but after becoming rich, he commits many evils. Of course, this is a simplistic view, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. So that was it. Ishao felt he had grasped the truth. It was a simple principle: a strong person, even with good intentions, might inadvertently cause harm through their actions. Once he had swung his blade with excessive force, causing innocent people to suffer. Had he intended to kill that person? Not at all. Yet driven by a sense of justice, he had indirectly caused harm. That too was an act of injustice. The key was that even he who believed himself to be walking the path of justice was not exempt. As for the celestial dragons and the powerful emperors, they possessed immense strength and influence, and their hearts were wicked. How great was the evil they wrought? Ishao fell silent, sinking into deep thought. Luo Feng let out a heavy sigh. So, Ishao, this world needs a power to eradicate such evil. Even if it cannot achieve ultimate justice, it can at least be relatively just. At that moment, Ishao seemed to understand Luo Feng's intent. He nodded. Then, this old man will take a gamble and place his bet on you. It was done. Luo Feng let out a long breath. He had successfully recruited Fujitora. Then he spoke. Well, first of all, naturally, we must give our organization a name, Luo Feng said. Ishao nodded in profound agreement. To be honest with you, Ishao, Luo Feng's tone carried a hint of maturity despite his youthful frame. I already have a candidate in mind. So besides you and me, there is a third founder for our organization. Who is it? Ishao inquired. Luo Feng paused, then uttered the name in his heart. Hawkeye. First and foremost, Hawkeye's strength was beyond question. Secondly, Hawkeye could be easily recruited. He was also a rogue, and although Hawkeye was a warlord, Luo Feng knew it was merely a temporary expedient for him to avoid trouble with the Marines and spare himself the effort of dealing with riffraff. In truth, Hawkeye could leave the warlord's ranks at any moment. In this regard, Hawkeye was quite similar to Ishao. Moreover, Luo Feng was familiar with Hawkeye's temperament. After all, in the original tale, he even tolerated a boss like Buggy willingly becoming a member of his mercenary organization. Additionally, Luo Feng's own mastery in the way of the blade could serve as a tempting lure. At the very least, Luo Feng could recruit Hawkeye with his knowledge of sword forging. In short, he was absolutely certain about Hawkeye. "Oh, you mean the world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk?" Yixiao asked in surprise. His heart raced with astonishment. He had heard of Hawkeye's reputation. A top-tier powerhouse indeed. This young man from the East Blue Luo Feng actually knew Hawkeye. Moreover, it seemed their relationship was far from ordinary. "Is there a second Hawkeye in this world?" Luo Feng asked with a smile. Hearing Luo Feng's confident and relaxed tone, Yixiao fell silent. He felt he could no longer fathom this young man. He had assumed the youth, though possessing some strength and insight, had yet to venture beyond the East Blue. But to his surprise, his connections were so vast. He even knew the world's greatest swordsman. He could even recruit him into the organization. That was truly astonishing. Luo Feng, observing the contemplative Yixiao, knew the other was likely marveling at his network. However, he continued, "Our organization currently has only 3 members. Of course, if you find a suitable candidate in the future, you can report to me. After my vetting, if they pass, they can join. But for now, we 3 are the founders, and the name is derived from us." With that, Luo Feng paused before speaking slowly. "I excel at the blade, while Hawkeye is adept at the way of the sword. In this world, blades and swords share a similar appearance. But a blade can also be called a sword. However, their usage differs. In essence, Hawkeye's techniques lean more toward the path of the sword. And your name contains the character shall laugh." Luo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Let our organization be called Blade, Sword, and Laugh." Yixiao chuckled. "Oh, that's an excellent name. Blade, Sword, and Laugh carries multiple meanings, both the cessation of conflict and a sense of unrestrained joy." Luo Feng nearly burst out laughing. What the hell, multiple meanings? He was just making a reference. But it was likely a reference only he could understand. Ahem. He cleared his throat. "All right, since the organization is established, we need to come up with a code name for you. You can't very well use your real name, can you? After all, even Mihawk has the alias Hawkeye." Without waiting for a response, Luo Feng pressed on. "Your clothes are purple, and you have the bearing of a fierce tiger. How about Purple Tiger?" Purple Tiger? Yixiao was taken aback. It's a bit, how should I put it? Not good, right?" Luo Feng, as if anticipating this, continued. "Since you don't like Purple Tiger, how about Fujitora Wisteria Tiger?" Fujitora. Good, let's go with that." Yixiao, caught up in Luo Feng's rhythm and somewhat at a loss, agreed, almost instinctively. The alias Fujitora was something Yixiao only acquired after joining the Marines in the original story. Just like Kizaru, whose real name wasn't Kizaru but Borsellino. Just as Akiji's real name was Kazan. They were all color names combined with an animal name. Clatter, clatter, clatter. "Find that pirate named Luo Feng quickly. Orders have come down from above. We must go all out to stop him. At all costs, capture the felon Luo Feng. And the 5 elders want him alive." In the distance, the sound of footsteps approached. The Marines had arrived. "It seems we can't stay here." "Well then." Luo Feng glanced into the distance and took a deep breath. "Let's part ways for now, Fujitora. You can continue your travels in the East Blue. Hey, race my Den Mushi. Use it to contact me later." Having given his instructions, Luo Feng vanished from the spot. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The Marine's footsteps drew nearer. Tashiji led the charge. As she passed by Fujitora, she glanced back. For some reason, she felt this blind, old man exuded a peculiar aura. But she didn't dwell on it, and continued leading her men in pursuit. On the spot, Fujitora stood in a daze for a long while before finally coming to his senses. Realizing what had transpired, he let out a wry smile. "What an intriguing fellow," he murmured to himself. "The name Fujitora. It's really not bad. That boy. I should say Chief the Chief has rather good taste and a knack for naming. If it were up to me, Purple Tiger would be as far as I'd get. So I really am terrible at naming." With that, he began to walk. The thud, thud, thud of his cane echoed through the empty alley. Travel the East Blue. But I'd rather witness Hawkeye's prowess. I've made up my mind. This old man will go find Hawkeye. Search over there. I thought I saw someone just now. A group of Marine soldiers was searching for Luo Feng. At that moment, if one were to overlook Lo Town from above, they would see squads of Marine soldiers like ants frantically weaving through the streets and alleys. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's figure moved at incredible speed across the rooftops. Soon he returned to the merry-go. Set sail. Destination, the Grand Line. The next morning at dawn, aboard the merry-go, which was heading toward the entrance of the Grand Line, a news coup flew by, dropping a newspaper. Along with the paper was a brand new wanted poster. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly. Birds chirped outside the window. An ordinary resident of the East Sea opened his drowsy eyes, habitually rose to wash up, and then sat down at the dining table. On the table lay a hearty breakfast prepared by his wife. Beside his plate, in addition to a glass of milk, there was also a newspaper. The man sipped his milk while opening the newspaper to read. Huffed. Suddenly, he spat out all the milk in his mouth, soiling the entire table of dishes his wife had painstakingly prepared. Yet ignoring his wife, who was about to erupt like a volcano, he leaped up in sheer horror. His eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at the contents of the newspaper. In the West Sea, amidst a pasture, an elderly man over 70 years old was smoking a pipe, gazing at the flock of sheep before him. Just then a seagull flew overhead, dropping a newspaper. The old man did not immediately pick it up, for the recent newspapers had been rather dull and repetitive. In truth, this world had seen no major events for a long time. After a while, he slowly ambled over, dusted off the newspaper, and opened it to read. Cough, cough, cough. The old man was suddenly choked by the cigarette dangling from his lips, coughing violently. Yet he stubbornly glared at the newspaper's content, refusing to blink even as the smoke made his eyes water. Similar scenes occurred in the North Sea, the South Sea, the first half of the Grand Line, and even on some islands in the New World. Whether it was a penniless beggar or a distinguished king or noble, none were exempt. Upon reading the morning newspaper's content, they were all stunned, speechless. One by one, they lost their composure, unable to believe what their eyes beheld. Celestial dragon murdered in the East Sea. The culprit is... What? A celestial dragon has been killed. And on the very execution platform where Roger was once executed. This is madness. The culprit is a rookie from the East Sea, the adventurer Luo Feng. He actually put a celestial dragon on trial. Are celestial dragons born noble? Such arrogant and rebellious words are nothing short of treason. Luo Feng. That name, I have a feeling, will echo across the four seas. Rustle, rustle. That day on dining tables worldwide, the sound of turning newspaper pages filled the air. Everyone was fixated on the content, utterly shaken. Luo Feng. That name, on this day, became renowned across the four seas. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Zehaha. Ace, I won the bet. That 100 million berries is mine. Blackbeard Teach gleefully stuffed a wad of bills into his pocket. Across from him, Ace wore a grim expression. This was because back when Luo Feng had first been marked as a wanted man, Ace had boasted throughout the Whitebeard pirates that Luo Feng would surely achieve greatness. He would become a legend renowned across the seas. At that time, many had scoffed at the idea. Blackbeard Teach in particular had taunted Ace mercilessly. The two had nearly come to blows, only calmed by Marco's mediation. Still, Ace, seeing Teach's smug expression, felt defiant. So he had made a bet with the man. But so much time had passed, and not only had Luo Feng failed to make a name for himself, his name hadn't even appeared in the newspapers. Hey, you two, you're both family on the same ship. No need for this grudge. Besides, Ace, Teach means no harm. Whitebeard, seated at the head, spoke up at this moment. I'll forget it. Since we're all family, let's just treat this as a joke. Ace, take this money, I don't want it. But next time you owe me a drink, Zehaha. Blackbeard Teach suddenly put on a facade of simple-mindedness. He pulled out the wad of berries he had just pocketed and placed it before Ace. He had bigger plans. For the sake of the Yami no Mi, he had endured decades aboard Whitebeard's ship. The persona he had crafted was that of a kind-hearted fool. He could not afford to shatter that painstakingly built image over a mere 100 million berries. Yet watching Blackbeard Teach's deceptively simple expression, Ace felt a deep instinctive disgust. He had a gut feeling that this Teach was not a good man. His usual simple-minded behavior felt like an act. Yet everyone else on the ship got along splendidly with Teach. This left Ace unable to voice his suspicions, for they were merely guesses. If he spoke out, he might be seen as a slanderer. And there was always that faint possibility that Teach truly was a good man. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Ace gloomily pocketed the berries. Then he said, fine, I'll buy you a drink. But this Luo Feng. Before he could finish, Blackbeard Teach interrupted. All right, if you say Luo Feng is formidable, then so be it. We can't let some insignificant nobody ruin our harmony, can we? At this, others chimed in, trying to ease the tension. But just then, everyone's expressions shifted as they looked toward the distant sky. Whoosh! A large bird, its body ablaze with cyan flames, descended from the sky and landed on the deck. Miraculously, the flames did not ignite the deck, but gradually faded. From the flames emerged a figure. It was Marco the Phoenix. In his hand, he held a newspaper obtained just this morning. Oyaji, here's today's paper. I intercepted it from the news coup myself. Haven't read it yet. Marco cheerfully handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. The others were not surprised. Marco, with his ability to fly, often zipped around showing off his powers. Every morning, he would fly out to intercept the newspaper before the news coup arrived, just to show off. Oh, Whitebeard casually took the newspaper and flipped through it without much expectation. He had lived for so many years and seen it all. He had even crossed swords with the legendary pirate King Roger and shared a close friendship with him. In fact, he himself was a living legend. When he opened the first page, a massive wanted poster photo appeared before his eyes. Below it, an astonishing number was printed. The old man with a white beard slightly moved his gaze, counting one by one, his expression gradually becoming serious. Finally, after counting the bounty amount, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He recognized this man. The first time he was offered a bounty, it was 1 billion. Moreover, the key is that the red-haired man had specifically come to his ship to speak of a prodigy from the East China Sea. He had once suspected that the genius from the East China Sea was Luo Feng. However, he did not expect that such a short time had passed. This guy who had just been offered a bounty of 1 billion had his bounty rise again, and it was such an exaggerated number. This reaction from the white-bearded man immediately piqued the curiosity of Marco. After all, usually, when his father read the newspaper, he would just glance over it. He would toss it aside to them, his adopted sons, when he found the content uninteresting. But today it was different. He had spent so long just on the first page. "Father, is there any interesting news today?" Marco couldn't help but ask. "Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but there is a new pirate whose bounty has increased," the white-bearded man casually remarked. "New pirate?" The others on the ship looked curious. A newcomer who could catch their father, the strongest man in the world, attention must be extraordinary. So who is this newcomer? And how much has the bounty risen? Haha, has another new pirate emerged? At that moment, Blackbeard Teach suddenly laughed, wearing a naive expression. Then, as if intentionally, he glanced over at Ace with that innocent look. "Ace, this newcomer that father is so concerned about, wouldn't it be the Luo Feng you mentioned? If that's the case, then perhaps this time the bet is actually yours to win." Hearing this, the others silently laughed. At this moment, Jozu spoke up, saying the bounty amount represents a person's threat level to the world government, and once it exceeds 100 million, the increases won't be as drastic. It usually increases by tens of millions or even hundreds of thousands. Moreover, even if someone does something detrimental to the world government, as long as it's not significant, the bounty might not even increase. That newcomer Luo Feng is merely in the East China Sea, injuring 5 rear admirals is already his limit. There's nothing in the East China Sea that he can destroy. Oh, what great deeds can he accomplish? Even if we take a step back and say that Luo Feng entered the Grand Line, the first half is filled with boring islands. In such a short time, Luo Feng wouldn't even reach the Sabati archipelago, let alone encounter any high-ranking Navy officials. So the bounty cannot possibly rise. Ace glanced at Teach at this moment. The slight goodwill he had just developed for the man instantly vanished. This guy, with his seemingly innocent demeanor, definitely had a different personality inside. The white-bearded man paid no attention to the discussions of his adopted sons. He didn't even hear what they were saying. His attention was entirely on the newspaper, lost in contemplation. What has this man done to have such a bounty increase? With this thought, he suddenly developed a great interest in the subsequent content of the newspaper. It was known that the first page of the newspaper featured a person's photo. This likely indicated that the following news content would be related to this person. He directly flipped the newspaper, looking towards the latter content. Suddenly, a fresh bounty notice slipped out from between the pages. Like a graceful butterfly, it danced through the air and landed on the deck. Marco instinctively caught it and held it in his hands. He then looked at the contents of the bounty notice. "Oh, is this the bounty notice for that newcomer?" he said, but suddenly his gaze froze. He stood there as if petrified, not moving an inch. At this moment, the others curiously gathered around, eager to know who this newcomer was and how much the bounty was that caught their father's attention. However, before they could get closer, Marco suddenly unfolded the bounty notice for everyone to see, casting an odd look at Ace. "Adventurer Luo Feng, bounty amount 2 berries." Instantly, everyone's body stiffened. Their expressions changed dramatically. 2 billion berries. What does this even mean? The 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom's top subordinates, have bounties of only around 1 billion. This already represents a top tier under the 4 emperors. Yet many captains in the Whitebeard pirate crew have bounties that don't even reach 1 billion. Only a few hundred million at most. But this newcomer, who had just set sail for less than a year, actually had a bounty of 2 billion. This is definitely not normal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Blackbeard Teach roared crazily in his heart, his previously naive expression instantly stiffening. Ace's expression at this moment was also quite dramatic, filled with both shock and joy. This sudden news felt like a pie falling from the sky, smashing down on his head. That kid Luo Feng. Actually so capable. He was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, the white-bearded man had already flipped to the second page. It must be understood that the celestial dragons could be said to have played an indispensable role in Whitebeard becoming a pirate. It was because his home country failed to pay the tribute that the Navy withdrew its protection. This led to rampant piracy. It led to the ruin of his family. It forced him at less than 10 years of age to risk his life fighting pirates just for a meal. It forced him to leave his homeland and become a pirate himself. Thus, Whitebeard's hatred for the celestial dragons was etched into the very marrow of his bones. At this moment, witnessing Luo Feng judge and execute a celestial dragon, the resentment and indignation that Whitebeard had harbored throughout his life surged forth like a torrent. Good, good, good. He uttered the word a dozen times, each syllable louder than the last. His eyes gleamed and his lips trembled with excitement. This scene immediately astounded the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. What's wrong with Pops? It seems he's seen something in the newspaper. Wait, could it be that Luo Feng's actions have made Pops this excited? The pirates grew curious. What exactly had Luo Feng done to make the legendary Whitebeard so thrilled and agitated? I remember Luo Feng's first bounty was 1 billion berries. and now it has skyrocketed to an astonishing 2 billion. Such an exaggerated increase must be because of something he did. At this moment, Marshal D. Teach, seeing everyone's intense curiosity about Luo Fong, felt a pang of jealousy. He had endured in silence for many years. But that did not mean it was his true nature. In fact, because of his years of suppressed instincts, he craved freedom and the thrill of adventure more than anyone else. Moreover, Luo Fong was not only freer than him, but had also gained fame and a staggering bounty as soon as he set sail, which further fueled the flames of envy in Blackbeard's heart. However, he was deeply cunning and a master of duplicity. On the surface, he still feigned a simple and honest demeanor, asking with feigned curiosity, "This Luo Fong must have done something heinous for the world government to double his bounty like that." The others nodded in agreement. However, their impression of Luo Fong diminished considerably. This was because the Whitebeard pirates were not a crew that primarily engaged in evil deeds. They even often eliminated pirates who bullied civilians. In short, they had a certain chivalrous spirit. Hearing Blackbeard say that Luo Fong might have done something monstrous, their goodwill towards Luo Fong vanished. I thought he'd be an interesting fellow, but it turns out he strayed onto the path of evil. Oh, we were too naive. For the world government to raise his bounty by 1 billion, Luo Fong must have done something everyone abhors. Tisk tisk tsk. Ace, your judgment of people isn't so good after all. That's right, you should avoid associating with his kind in the future. No, that's not it. That guy Luo Fong couldn't have done anything bad. Ace tried desperately to explain, but no one listened. Blackbeard sneered inwardly. His goal was achieved. Having spent so many years on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, he naturally knew the temperament of the crew best. With just a few words, he had turned everyone against Luo Fong, a man they had never met. However, his reasoning was not without basis. Because it was true. If Luo Fong hadn't committed some terrible evil, how could his bounty have risen so quickly? He could think of no other reason. Russell. Whitebeard continued flipping through the newspaper, looking at the subsequent content. He then saw the words Luo Fong had spoken publicly. This caused Whitebeard's burly frame to tremble violently. Are the celestial dragons born noble? Why are they born into a life of luxury and privilege? While we the others, the pitiful ones, must struggle like beggars and maggots in the filthy mud just to survive. Why oi? Why oi? His lips silently repeated the word over and over, but no sound escaped. His aged eyes began to blur. It must be remembered that through all these years, no matter what he had endured, not even when trapped in hopeless situations, grievously wounded or betrayed, had he ever shed a single tear, because he was Whitebeard. But now he suddenly felt his eyes burning. An unprecedented wave of bitterness surged warmly from the pit of his stomach. Finally, with a loud wail, he burst into tears. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Whitebeard. This ultimate powerhouse. Was he actually sobbing loudly? Everyone's mind went blank. Pops, you. Marco tried to step forward. But Whitebeard was crying so sorrowfully and intensely that he even inadvertently released a burst of hockey, causing Marco's head to spin. He couldn't get close. Thud. At that moment, the newspaper slipped from Whitebeard's hand and fell to the floor. Marco quickly picked it up. Pops must have been crying because of something in this newspaper. With this thought, he almost instinctively opened it. Russell. As the pages turned, the others crowded around, eager to know what content could have moved Whitebeard to tears. They quickly saw the content on the second page. Whoosh. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Kill the celestial dragon. So that's it. I see. They finally understood. They knew why Luo Fong, despite being in the East Blue, could have his bounty doubled instantly. It wasn't because he had killed a high-ranking marine officer, nor was it because he had defeated a powerful pirate, and it certainly wasn't because of some heinous crime. He had killed a celestial dragon. It was that simple, yet it was an absolutely valid reason. The celestial dragons are the world nobles, and an attack on them would immediately prompt the marine headquarters to dispatch an admiral for their protection and revenge. And an attack was one thing. But Luo Fong had killed one in front of so many people, beheaded like a worthless dog, stripped of all dignity. This was no longer just a matter of a celestial dragon dying. It was a question of the face and dignity of all celestial dragons. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates all stared intently at the newspaper, reading its contents word by word. Killing a celestial dragon. A public trial. One crime after another. Each rebellious sentence struck their hearts like a series of muffled hammers. It shocked and astounded these pirates. Audacious beyond belief. That was the first judgment that sprang to their minds about Luo Fong. No one existed who was bolder or more reckless than him. Not even the fisherman who once climbed the Holy Land barehanded and set fire to Mary Geos could compare to Luo Fong's transgressions, because that fire, after all, proved nothing. It could only be attributed to negligence in the Holy Land's security. People in the lower world didn't even know if any celestial dragons had been injured or killed in that blaze, nor was the dignity of the celestial dragons compromised. At most, it merely angered them. But what Luo Fong had done was far, far more severe. Not only did he kill a celestial dragon in public, but he did it as casually as slaughtering a dog. He thoroughly trampled the dignity and face of the celestial dragons. Moreover, he dared to utter such treasonous words as "our celestial dragons born noble." This was no longer merely a provocation against the celestial dragon's dignity. It was an act aimed at utterly shaking their very foundation, a move to completely destabilize the position and authority of the world nobles. He hadn't just killed one celestial dragon. He clearly intended for all celestial dragons to die, to meet their downfall. At this moment, these commanders, their bodies were stiff, their expressions incredibly vivid, especially Blackbeard and Ace, whose faces were the most telling of all. Of course, one was grinning so wide his mouth nearly reached his ears, while the other was so awkward and rigid he wished he could find a crack in the deck to crawl into. Blackbeard Teach felt his face sting. He had been slapped resoundingly. A moment ago, he was maliciously speculating, even guiding others to think Luo Feng had done something evil. But the next moment, everyone realized Luo Feng had indeed done something major. However, the malice of this act could probably only be felt by one kind of people, the celestial dragons. As for every other race in this world, upon seeing this news, they would only do one thing: applaud. To the celestial dragons, Luo Feng was a demon, a sinner they must eliminate at all costs. But to everyone else, Luo Feng was a hero. He was a righteous man who had rid the world of an evil celestial dragon. At the very least, no one could use any reason to smear Luo Feng for this deed. Our celestial dragons born noble. Marco read Luo Feng's words aloud, his voice trembling with excitement. Everyone present felt their hearts race and their blood boil. Well said. Someone cheered, unable to resist clapping. The others clenched their fists in excitement too. Only one person was an exception. Blackbeard slowly retreated behind the crowd. He simply couldn't muster a happy or excited expression. Even if his acting was flawless, he couldn't do it. His face was full of shock. This expression wasn't feigned. He was truly shaken to his core. Our celestial dragons, born noble. He muttered the words over and over in his mind. He gritted his teeth, reluctant to admit it, but deep down he felt that this statement was damn well spoken, damn well right. A man should be like Luo Feng, slaying celestial dragons. He should utter such cool and awesome words. This is what a man ought to do in this world. This is the most exhilarating damn sentence I've ever heard in my life, Teach finally murmured. Though unwilling to acknowledge Luo Feng, he had to admit. Luo Feng was indeed an extraordinary figure. At that moment, Teach suddenly felt a surge of respect for Luo Feng. He realized that on his path of ambition, his quest to become the Pirate King, Luo Feng would be his greatest obstacle. Not Whitebeard, nor Red Hair, but this Luo Feng. In the New World, on a nameless island, the Red Hair pirates were stationed there. Actually, it was simply because Shanks felt like drinking. So they stopped. Ha ha, drink up, brothers. Shanks was holding a banquet, his face flushed red, showing none of the airs of an emperor. Instead, he mingled with his crew and even drank and ate with some local commoners. Since Hawkeye came to my place, he seems to have gone to the East Blue. I wonder if he ever met that kid Luo Feng. Shanks muttered to himself. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng had been given a bounty of 1 billion berries, he hadn't heard any news of the kid. But knowing Luo Feng, he was definitely not the type to lie low or be patient. Just then, a crew member suddenly ran over in a panic. Report, Captain. Panting heavily from running too fast, he nearly tripped. Slap. Red Hair placed a bottle of sake before him, and the man quickly took a gulp. Then he spoke. Report, Captain, it's Hawk. Suddenly his voice cut off. He suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching behind him like a block of ice. Swoosh. A shadow resembling a cross fell on the ground. Hawkeye. The underling was scared shitless and scrambled away. But Hawkeye didn't even glance at him. Instead, he fixed his sharp gaze on the dead drunk Red Hair. I'm not here to fight you today, Hawkeye said, then suddenly pulled out a newspaper and tossed it onto the ground in front of Shanks. The drunkenness in Shanks' eyes vanished instantly as he leaned back against the table and unfolded the paper. After a while, he let out a long breath. A glint of relief flashed in his eyes. Not bad, it seems I didn't misjudge him. That kid Luo Feng really did something big. See, Captain, what's up? At that moment, the drunk Lucky Roo stumbled over, reeking of alcohol. Good news. Great news. Brothers, keep drinking. I'm so happy today, let's party for 3 days and 3 nights. Shanks tossed the newspaper aside and directly pulled Hawkeye into the banquet.